Yo, what is up, everybody? Happy Friday to everybody. Hope all you guys are doing well. We are back today flying a very special route. If you guys didn't know, United, I believe last week, just launched this route, Newark to Madeira on the 737 MAX 8. And earlier this week, we did get the iFLY over to Microsoft 2024. So we're flying it today, all the way to Madeira from Newark. We got a couple of you guys flying along, so I appreciate all you guys. Hope you guys are doing well on this Friday evening. We're on real time today, so we will have we'll probably have a sunset right on departure, and then go through all the nighttime, and then hopefully we get a little bit of sunrise on the arrival into Madeira. But guys, hope you guys are doing well. We're going for a like goal of 35 today, already at 17 likes. You guys are freaking amazing. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. You guys are amazing. But yeah, total airtime today is actually shorter than it was a couple of days ago. I guess we have better winds today. We're looking at airtime of 5 hours 58 minutes, so honestly not that bad. Block time around 6 hours 26 minutes. So yeah, overall not that long of a flight, to be honest. But well, obviously it's a long flight for the MAX, but it's gonna be a great flight. Got all you guys flying along. I think we got Whisper, Skyfall, and maybe Evan. I'm not too sure who else is loading in, but yeah, we got a lot of you guys going into Madeira, so it's gonna be fun watching you guys attempt landings as well. But anyway, so a little bit of our flight details. I said wheels up to wheels down, 5 hours 58 minutes. We'll probably make it a little bit earlier. We're taking about 168 passengers over to Madeira, and our block fuel is a whopping 43.3 thousand pounds of fuel with an alternate of Tenerife. So we are going to be heavy on this departure. But without further ado, let's go say what's up to some of you guys in the chat. We got Mr. Sna saying Madeira. Hello, Sna. How are you doing, bro? Welcome to the stream. We got Balls saying I'm excited for the stream. Hello, Balls. How are you doing, bro? Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing well. We got Mr. Dreamliner saying my favorite airline. Hey, I won't lie. United. I always enjoy flying United's routes in the sim, man. So it's a great airline. But welcome, Dreamliner. Hope you're doing well. We got Mr. Phoenix. Hello, Phoenix. How are you doing, bro? We got Waidu. Hello, Waidu. Welcome to the stream. We got Evan. Who is this guy? What's up, Evan? How you doing, bro? How was work? Hope it was well. We got Henry. The homie is back. Hello, Henry. What is up? Happy Friday to you, man. We got Mexican Aviator. Hello, hello. Welcome. We got Datavish Guy. Hello, Datavish Guy. Hope you're doing well, man. Well, I didn't know about this route. This is cool. Yeah, Mexican Aviator. It's brand new, man. Literally just started, like, I think they're on their 4th flight of it, so it's brand new route. And then tomorrow, United launches Newark to Nook, all the way in Greenland. So I'm kind of thinking we might stream that tomorrow. I might, maybe. We got Jacob Jamerson. Hello, Jacob. How are you doing, bro? Welcome. New logo, good or bad? It's a nice logo, Dives. You got nice, man. I like your profile. Nice, bro. What's up, Skyfall? How you doing, bro? Let's rock out. Hell yeah, man. I saw you. Skyfall is about a couple gates over to our right. He's about, let's see, he's right there. So there's Skyfall right there. We're parked at gate 105 for those flying along and who hasn't connected yet. So if you don't want to, feel free to fly along. But either way, I appreciate all you guys staying here. I'd love to fly with you tomorrow. Sounds good, Phoenix. I'm not too sure on the stream tomorrow, but we'll try. I want to, so hopefully we could. I'll see, because I'm also planning on tomorrow going to the MCO to go spotting with some of my friends. So I shouldn't be there all day, but we might do the stream tomorrow. We'll see, man. Jacob saying I am good. That's good, Jacob. Well, guys, without further ado, let's go hop into this beautiful iFLY 737 MAX 8. And we'll go fire her up, and we'll try and get out of here on time. So I'll bring the sim sounds up, cut the music out for now. We'll go up top. We'll go battery coming on, and I have to connect the ground power. We'll go ground support. We'll go connect. That is set. We'll go back up top. We'll go ground power coming on. And these sounds from Boris are absolutely amazing. We'll go window heats left and right coming on. We'll go logo and steady light coming on. We just gotta break it down. We will do that in a bit. We'll hop up top. IRS is to the nav position. Let those do their thing. We'll go cabin utility on. IFE passenger seats, so our passengers have their IFE today on their flight. And we'll wait for seatbelt sign come on once we get fuel. Emergency lights can go in the arm position. That will close. And actually, let's brighten this up because it's going to be a night flight. So we'll get all these panels all nice and bright. I got all day tomorrow? Oh, perfect, Phoenix. Perfect, man. Alright, let me just make all these bright so we get some light in this cabin because we don't have daylight for that long. And we will go do some performance and payload. Let me go pull up my OFP for how much fuel we're taking. So for fuel, let's see, our total fuel today is 43,382. We're gonna round that up to 43,400. We'll throw that in the plan as well. 43,400. That's looking good. Taxi out fuel is gonna be 420. We'll go set the fuel. Oh yeah, we're gonna be heavy. And let's see, for our cargo, let's go see. We're taking 9.8, so let's see. Let's do. We could do 3,000 in the front and 6,800 in the back. I want to keep that nose nice and light. And then for passengers, we are taking, what did I say, 168? Yeah, 168 is what we're taking. We'll go set payload. That is perfect. We'll go complete that. And we'll go request catering and request boarding. We'll go SimBrief OK. What's up, Skystream Aviation? Hello, hello. How are you doing? United does this? Yes, sir. Skystream. They just started this route last week. So yeah, brand new route. We'll go request catering. And I believe we have a New York departure on the line. So we have departure at least. So a little bit of ATC today. Alright, perfect. Catering is rolling up, and while we're catering, we'll also request boarding. Don't want to spend too much time on the ground because it is a long flight today. And we'll go Magic Barrel Ref 3009 on the altimeter. We'll go hop down in our FMC. Position in it. We are on the active air rack cycle. That is good. Auto brake can go RTO as well. RTO at the gate. And yes, we will like the tug now. And yes, we'll bollard the crew. Alright, Newark, KERW. We'll go snag that, slap, oh, whoopsies. Grab that and slap it into there. Cool, we'll go up top. We'll go flight plan request. How long is this flight? It's about 5 hours and 58 minutes. So nearly 6 hours. So, but not that bad, not that bad, man. Alright, we'll go load it. And then we'll go activate it. Activate, cool. And our call sign, United 522. We'll go put that in the flight number as well. Cool, that is looking good. Make sure got all our legs. Yeah, pretty much just the departure and stuff. And I also want to go up top and see how long we got on the IRSs. Okay, so 6 minutes on the IRS. That is looking good. Let's go. Flight directors coming on. And let me look at my ACARs. Okay, so let's see. We are cleared. Newark 5 departure, maintain 2,500 feet. We'll go put that in there. 2,500 is set. Expect 35010 minutes after departure. Departure 125.7 as advised. ATIS contact 125.7 for taxi. So 25.7 it is. And I'll just mute the ATC for now because we don't have to talk to them just yet. And our squawk is 2745. Beautiful. TARA will go XPDOR on. Hit that with the ident. We're looking fabulous already. Alright, let's see. We'll go hop back down here. We'll go Newark. We are departing 22 right, Newark 5. Looking good. And then the arrival into Madeira. We are doing the Arnav Zulu. Arnav Zulu is 05 from Pilum. And on the IBIN 1 Papa. So that is looking great. Alright, cool. We're pretty much almost set up. Just gotta wait on our IRSs. Pretty much got a little bit left to do. And then just the boarding and we'll get up on out of here, guys. And let's see. Evan, were you able to connect to VATSIM or no? Oh man, look at this. I'm telling you, like, the sky colors at night is gonna look so good, and even in 2024. And we are taking the somewhat special livery, the Aviate, United Aviate livery. So, kind of got a little special livery today. You're still cooked? No way. No way, bro. That is crazy. Unfortunate, man. Unfortunate. Alright, looks like catering is finishing up. What we got? Gate gourmet? Cool. We are looking fabulous, everybody. And those flying along, let me know when you guys are ready for push. Because we should be pushing back in maybe 10-15 minutes. So yeah. Yo, we're getting delivery. Gonna join you. Let's go, Reed. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, bro. Hope you're doing well. Fabulous, fabulously, bro. That is awesome. But yeah, guys, like, I'm telling you, yeah, as crazy as it seems, like, United, I feel like they're having now with all these routes they're introducing, they're like starting to become, I think in my opinion, they're one of the best. They have one of the best route systems right now. I mean, the destinations they are launching are crazy. Like, they just did a 767 to Palermo. It's in Italy. I think on the island of Sicily. And like, I mean, these routes are insane. Like, United, all they need, A350s, and they're the best airline, in my opinion. And their fleet size is crazy, too. Alright, let's see. Does it auto? Okay, so it did already do our pressurization already. That is good. We'll go seatbelt sign on because we got fuel on board. Get that little cabin ding, because why not? And let's see. I guess it's similar with the Max. I can't remember if positive rate told me, but we're going to slow electrical 1 on and keep the hydraulic A pumps off until we start engines. And let's see. We'll go packs on for now. APU bleed will wait until we start up the APU. Let's see. We can turn on our fuel pumps. I'm going to wait till we start the APU up. We still have a bit of passengers to go. And we don't want to burn too much fuel. But yeah, guys, let me know how you guys feel about doing a Nook stream tomorrow, because the only really reason I have like an interest into the route is because I was watching London Controller on Twitch, and he was landing there today, and it was gusting 65 knots. 65 knots, man, that is crazy. Bro could barely land. And then I loaded into the sim in Nook and tried doing a couple landings. Man, it was so tricky. Terrible weather too, low visibility. So honestly, if it's that weather tomorrow, I kind of want to give it a shot, because you know how I feel about my bad weather in the sim. So let me know if you guys want to do that. It's only a 3 hour and 30-ish minute leg, so it's not even that long. But so here's the big problem about that route though. If we had, let's say we couldn't land in Nook, we'd have to divert to either Reykjavik or to like St. John's. And to Reykjavik, it's like an hour and 50 minutes for a diversion. So it is not, you have to take almost like, pretty much you have to almost double your amount of fuel for your route just to make the destination, or your alternate if you have to divert. What plane do they take to Nook? The Max. They're taking the Max as well tomorrow. It's going to be United Flight 80, so that is the flight number tomorrow. And it's an all-day flight, so tomorrow if we do that, we'll probably not be on real time, but we'll probably be real time on that flight. Yo, no way, Jersey Aviators on New York Center. Are you serious? Oh, let's go. Oh, wait. No, it's Milan. That's not Jersey Aviator, buddy. His name is Milan. Oh, wow. Oh, everybody's getting ready for that Washington event. Ah, okay. Oh, okay. He just went live? Oh, wait. No, I don't think he's doing center. I think he's doing ground or something, I thought. I thought he was doing a different sector, is what I heard. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, man. What Washington event? There's a pre-July 4th event today, where it's pretty much all the Washington airports are lit up. We'll be doing like a bunch of DCA. I know I kind of didn't look at the events, so kind of made an oopsies on that, but it's alright. We're doing a flight to Madeira. We got our own little event. Bro, the video title is New York Center. Alright, my bad, my bad. I don't know, he hasn't connected yet, so that's why I haven't seen him online, but they're probably going to get like 5 New York Centers on. Because I know Owls, he's streaming Tampa to DCA, then DCA to O'Hare, so that's his route. What's up, boss? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well, man. Yeah, guys, you guys are awesome, man. 17 likes already, and we just started stream, man. Like, I swear, two weeks ago, we were going for like a like goal of like 16. or no, 15 legs. And we're actually doubling that now. So let's go start this APU up. Boarding's also almost completed, so we'll be pushing in the next few minutes. Are you using real time? We are, man. Looks like he's 125.325. Okay, so he is... Oh yeah, he just connected. No way. Let's go, man. Let's go. That's awesome. Speaking of Nook, I'm flying there tonight. Oh, nice, Kashim. Nice, bro. What's your route, man? What are you doing? Some Iceland Air? Some Air Greenland ops? Alright, runway heading is 219. Sunset's there tonight at 12:50 a.m. Oh yeah, that's right. Nook only gets like a couple hours of day or night time, right? They get like 4 hours. Alright, let's go do some takeoff data. Flap 5 is what we're gonna try. Okay, can't even do flap 5. I think it's flap 1. Flap 1, okay, cool. Let's see our numbers here. We'll go hide this. We'll go weight and balance. Oh wait, I have to grab that from our OFP. Let's see. Zero fuel weight 135.8. So we're about 10,000 pounds under our max takeoff. Reserves are looking like we'll go 2 in the reserves. 2.0, cool. And our cruise winds are looking like 273 at 5.3. Cool. For departure, our cell temp's gonna be 34 with a D-rated takeoff. So what we do, this one or this one? We'll do the 10% D-rate. 86. Yeah, 88. Okay, wait, hold up. They want 88. You know what? Let's just do a normal 34. And we'll just rock off of that. Flaps 1 with the takeoff trim. Oh, I have to grab the CG as well. Trim 6.8. So did I just put 6.8 in here? Where do I get the CG? I forgot that the... What's it called? Does it here? Let me see, CG, where could we get that? Let me just take it from here. We'll go you. Let's see, where is it? Look next to your takeoff weight in the iPad. Oh really, they put it here? Oh, duh, I'm blind. That's my bad. Oh, and I'll just take those. Okay, cool. Whoops. 19.7. Alright, 6.13. Cool. We're looking good. Oh, actually, we need that up still. APU's running. We'll go switch the buses. And we'll go APU bleed on. Keep those pumps off. Everything's looking good. And we can go release the ground power and the chocks as well. Let's go. Let's see. We got everything looking good. And we could arm these. And I think boarding is completed. Alright, why are we loading GSX? What's going on? GSX is frozen. Alright. Just a simple. We'll just do this. And we'll get anti-collision light on. I think that new GSX update wasn't that good. Let's just go prepare for pushback and departure. Iceland Air Max 8. Oh, nice, Kashim. You'll probably reach there at nighttime. Hopefully, balls. Or no, that's not the goal, balls. My bad. We're supposed... Hopefully, we could get there at sunrise, which sunrise is like 6:50-ish over there. So, We'll see, man. We'll see. Let's see. I'm late today. No, you're not, Snob. You're just in time, man. How much pounds of fuel are you using? We are using 43.3. We have 43.3 on board, but we're supposed to burn 29.4 thousand pounds. So we are using a lot of fuel today. And let's see, 25.7 for taxi. So we call them up after we push and get our engines rolling. Alright, tug is rolling up to the airplane.
Locking gear.
Doors should be closing. Beacon light is on. Look at that beacon light. Oh yeah. Oh, they gave us this tug. I forgot to edit this gate. I'm flying the Concorde? Really, Dreamliner? Really, man? That is pretty cool, my friend. Alright, cool. Tug is loading up the airplane. And let's see. We'll go spot 15.
Release parking brakes, please.
We'll go release park brake.
Commencing push. All
And we'll go start the clock. And we'll go immediately into motoring, as these max engines tend to take a while to motor. Pushing, but I will wait for it. Okay, got you, Skyfall. Yeah, guys, if you're flying along, let me depart first, so that way we can catch you guys' arrivals into Madeira. Alright, cool. Engines firing up.
Please direct your attention to the screen for an important safety demonstration. Thank you for flying today.
Alright, let me turn down PAC-X. Yes, you guys are hearing the Real World United Airlines safety briefing. Alright, motoring is finished. We'll go introduce fuel. Let's hear these engines fire up, guys.
FAA regulation requires you to follow the instructions of our crew members and comply with posted and lighted signs.
It's important to have your seatbelt on at all times. To fasten your seatbelt, slide the metal end into the buckle, tight but flip the loose end of the strap. Lift the buckle to release. When the seatbelt sign is on, your seatbelt should be fastened low and tight across your lap. In case of unexpected turbulence, keep your seatbelt fastened, even when the seatbelt sign is off. Please take a moment.
What the heck just did GSX just do? I have no idea what that tug just did. It's now you just woke up? Oh wow. What, did you take a nap or something? Alright, we'll start up engine number 1. Which runway are you using for takeoff? Oh, we are departing 22 right now. You down's different than in the Ludic video? What do you mean? What do you mean, Gene loading? Sim crash while loading? It's alright, Reed. Just load up quickly, man. I'll take my time. I'll take my time. Don't worry. I mean, either way, we need a little bit of spacing into Madeira, because one runway, one approach. Alright, motoring's finished. We'll go introduce fuel.
Please refer to the safety card near your seat for the operation of the exit doors on this aircraft.
If necessary, an oxygen mask will drop from above your seat. If the strap appears, pull down on the strap to access your mask. Pull the mask to extend.
Alright, we'll go set the parking brake. Parking brake is set. And engine number 1 is firing up. Let me know how you guys like this new wing view. I changed it up instead of having it a little bit more forward. I figured this looks nicer. We get a nice little view of how big the max engine is. Alright, cool. We got 2 good engines. Let's go hop up top. We'll go engine sensors to continuous. We'll go switch to buses. APU coming off, APU bleed off, packs coming back on, isolation valve to auto, and electric and engine pump A's coming on. We'll go pro Pete's coming on, yacht amper on as well. We are looking good. We'll go taxi, runway turn off lights, and wing light can come on. And we will go flaps 1, guys.
Smoking of any kind. Cigarettes is never allowed on the aircraft. FAA regulations prohibit tampering with, safety, or destroying laboratory
Man, those flaps sound amazing. And flight controls full right. Full left. A little bit of rip frames there. Pull back.
Area 101 Delta Heavy, near
Pull forward.
Block 4240.
Rudder to the right. And rudder to the left. Flight controls are looking beautiful, everybody. We are looking good. You sound different than in the videos. It's because of my mic. The headset I use in the airplane is way less clear than what I'm using right now. Alright, let me go, let's see, 25.7 in information kilo. So we are ready to get up on out of here, guys. Let me get a quick recall check. We are looking good.
Birmingham 101, Heavy, it's going to maintain 9,000.
Maintain 9,000, Birmingham 101.
In New York, departure United 522 on the ground at Newark. Information kilo, ready for taxi.
Hey, the icon on Newark, contact Newark ground now 121.9.
21.8.
Thanks, 21.8.
Alright, I didn't even notice ground came on. Alright.
And ground, good day, United 522, spot 13, we have kilo ready for taxi, reactive.
522 North ground. So let's see, runway 22 right at Whiskey. Taxi via Romeo Juliet Bravo Kilo Romeo Whiskey.
I think Skyfall just said my call sign.
Is that for United 522 or 522?
Is that United 522 calling or 523?
That was 523 calling.
Oh, sorry. United 523, you can taxi around 22 right at Whiskey via Romeo Kilo Uniform Whiskey. Sorry about that.
Hey, no problem. Get your ride, Romeo Kilo Uniform Whiskey. And I'll be following 522, United 523.
Ground, good evening, fly 1135, coming up short of taxiway Alpha, taxiway reactive. Fly high 1135, ground, runway 22 right at Whiskey, taxi via Romeo Foxtrot Bravo Romeo.
I still don't know what he gave.
Okay, 22 right at Whiskey via Romeo Foxtrot Bravo Romeo Whiskey for fly 1135, and we have information kilo.
And United 522 information kilo, ready for taxi.
Next back. 2, Romeo 22 right at Whiskey via Romeo Juliet Bravo Kilo Romeo Whiskey.
Alright, 22 right at Whiskey Romeo Juliet Bravo Kilo Romeo Whiskey, United 522. Man, what a taxi, holy. Alright, let's go. Man, we are heavy. We're barely moving with 50, almost pretty much 52% throttle. Jeez, man. We're going Romeo Juliet, so it's going to be straight, and then it's our second right. I'm having those tiller problems again with this. Alright, and there is Skyfall right there. Oh, look at this. This is sweet. What's your takeoff speed? We got V1 157, and I think it's 159, and then 168 for V2, so we're pretty heavy. Alright, right here on Bravo. We're gonna take that to Kilo, and then Romeo Whiskey. We are looking good, everybody. And Reed, I am doing a slow taxi for you, just so you can Won't be so far behind. United's my favorite airline. Oh yeah, it is one of my favorite as well. United and JetBlue are my favorite right now, man. I had a sim crash. Are you not reloading?
Fly high 1135 halfway to the United Boeing 7.
Just reload, bro.
Sorry, United Boeing 737 Max on kilo.
Okay, well, we'll slow down and get weighted on for fly 1135.
Man, this looks so sweet.
United 520.
No, I gotta restart my PC.
Yardley, or sorry, Newark departure on 128.55. Have a good one.
So do it now. Was that for United 522?
Stay firm.
Alright, over to New York departure, United 522. See you, buddy.
United 523, contact New York departure on 128.55. Have a good one.
Heavy turn right heading 010 and come to runway 4 right to block.
So 2855.
010 intercept left 04 right, Delta 532, maybe.
And let's see, Whiskey is the next one. What's up, Just Flies? How you doing, bro? I just let out 30 pounds. Bro. Number 2 times 2 the flight. Yeah, you could do that also, Reed. And United 522 holding short runway 22 right at Whiskey.
United 522 New York departure. Hello, runway 22 right at Whiskey, line up and wait.
Alright, 22 right at Whiskey, line up and wait, United 522. Alright guys, time to get up on out of here. Showman steady coming on, wing light is on. And we'll start to line her up. We'll ding the cabin. Come on, why are we stopping? Why are we stopping? Let those engines rip? Hell yeah, Sky Stream. I'm gonna keep her straight for a little bit because I'm gonna use all this runway. We'll line her up.
Hey, departure, good evening. 51135, short of 50 right away.
Go arm the auto throttle.
Fly 1135, New York departure left.
And we'll go start the clock. Go landing lights coming on. And let's see. Yeah, we'll keep the range like that for now. And control cam coming on, guys. Who is ready to get up on out of here? Looks like we got 2 people. I think Skyfall is the second one.
Yeah, 523 New York, hello.
I'll be flying the United Max 8 tomorrow morning. Oh, nice, Sean. What's your route? Oh, you're going to San Fran, but where are you departing from? Check in for my flight, the opening in an hour. You're flying out tomorrow, Just Flies? Ooh, DCA? Oh, dude, that's a nice transcon, man. What are you taking, Alaska or United? I think Alaska does that route, right? Dang, buddy has us holding for a minute. Oh, look at that.
522, it'll be just a second. We have a Turkish probably off to your left on Papa. He's ignored every single approach controller, including myself, so he's probably going to cross your runway without talking to me, so just give us a second here.
Oh man, what a pilot. No problem, man. Hashtag free the dog. Dreamliner. My dog's not even in my room right now. Oh, United 369's a call sign? Nice, Sean. What's up, Beanie Baby? Welcome, welcome. Yo, I saw Emu 1 yesterday. It was flying Panama City to Austin. Yeah, it's coming into Orlando tonight at like 9 p.m. Or it's supposed to come in at like 8 and then depart at 9. So they're doing a stop here today. What route should I do to Houston tonight? In the Max 8? Should do LA to Houston, man. That's a fun route, man. Just don't fall asleep, Skystream. Oh, brother. Oh, wait, where's that Turkish? He said there's a Turkish. To be honest, I don't see the Turkish. Hold up, let's see. Oh, he has no flight plan. I have him on. I mean, we can't just, you know, boot him off. Is he? I'm not seeing no Turkish. You fly by Mount Rainier? That's out of Seattle. What's up, Cooper? Just in time, man. Just in time for our departure. Oh, man. Look at that. Where should I fly tonight from DCA for the DC event? I say you do DCA or Tampa, DCA O'Hare. Join outs.
Alright, 522, thanks for your patience. Fly the Newark 5 departure, runway 22 right at Whiskey, clear for takeoff.
Alright, Newark 5 departure, 22 right at Whiskey, clear for takeoff, United 522. Alright guys, it is time to get
runway 22
out
right
of
at
here.
Whiskey, line up and wait.
Let's go.
22 right at Whiskey, line up and wait, fly 1135.
Go forward pressure, we'll hold 40. Enjoy this departure, everybody. And we'll go auto throttle coming on. And thrust set. Airspeed is alive both sides. 80 knots. Thrust hold. We got a little bit of a crosswind, so we'll throw in that crosswind correction. Rotate. Pause rate, gear up. Alright, we'll start that left turn. And we are out of Newark, everybody. Flaps coming up. In Newark, we will see you. Oh wow, look at those bridges.
At 522, radar contact, stay altitude leaving.
Passing 1900 for 2500, yeah, 522.
At 522, thanks. Turn right again. Right turn, please. Heading 360. Climb and maintain 6000.
Alright, 360, 6000, United 522. Alright.
Bank angle.
6,000.
Bank angle.
Bank angle check. And 360.
Fly 1135, fly the Newark 5 departure, runway 22 right at Whiskey, clear for takeoff. There's bad departure, 22 right at Whiskey, clear for takeoff. Fly high, 1165. United 523, runway 22 right at Whiskey, line up and wait.
22 right at Whiskey, line up and wait. United 523.
And we'll keep that right turn going.
United 522, continue the right turn, heading 040 now.
Alright, 040, United 522. And we'll go heading select Autopilot coming on. And we'll go runway turn off, lights coming off.
United 522, thanks for your help. I'll talk to you in a few minutes here, but for now, contact New York departure on 120.4.
Alright, 120.5. 120.4, United 522.
York Center, good evening. JetBlue 955, passing 8,700, climb 9,000, direct to Robbinsville.
JetBlue 955, New York departure. Hello, I'll have higher for you soon.
And United 522, 5.5 for 6,000.
United 522, New York departure, LaGuardia altimeter 3009, or climb maintain 10,000.
Alright, up to 10,000, United 522. Man, these vectors are crazy. Into the soup we go. A little bit of clouds. We'll go auto brake off. Everything's looking good. We're not at 10,000 yet, so. We're still on that 040 heading. Alright, oh, we're probably gonna get to Merit.
United 522, turn right, heading 070.
070, United 522. Alright, yeah, so he's gonna vector us to direct to Merit. And I thought Newark departure said he'd talk to us again. Alright, let me catch up on chat for you guys. Can you give me a shorter route, like 1 or 2 hours? Let's see, you could do... what could you do? You could do Orlando to Houston, or Fort Lauderdale to Houston. What's up, Wonder? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Hey, man, I'm just passing through this evening. Have a great stream. Thank you, Wonder. Appreciate you, bro. Sean, fly with those Tampa DCA over here. Yeah, that's... Oh, yep, that's a good route. I'll only have time to do one flight. I gotta wake up 3... Okay, so do Tampa DCA, man. I'm so bored.
Contact New York departure 128.55.
Alright, 2855, United 522. See you, buddy.
Yep. And United 523, I'll talk to you again in a few minutes. For now, contact New York departure 120.4.
Alright, 20.4 for United 523. See you in a few.
And Newark departure, United 522 is back with you. 8.3, climbing 10,000. And 070 heading.
United 522, New York departure. Welcome back. I'll have higher for you soon.
No problem.
That's what happens when I work 2 different positions at once.
Hey, man, you're killing it. You're doing great.
Let's hold off on that. It's just the start of the event.
Yeah, just getting started.
Yep. JetBlue 955, climb and maintain 17,000.
I'm so bored. I'm at the beach. I hate the beach. In getting sandy. I am 16, and there are probably 17 kids we are with that are all younger than me, and I want to go on the porch, so I'm outside, but there is a wasp nest out there. Oh damn, Beanie Baby. And there is no plane spotting opportunities because look at flight radar at the Destin area. Oh, is there bad weather? Evan is above Providence. Cool. Yeah, oh, damage you got. You wanted Seattle to Houston. Oh no, there's no weather. I mean, Destin gets
United
like.
522, clear direct Merritt, climb and maintain 17,000.
Alright, direct Merritt up to 17,000. United 522. Alright, we'll go direct to Merritt. Reed, you better load up, bro. Restart your
Fly
PC.
1135, contact New York
We'll go
Center
VNAV, LNAV.
125.32.
Coming up on 10,000. Landing lights coming off, everybody. Engine start switches to the off position. We'll go wing light off as well. Ding the cabin. There are only private jets. Yeah, I was gonna say, Destin only gets like private jets and general aviation. Oh man, this is getting busy.
United 1359, radar contact, say altitude
But that
leaving.
is just 10 times a day. Yeah, I mean, private jets are still nice though.
United 1359, thank you. Turn right, heading 280, climb and maintain
Oh, looks like Whisper
11,000.
is over just south of Hartford in Windsor Locks.
JetBlue 955, contact New York Center 125.32.
Center 12532, JetBlue 955, keep up the great work, good night.
See you, man. United 528 up, Sarah, disregard, I already gave you that.
Alright, we're speeding up. Speed's looking good and still in this soup, man. This is something, man. And I won't lie, I was looking at the route and I thought I was going through New York, Oceanic for our, or not New York Oceanic, just New York Center for our departure off the East Coast, but now we're actually going all the way through Boston Center. Oh, look at that. Wow, look at this, guys. This is sweet. I'm trying to expand my channel. Any ideas for me? YouTube Shorts, man. I want to get monetized. Yeah, that's what I'm working up to right now as well, man. YouTube Shorts, definitely. A lot of aviation related YouTube Shorts, you know. That's what a lot of people do.
United 522, contact Boston Center 134.7. Have a good night.
Alright, 34.7, United 522. Thanks so much for the ATC, man. Have a great night.
Thanks, you too. Have fun.
See ya. Alright, 34.7 it is. Oh, what a lad. What a lad. And Boston Center United 522, 145170, direct Merritt. Silence. On the right frequency. Hello.
Sorry, aircraft climb Boston Center. What's on the other line? Say again.
It's United 522, 15.3, climbing 17,000, direct Merritt.
United 523, Boston Center, climb and maintain. Sorry, United 522. United 522 can climb and maintain flow level 350.
Alright, all the way up 350, United 522. Skyfall, man, we're getting these controllers with the similar call sign, man. It's alright, we gotta give them a little bit of hardship, you know? I lowered my EV settings, man. This sim looks 10 times better. Send me the settings, man. I'll do it after stream. I'm about to post a flight review from my flight the other day. Oh, nice, Beanie Baby. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm gonna do a flight review for Expo, so that's what I'm planning on. Alright, cool. All the way up to 35,000 feet we go. We have the same cruise level. I'm up to 35,000, yeah, so if you are, then I am probably up. Alright, and I'm gonna turn down the sim sounds for you guys. I am gonna bring some tunes in. And we are looking fabulous. Wow, look at that, man. Look at that. Oh man, that looks so good. Got flight level 3502 a few nautical miles ahead of you. Got your Whisper. I don't have you on TCAS, so we should be good. Alright, coming up on 18,000, we'll go standard, and we'll switch it over to hectopascals, because that's what we'll be using into Madeira. And we'll go extend the range. Let's go. Something like that. We're looking good, guys. We are looking good.
Boston Center, good afternoon, FedEx.
Busy departure, man? Oh yeah, that was busy, Henry. That was busy. But it was fun, though. Oh, I kind of wish I was in the Washington event, though. But it's alright. At least we got a lot of that ATC, so we got full ATC for our departure, so that was awesome.
Hey, sorry guys, answering a phone call there. Missed a call from somebody. Is it FedEx 1273?
Affirmative.
FedEx 1273, Boston Center. Hello,
Alright, let me see. Alright, yeah, so Whisper is just south of Hartford now.
And possibly
like by a
United
few miles.
523. Did you try to check on as well?
$523.
Air Canada 185, descend and maintain, potable tree 40.
And guys, we will be doing a giveaway this stream of a $5 SIM market gift card. So I will be starting the giveaway once we get up to cruise. Or once we're out of Boston's center, my bad. So you guys don't want to miss out on that. We'll be rolling it once we land into Madeira. And so far on the likes, we already got 22. We're going for 35. So if you haven't already, go ahead and hit those buttons. If you're also new, hit the subscribe button. Go for 300 subs by the end of June.
1365.
And
1365.
yeah, you know, hit the like and subscribe.
Blue Streak 5266, contact Bradley approach 123.905. Have a good night.
2395 for Blue Streak 5266. We'll see you soon.
See you soon. United 2136, contact New York Center 125.32. Have a good flight.
12532 for United 2136. Good night.
Good night.
Man, and I was just thinking about that rotation, man. We barely made it.
Center, speedbird 183.
We were like on the other side of the numbers, man.
3 Mike Kilo, Boston Center. I've got you on at flight level 400, squawk 1447.
We gotta appreciate the ground views right now, because once we're over the water, it's just gonna be water for like 2,000 miles.
And just the call sign only that was requesting flight level 260, please.
That was Virgin 474. We were requesting flight level 360.
Virgin 474, descend to maintain flight level 360.
Yeah, I'm liking the swing view.
Hey, Boston Center, hello, United 523 with you. Climb is 16,000 for 17,000.
United 523, Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 330.
23.
I maintain 330, United 523, thank you.
And you probably know already, but just caution for a similar sounding call sign, your company 522 is on the frequency as well.
A from tracking.
Yeah, a lot of like scattered weather in the Boston, New York area.
Lufthansa 1 Hotel Tango Super flight level 420.
Lufthansa 1 Hotel Tango, Boston Center. You said you're on at 400, safe position.
We're 24 from Echo, November Echo. Lufthansa 1 Hotel Tango.
Lufthansa 1 Hotel Tango, thank you. Radar contact, maintain flight level 400.
Maintain 400, Lufthansa 1 Hotel Tango.
I think we are direct Hartford right now, so we're 10 miles out from it. Also, let me.
Venus 3-1, cross Topper at and maintain
These
flight
lights.
level 340.
There we go. Mood lighting for the win. Look at that.
Venus 3-1.
Venus 3-1 is what I heard.
Alright, 25,000. 1,100 feet per minute? Not too bad. Being this heavy? And we should see Hartford Airport right under us. Oh, it's still a little bit in front of us. Let's see. Kuzia?
FedEx 1273, climb and maintain, flight level 300.
We're like 2 miles
Travis,
from it.
flight level 300,
Oh.
FedEx 1273 have.
Air Canada 185, contact New York Center 125.32. Have a good flight.
125.32 for Canada 150.
That guy's mic was a little crazy. Oh, we could probably see it here, maybe.
Could you confirm, so, FedEx 1273 having, final level 360, so confirm.
I couldn't even understand what he was saying.
Boston Center, good day. American 3240 leaving 10,000 for 14,000.
I won't lie, I really do like the Evo livery, but on the Max 9, if we had the Max 9, I would only fly the Continental livery for United.
Center, American 3240 leaving.
Like if you search up like an image of the Max 9 United livery, but the Continental version, the colors just look perfect on the Max. I think the Evo still looks really good on the Max, but I think the Evos should only be for the NGs and then just make all the Maxes that Continental livery. Like, that Continental livery is just so nice.
American 3240 Boston Center, climb and maintain, flight level 340. American 455 Boston Center, climb and maintain, flight level 390.
Center FedEx 1273 have.
Go ahead.
Requesting issues on a table level 320.
FedEx 1273, yeah, hot fire for you here in just a minute. I get some traffic. Just maintain flight level 300 for now, and I will get you higher.
It's okay, no problem. 300 now.
Boston Center, Seabird 183, heavy at flight level 380.
Seabird 183 Boston Center, roger, I got you on at flight level 380.
Evan, this controller's name is Evan.
Boston Center, American 455, confirm climb flight level 340.
American 455 negative, climb and maintain
Evan,
flight
bro,
level
I
190.
don't understand. How are you banned?
Thank you. Climbing and maintaining flight level 190.
See if they'll,
American 455.
see if they will, give you a reason why.
Center, American 3274 on Alpha, request taxi 29.
American 3274, runway 29er, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 18.
Cross 18, American 3274.
Alright, let me see this real quick.
Boston Center, good day, American 3278 for 72 for 10,000, direct to jumper.
American 32.
My entire For You page is full of the 77 crash bro. It's really annoying. Yeah, man.
You can expect that as your final.
I mean, that's just how social media is nowadays, bro. They all just want to post something about it, bro. Just to get the likes and stuff, which is so wrong, man.
3238, leaving 1000, cleared direct to Topper.
Leaving 1000, direct Topper, American 3238.
So many 32s left.
Holy bank. And I got a bank angle call out on that departure.
Clear direct Provi.
Roger, clear direct Provi, American 455.
American FedEx 1273, climb and maintain flight level 360.
News channels that I have never heard of are posting it. I believe most channels are doing it for the views. 100%, man.
No problem. FedEx 1273.
And they just try to, like, they milk up the story too. So that way it, like, drags people in, which is so wrong, man.
Lufthansa 1 Hotel Tango, cleared.
But Air India did say something about it today.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you at all there. Speedbird 183, radio check.
Speedbird 183, Boston Center, 5x5. I think I saw you disconnect, but I got you back on now.
You had to disconnect and reconnect. I had some issues.
Venus 31, contact Washington Center, 125.45. Have a great
Venus 31, what a call sign.
316.
American 3274, 29, ready to go.
Wait, but I swear that call sign sounds familiar.
American 3274.
Is that a railroad call sign?
Cleared for takeoff.
Echo stick up runway 29, American 3274.
It is not. When there were other crashes, news channels were not talking about them. But I guess because it's going, everyone wants to post it. 100%, man. Like,
alright, thanks. You as well. Take care.
And another thing is like, I don't know how much people notice, like, there's like a ton of aviation crashes a year, and somehow, like, all of a sudden everyone is being reported now, like, to the news and stuff. Like, I don't know, they're just trying to, like, it's all for those views, man. Like, last year, even though there was like you know how many hundreds of GA crashes there are all around the world, and
the Boston altimeter 301.
how much none of them are reported a couple years ago, but now all of a sudden they are. Boeing got sued for 1.1 billion last week. Yeah, man, it's crazy.
04 right for American 455.
Why'd they get sued? I'm not too sure, man. Yeah, Henry, there's always a ton of GA
American 3274
crashes and stuff. I mean, obviously, like, NTSB and stuff reports them, but, like, there's no need for, you know, every news reporter to, like, report on it. Like, it's unnecessary, man. Like, just, you need the NTSB and FAA, that's all, you know?
Number 2750 Bravo, Boston Center.
Good evening, sir. Type Cessna 182 at Portland International, IFR to Providence, November 2750 Bravo.
Air 50 Bravo, clear
The news
to Providence
reports,
Airport, Portland 6
the news now reports, yeah, I know, man, it's so unacceptable, because another thing is like, the news has no idea what they're talking about, too.
Clear to Providence via the Portland 6 departure, then it's filed, climb and maintain 3000. Departure with you, squawk 4635, November.
And a lot of things are like, they always think, like, they always say their opinion, and then the thing that sucks is that people actually believe them and be like, oh my god, that's what actually happened. But really, they're completely wrong.
Boston American 2349, 117 for 14000.
But you know,
American 2349.
that's the media for you, bro.
Climb and maintain flight level 230.
230, American 2349.
So true, yep, man. I mean, either way,
3240,
aviation will always be the safest travel.
Plan Mach probably as fast as we can, Mach 0.79, please slow it
I
down,
mean,
so really anything.
could you imagine how, you know how many car crashes are in a day? Now imagine a news reporter always reporting every crash.
No worries.
I swear they only do car crash reports if it's like if either someone dies or something in the accident.
Transition to Mach 80,
But if it was like, you know, a fender bender or stuff, they wouldn't report it. They don't care, you know. Or if it's just like a oncoming collision or whatever, you know. As long as no one's hurt, they don't have to report on it. But like, as soon as it's like, it's anything dramatic, you know.
3274,
everyone would be scared of driving if there was a lot of car crashes reported. Dude, you know how many are there a day? Bro, freaking I-4 in Florida, bro. There'd be like 3 in one day.
Pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 34034.
Sorry, were you calling me there?
Speedbird 183, descend at
I know, Henry. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, it's whatever, man. It's whatever.
Descend upon discretion and maintain flow.
We can't even talk about I-95 in Fort Lauderdale, bro.
Speedbird 183.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, sorry, first Speedbird 183.
American 2349, climb and maintain flight level 380.
380, American 2349.
Alright, and I'm actually going to start the giveaway
American
now.
455, contact Boston approach 133.0. We'll see ya.
Roger, over to Boston approach 133.0, American 455.
Alright guys, explanation point, Madeira.
Good.
To get yourselves entered for a chance to win a Sim Market $5 gift card.
To 29er.
Number 50 Bravo, runway 29er, taxi via Charlie Alpha, cross runway 18.
Cleared to taxi to runway 29er via Charlie Alpha, cleared to cross runway 18, November 50 Bravo, thank you.
You're welcome.
Cool. We are looking good, everybody. Oh, we are not cruise already. Cool. So, Diving Guy, you are in it, so you are good. And let's go get the seatbelt sign off for these passengers. Let them stretch their legs for this long flight. Already been in there for 30 minutes. Not bad. Not bad. Only got 5 hours, 36 minutes to go, is what it's saying. We should be looking good, guys. We should be good. Hopefully, we arrive and start the sunrise.
3775, Boston Center, squawk.
My guess is we would.
66.
I don't have MSFS. Oh, damn, Snow. It's alright, bro. It's alright. I appreciate you being here, man. Next time I'll enter, hopefully, man. Hopefully. You gotta get that Microsoft, bro. I'd say get 2024, man. I mean, Snow, do you have any sim? I can't remember. I thought you remember. I think I remember talking about a sim with you, Snow. One second, guys.
Speedbird 183, cross traits at and maintain flight level 240.
Descend, maintain flight level 240, Speedbird 183.
American 3274, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Alright, I currently don't have a PC. Oh, right. That's what we were talking about. I remember. Okay, I got you now. When are you getting a computer again, man? Thought you were saying, was it you who were talking about like the budgets and stuff? Like what's like the budget for a good PC? I can't remember, bro. That was such a while ago.
For American 3274, we'd like to amend that cruise to flight level 320.
American 3274, climb and maintain flight level 320.
Alright, 32, appreciate it, 3274.
We should be leaving his airspace shortly.
American 3240, turn left heading 170, vectors 4 in trail. You can expect to rejoin the route at Topper here in a couple minutes.
Okay, left turn 170.
And guys, today for Inflight Entertainment, we got 3 Green Dot Aviation videos, and then I think 2 YVR Gopher videos. So it's gonna be fun. I'm hoping I can buy one this summer. Hopefully, Snow. Hopefully, bro. Because it'd be fun flying with you on the sim, man. That would be awesome, bro. I need to buy everything for it though, such as a monitor, PC, keyboard, mic, etc. Well, it's not. I have a brand new cooler that's in the box. I haven't opened it yet, and I bought it for a sale, and turns out it didn't fit in the computer, and it was too late to return. So I can send you a picture on it if you're in the Discord, and I can probably ship that out to you or something, because it's just been sitting in its box. Hasn't even been touched. Freaking brand new. And it was like 90 bucks. I got it on sale, so if you want that, hit me up, bro. I'll give it to you for cheap, man.
Delta 613, Boston Center.
A cooler? Yeah, like a computer cooler. Like for your CPU cooler.
Spirit Wings 190, climb and maintain.
Are you building your computer?
300.
Do you plan on building your computer? I have a spare keyboard I can donate. W Skyfall. Yeah, bro, Snow. Let's try and get you a PC, man. And I also have an old PC case, but it's kind of dusty.
Boston Center, November 2750 Bravo.
Nice departure. Appreciate you, Skystream. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Clear for takeoff, November 50 Bravo. Thank you, sir.
I want to buy a pre-build. I got you, Snow. I got you.
FedEx 1273, contact New York Center, 125.
I'm back. Welcome back, Dreamliner. Welcome. Also, give me like a 1 to 2 hour route. I said it earlier. What was it? Fort Lauderdale to Houston. Yeah, Fort Lauderdale to Houston, man.
125.32, thank you so much.
Dude, that one pilot, bro. See ya. Yo, Infrared's Heat Signature, what is up? Hello. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Skystream Aviation. Alright, bet. Yeah, that's a good route.
Lufthansa 3 Mike Kilo, cleared direct KEWR.
KEWR, Lufthansa 3 Mike Kilo.
KLM or Air France?
190, maintain Mach 0.7.
I'm gonna have to go KLM, man.
Less. That's for in-trail to Dulles.
I'm gonna win to get the 30. What do you mean, Evan? Evan, I'm gonna make sure you don't win.
190, maintain Mach 0.74 or less for in-trail to Dulles.
Copy, 0.74, and that's
win to get 30.
Boston Center, Delta 1212 with you, 8,000. Delta 1212, Boston Center, good evening. Climb and maintain, level 300.
Level
You'll
300,
be hitting me up with the
Delta
boop boop
1212.
boop.
Center, hello, Southwest 1050, 9,000, climbing 10,000.
Oh, Southwest 2638.
Southwest 1050, Boston Center, climb and maintain, level 230. Up 230, Southwest 1050.
Prime Bear 4211 Heavy. Can we be removed for 2 minutes?
I still have 2 unused gift cards, Law. Hey, Whisper, I'll gladly take one, and we could you can donate the other one.
Prime Air 47, approved as requested.
We'll call you back, thanks.
Number 50 Bravo, radar contact, climb and maintain 6,000, say altitude leaving.
Leaving 1,100, clear to 066,000, November 50 Bravo.
American 3240, turn right, heading 330.
Yeah, I mean, Whisper, you could, nah, they mine. I mean, Whisper, you could gladly, you know, donate me one, and then we could use the other one on stream for a giveaway.
American 2349.
Already talked to Whisper. Mine. Evan, you don't deserve anything.
And your altitude maintained for level 340 is going to be your final.
Alright, heading 180 down to 340, American 2249.
American 3240, thanks for your help on the speed. You can maintain Mach 0.80.
Okay, maintain Mach 180.
Boston Center, good evening. American 6, Tango Golf Heavy, pushing 9,400, climbing 14,000, 1,396 for 400.
201 there, American 6 Tango Golf, Boston Center, climb and maintain for level 360.
Climb maintain 50, American 6 Tango Golf Heavy.
Speedbird 217, Boston Center, squawk 3447,
Dreamliner.
radar contact.
You realize you asked me that question like 14 times?
Southwest 1050, cleared direct is easy.
And I think you already know the answer?
Boston Center, Prime Air 4211, back with you.
Prime Air 4211, roger.
Boston Center, Speedbird 217, sorry, we had an issue with the connection.
Speedbird 217, Boston Center, no problem. Squawk 3447 and maintain level 4.
Evan is making weird noise. Evan, bro.
I
swear.
Squawk code 3447.
You should see him when he's doing his internship at a hotel and he's inspecting rooms. He's walking around with a bag of chips while cleaning a room. I mean,
Speedbird 183, contact New York approach 1.
you can't even say you're, oh, I'm the supervisor. I can't do it, bro. Evan, bro, you're a troll, bro. Skyfall, can you send me the,
climb and maintain the light level.
can you send me the,
and for traffic, expect that to be your final.
settings for 2024 that you're talking about?
0 for final, Southwest 1050. American 3238, contact Washington Center 125.45. Have a good flight.
2545, American 32 today, we'll see you.
So long. Lufthansa 1 Hotel Tango, descend and maintain, level 360.
Whoa. How the hell Skyfall got so in front of us?
Delta 1212, climb and maintain, flight level 320 for traffic, expect that as your final. Alright, that's the 320 and fourth final.
787-10 or -9? I'm gonna go -9, bro. -9 for show. Let's see, what are we landing? Fuel, that's alright.
349, maintain Mach 0.74 or less.
Mach 0.74 less, American 2249.
He took off when I pushed.
Turn right, heading
Bro, I swear he was behind me.
Right 220, American 22.
Was he not?
United 523, Moncton Center is offline, frequency change approved.
Unit confirm United 522.
United 522, Moncton Center is offline. Frequency change approved. Have a good flight.
Alright, over to the dark side, United 522. Thanks for the ATC. We'll see you.
Alright, take care.
What a guy. Evan, what a legend. And we are officially... Wait for it. We are officially on the dark side. Let's go. Okay, we'll after stream. Gotcha. Skyfall. Yeah, how'd you speed up so fast? I swear you were just right behind me, were you not? I swear you were behind me. Am I tripping or what? He is in a rush, it looks like. I don't think so. I'm flying regular? Wait, did you depart before me? Oh, wait a minute. Hold up, let me pull up VATScope. Or VATSIM radar. Because I think you got a different vector than us. Because I got sent to the... No. You got the same departure as me. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at mine. Whoops. Bro, Skyfall, I think you're on 2 times acceleration mode. Cause you just passed Whisper now. We got the same vector? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Skyfall, bro, make sure your FMC doesn't have acceleration mode on, cause it kind of looks like it does. Bro, you were vrooming past Whisper now. Because I know if you leave acceleration mode on by accident, it'll just do it on its own. No, it's not. I have 81 knot tailwind. I will slow down then. What's your Mach number? I'm Mach 0.81 right now, so... Because that's so weird. Bro, Skyfall, correct me if I'm wrong. You departed behind us, right? I have no idea how you flew that fast. I have 88 knot tailwind. Let's see what I got right now. I got a 89 quartering tailwind. I'm Mach 0.79 guy. Lol, yes, departed number 3. That's what I thought. How the hell are you that up? Yo, something's not making right. Something's not making sense at all. Bro, I think you have like a speeding up thing on, cause you are gapping us, bro. Keep your Mach 0.8 also 79? Okay. Yeah, I mean... Bro, if you look on your map, bro, if VATSIM or something, bro, you are freaking ripping, bro. Looks like it'll be dark in just a little bit. Alright, I reckon. Let's see. We could start watching a Green Dot Aviation. I want to catch the sunset though. So once it starts to get dark, we still got a while, so let's see. We'll pull up a business class. Why not? Actually, you know what? Economy it is. IFE time? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Whisper. Wait, we gotta go exit row. Let's go exit row. Exit row has a working tray table, right? Yeah, there we go. Look at that. There we go. Alright, let me pull up the video. Let me see. I have it somewhere. Here we go. Alright. So we have multiple options. Which one do you guys want to watch first? Let me pull them up here. Alright, so we go here, here, and here. Let's see. So for IFE, we have what really happened to Korean Air Flight 007, or the full story of Flight 92, KEWR air disaster, 19 seconds from collision, EasyJet 6074. Which one do you guys want to watch first? We'll watch them all, but I'm just asking, what do you guys want to watch first? Oh my god, I'm back just in time. Yeah, just in time, Henry. Just in time, man. Number 1, so this one, Korean Air. Which one, or this one? Is this one? This one? Which one? I'm gonna go cook, so I'll be back in 15 minutes. Alright, sounds good, Snow. See you in a bit, man. Alright, which one do you want, Henry? And Whisper? We reckon... I reckon we do... Yeah, we could do one first. Let's see. Just drag those over there. Green air? Okay, cool. I got you. Let me just size it up. How much time left? Bro, we got like 5.5 hours. Probably 5 hours remaining, is my guess. James Bond was on it. Are you serious? This one? The Korean Air? Flight 007, Evan? That's why they got shot. Well, don't spoil it, Evan. Never watched this. Alright. Pausing the music here. And we'll go watch what happened, what really happened, Korean Air Flight 007.
It's the hot summer of 1983, and the Cold War rages. Ronald Reagan is US President, Michael Jackson's Thriller is at the top of the charts, and Pac-Man is all the rage. The threat of nuclear war looms large, and intense suspicion fills the air. This almost comic juxtaposition of pop and politics formed the backdrop against which Korean Airlines Flight 7 took to the skies above New York on August 31st.
Evan was just missing about you with James Bond. Okay.
People on board knew that an incredible series of events was about to unfold on
Quiet boy,
which would bring the world to the brink of war. This is the incredible story of Korean Airlines Flight 7.
Bro, I love Green Dot's intro. It like adds suspense.
In the middle of the night, on August 31st,
is audio good, guys?
A Korean Airlines Boeing 747 stopped over to refuel at Anchorage in Alaska. It was traveling from New York to Seoul in South Korea as Flight 007. On board were 246 passengers and 23 crew. Most of the passengers were Koreans heading home, though there were also a few dozen US citizens, as well as several Japanese and Taiwanese nationals, and people from 8 other countries. Many of the passengers were transiting through South Korea on their way to their home countries. Up in the front of the massive plane, the flight crew began preparing the aircraft for its 8-hour trans-Pacific voyage. In command of the flight was 45-year-old Captain Chung Byung-in. Chun was an ex-Korean Air Force pilot, and after decades of flying, he had built up over 10,000 hours of flying experience, more than 6,000 of which were on the 747. He had been flying this particular route for the past 5 years, and he knew it very well. He was joined in the cockpit by 47-year-old First Officer Son Dong-hee. Like the captain, Son had previously flown for the Korean Air Force. He had joined Korean Airlines 4 years previously, and, like the captain, he was highly experienced, having accumulated just short of 9,000 hours flying time. Sitting behind the pilots at the flight engineers station was 31-year-old Kim E-dong. Kim had joined Korean Airlines in 1977, and in this time had accumulated 4,000 hours of flying time, over 2,500 of which were on the 747. On this night, the plane's route would take it over the world's largest ocean, on the northernmost of 5 predefined NOPACs, or North Pacific routes. This route was known as Romeo 20, and it was favoured by airlines because it provided the shortest oceanic crossing. The route contained 10 waypoints, most of which corresponded not to beacons on the ground, but to latitude and longitude coordinates, which the pilots programmed into the plane's onboard computer, known as the INS, or Inertial Navigation System. This computer will play a crucial role as the flight progresses.
Bro, imagine plugging all that in manually
read out each
back
coordinate
then
from the printed copy of the flight plan, while the other entered them into the inertial navigation
into a little
system.
computer like that, bro.
On this flight, the pilots had to take extra care when entering these coordinates into their computers. While the Romeo 20 route was the shortest path across the Pacific, it came within 32 kilometers of Soviet-restricted airspace. In 1983, Cold War tensions had reached a level of intensity not seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis 2 decades previously. The Soviets were on high alert for enemy intruders into their airspace, and they had shown little restraint in shooting infringing aircraft down. The pilots of Flight 7 were well aware of this, but some would later speculate that as they entered these waypoints on the ground, they made a grave error. We'll explore this possibility in a moment. At 10 minutes to 4 that morning, Flight 7 and its 269 passengers and crew pushed back from the gate at Anchorage. They were right on schedule to arrive in Seoul in just under 8 hours, at 6 AM local time. After a short
Kinda
taxi
crazy
to runway
that many
32,
people flying out of
the pilots
Anchorage.
lined up and received takeoff clearance.
I don't even
At 5
think there's
a.m.
a
that
commercial
morning,
flight
they pushed the plane's 4 massive
from
engines
Anchorage
to take
to
off power
Seoul
and began
anymore.
thundering down the runway.
I know it's a bunch of cargo.
Seconds after takeoff, Anchorage Air Traffic Control asked the pilots to turn left onto a compass heading of 220 degrees, or roughly southwest. This was to put them on course towards their flight plan route. The pilots began this slow turn to the left as they climbed out over the Alaskan wilderness. But just as they leveled the wings a few moments later, the controller gave them another instruction. He now asked them to fly directly to the Bethel waypoint, a radio beacon 600 kilometers to the west. This was a
Anchorage used to
shortcut for
be
the
a
pilots,
massive hub.
as Bethel was the second waypoint on their flight plan.
Probably, would it be because
By
of
going
like
straight
fuel?
there,
A fuel
they
stop
could bypass
probably?
the Cairn Mountain radio beacon, which was their first waypoint. The only problem was that at a distance of 600 kilometers, the Bethel beacon was out
I mean,
of range
Anchorage
of
is
the
still a
navigation
massive hub
radios.
for cargo.
So, instead of tuning the frequency of this beacon into their radios, they engaged the autopilot and turned the heading select knob to a heading of about 245 degrees. This would put them roughly on course for the beacon. Their plan was that once they got closer, they could switch the autopilot from heading select mode to nav mode. The difference between these two modes would play a critical role in the events to follow. In nav mode, the plane automatically follows the route which the pilots program into it. Each time the plane reaches a new waypoint, it turns towards the next one, and continues all the way until the last waypoint on the route.
Yes, fuel was the big
This
reason.
automatic
Gotcha,
route
Whisper.
following reduces the workload of the pilots, as it allows them to simply sit back and monitor the progress of the flight, rather than constantly changing headings manually as they reach new waypoints. By contrast, in heading mode, the plane doesn't follow a route, but rather it stays on a compass heading, which the pilots select on the autopilot. This mode is never used for entire flights, but rather it's a temporary method used to steer the plane away from weather, or to navigate closer to airports on landing. A pilot can simply select the heading they desire for as long as they need it, and then turn the plane back on course when, in this example, they have passed the weather.
Beanie Baby, that did not work.
Once back on course, they re-engage nav mode, and the plane continues along the original route. Within a few moments, the pilots were on a heading of 245 degrees, and were climbing to their initial cruising altitude of 31,000 feet. Most of the passengers were still asleep. In New York, where the flight had originally departed from, the local time was now just past 7 AM. Before long, Flight 7 was passing by the Cairn Mountain radio beacon, which was originally the first waypoint on the flight plan. At this point, Anchorage Air Traffic Control told the pilots to contact the next controller along their route. They made contact, and the controller asked them to report passing Bethel, the final land-based waypoint on their transoceanic route. As far as the pilots were concerned, all was going smoothly. On long flights, with little to do but make the odd position report to air traffic control, the cockpit takes on a comfortable, almost cocoon-like quality. The warm lighting of the instruments encases the pilots, while the white noise of the cold air outside rushes by the cockpit. Ahead of the pilots lay 7 hours of smooth sailing.
What a vibe.
About 10 minutes behind them, another Korean Airlines flight, Flight 15, was on its way from Anchorage to Seoul, on the same route. The two crews would be able to keep each other company over the radio as they made their way out over the Pacific. But despite appearances, these two jets would have entirely different experiences as they set out across the ocean. As the minutes passed, they began to resemble each other less and less. Almost an hour after takeoff, and cruising at 31,000 feet, Flight 7 neared the Bethel radio beacon. As this was the last land-based beacon on the flight path before the pilots set out over the ocean, it was vitally important that they used it to check that their navigation equipment was accurate. Every waypoint after this was just a kind of virtual waypoint, a set of latitude and longitude coordinates which were contained within the plane's fully internal navigation computers. This meant that the Bethel waypoint served as a kind of umbilical cord, connecting the plane to Mother Earth before it set out over the ocean by its own lights. It wasn't just commonsensical to check their position at Bethel either. It was company policy at Korean Airlines, and it was the procedure outlined by Boeing in their flight manuals. But for some reason, when the pilots passed the Bethel beacon, they appeared not to notice that they were actually 12 nautical miles to the north of it. A little bit of navigational inaccuracy was expected back in 1983, but after just 1 hour of flight, the plane should not have been more than 2 nautical miles off course.
Oh yeah, Whisper.
And yet,
Beanie Baby, I don't know if
a full 12 miles
you
north
heard me, but
of where it should have been.
Exclamation point Madeira didn't work for you. Try
The pilots told air
capital
traffic
M.
control that they were at Bethel, and they continued their journey west. So, already, barely an hour into the flight, things had started to go wrong.
I don't get it. Why didn't they just
already,
enable INS
there are
already
two things
to
which we need to
Bethel?
explain. The first of these is why the plane was off course to begin with. If you think back to those two autopilot modes, nav and heading select, then an obvious candidate appears. Could it be that the pilots simply forgot to put the autopilot in nav mode as the plane neared the beacon? If this was the case, then rather than snapping back
they
onto
really
the flight
forgot
plan
to
route,
switch modes?
the
Damn.
plane would simply continue on a heading of 245 degrees where the pilots had left it. It didn't
Yeah,
hit
but shouldn't
Bethel,
they be doing
and
position
it wouldn't
checks?
hit any other waypoints after it. The plane was now on a long straight road to nowhere. Pilots have made this mistake before, and the design of the 747 cockpit makes it a difficult mistake to notice. Unlike in modern aircraft, there was no annunciator light to tell the pilots that they were in heading mode. So, at least for now, we'll go with this explanation, that the pilots forgot to put the INS into nav mode, because it fits all of the available facts. But that doesn't mean that new facts won't emerge as the flight progresses. It's one thing to end up off course, but it's another thing altogether not to notice it.
Don't think
So
they
the
have
second
radio
thing
like we
he's
do now to
explaining
do
is
position
why
check.
the
But
pilots
here's the
didn't
thing.
seem to notice that they had strayed off course.
Bethel was the VOR.
It seems almost
They could have just
unthinkable
tuned
that
to
sheer
the VOR
neglect
and it
could
would have
cause
told
all
them
3 flight crew members to miss
where
this
to go.
important position check at Bethel. Was something else at play? This question will become an increasing focus of the story as the plane continues its journey out over the Pacific.
Imagine they were like,
In 41 minutes,
let's just
the plane
fly
would reach
straight
its
into
next
Russian
waypoint,
airspace.
called
Just
Navy.
ba-boom.
Once here, the crew would have another chance to check their position against their flight plan. As Flight 7 continued out west, a whole other sort of operation was being conducted a few hundred miles ahead, on the Soviet peninsula of Kamchatka. The USSR was planning a series of missile tests, which would commence later that day on September 1st. Because of this, the Soviets were on high alert. They were carefully monitoring the airspace around the peninsula, keeping a close eye out for US spy planes. And, as it turned out, their paranoia was well founded. Just to the east of Kamchatka, a United States RC-135 was circling. This 4-engined military jet was part of a covert mission sent to gather intelligence on the upcoming missile tests. Its exterior lights were all turned off, and it was slowly, cautiously, gathering information on Soviet activities on the ground.
Damn.
The personnel inside were listening to Soviet radio communications and scanning the ground to try to understand the capabilities of their enemy. But it wasn't long before the Soviets caught sight of the plane on radar. Meanwhile, Flight 7 had reached its next waypoint, Navy. The pilots now had another chance to notice the discrepancy between the route in their flight plan and the actual path they were taking. By this point, they were now 60 nautical miles north of their intended course, or about 110 kilometers. This discrepancy between their actual route and their planned route would have appeared on their INS. But for some reason, at 32 minutes past 6 in the morning Alaska time, the pilots of Flight 7 told air traffic control that they had passed Navy. And this is where another oddity about this flight rears its head. When the pilots radioed Anchorage to tell them that they had passed Navy, they heard nothing but static on the other end of the line. But
Already
apparently
too
without
far.
much thought as to why this could be, the crew of Flight 7 asked their colleagues on Flight 15 to relay their message to the controller. They managed to do this without issue, even though they were supposedly just 10 minutes behind Flight 7. This relay was set up, and from here on, all messages between Flight 7 and Anchorage would be relayed through Flight 15. Of course, in reality, the reason that the crew couldn't get through to Anchorage was that they were simply out of radio range. Radio communications over long distances are never that reliable to begin with, so the fact that they were having trouble talking to Anchorage wasn't an immediate cause for concern for the pilots. However, when we couple this with another strange fact, we have to begin to wonder if there is some other explanation for the pilots' apparent nonchalance. 140 nautical miles to the south of Navy, on the small island of St. Paul, there was a radio beacon. As part of Korean Airlines procedures for aircraft flying this route, pilots had to check that they could pick up this beacon as they passed Navy. This was another easy way for the crew to ensure that they were on track. Have a look at this map from the ICAO's report into this incident in 1993. It shows the beacon here, and its range as this ring. Here is the
they're
flight
just
plan
out of
route
it.
for Flight 7, and here is the plane's actual route. As you can see, if the pilots had been on track, they would easily have been in range of the beacon.
Oh,
But
wait,
because
hold
they were
on.
well
It's
north of
sunset.
their intended track, there was no way they could pick up a signal.
Look at that.
So, we're left with a question. Did the crew even try to pick up the beacon? After all, they were supposed to, according to Korean Airlines policy. If they did try, and they didn't get any signal from it, then they would have concluded either that they were off course, or that the beacon was not operational. If they figured that the beacon was not operational, they would have contacted air traffic control, or at least the other Korean Airlines crew, to ask whether this was the case. But we know that they never did this. We also know that they didn't try to pick it up and then conclude that they were off course, because if they had done this, they would have realized that they were off course, and they would have corrected for it. So,
What are we
just
giving
leaves
away?
us with one
$5
possibility.
SIM market gift card, Beanie Baby.
The crew of Flight 7 never checked their position relative to the beacon at
Bro,
St. Paul.
what pilots, bro?
Why might this be? Why would a crew flying long distances over open ocean fail to do such a simple and mandatory check to confirm that they were on course? There are two concerning possibilities here. Negligence, or perhaps worse, there is the possibility that the crew never intended to follow the flight plan.
That's what I said.
Within a few minutes, Flight 7 had crossed the international dateline, and with that, into Soviet airspace.
Oh,
It was
that's
now
like
September
me busting
1st,
a Bravo.
1983.
They're cooked. Did you see my last message about my video?
A few hundred miles ahead of Flight 7, the
where?
Soviets had gone into panic stations. They had caught sight of the US spy plane on radar,
Was it,
circling to the east of the Kamchatka Peninsula. This was not the
Was it
first time in recent
the,
weeks that they had spotted a
review?
US spy plane in their airspace. In fact, just recently, many high-ranking Soviet commanders had been fired for failing to shoot down infringing aircraft before they got away. On this night, the commanders at
For all the
Kamchatka
new-
were determined not to let
For
this
all
happen to
they
them.
knew they were
In
on
the cockpit of
course.
Flight 7, the alert button
shot.
on the INS flashed
I
orange,
just posted flight
indicating
review.
that the
Gotcha,
plane
Beanie
had
Baby.
passed its next waypoint,
Send it in
Neva.
self-promo.
The way the INS works, this flash happens not when the plane reaches the waypoint, but rather when it comes closest to it on its route. This meant that the flashing light alone was not confirmation that the plane was on course. However, through years of normal use, this was how the pilots
can
of
put it
Flight
on
7
stream?
interpreted it.
Yeah, I could.
The pilot's manuals specified that when this light flashed, signifying that they had passed a waypoint, they should carry out a number of checks to confirm their position. This included plotting their present position on a chart. It also involved checking any radio beacons within range, and it involved confirming that the plane turned as expected towards the next waypoint
No problem,
on its
Beanie
route.
Baby. How long left in
If
his
the
vid? Like
pilots had carried
20
out any of these
minutes,
checks,
maybe?
they would have seen that they were way, way off course.
We got plenty of time, Beanie
In
Baby.
fact,
Don't worry, bro.
by now, they were already 160 nautical miles north of where they should have been, or about 300 kilometers. If they had plotted their coordinates on a map, they would have seen that this planted them.
1 second, guys. I want to get a wing view for the sunset. There we go. Actually, let me make it this, so that way we can still see the IFE. Go back. There we go. There we go. Now that's the view.
Squarely inside forbidden airspace. They were now flying through a buffer zone between US and Soviet airspace. This buffer zone was off limits to civilian aircraft, and what's worse, if the pilots kept flying, they would soon end up in Soviet airspace. This was a terrifying prospect. Just 5 years previously, another Korean Airlines passenger jet had strayed off course into Soviet airspace and was shot down over northern Russia.
Bro, I
Incredibly,
won't lie.
that aircraft met a fortunate end, landing safely on a frozen lake, with
Damn.
all but 2 of the passengers surviving the ordeal. But there was no guarantee that things would go so well on this night.
Swear,
Not least
something
because
up with
right
these
at that
Korean
very
Air
second,
pilots
Soviet
back
radar
then.
installations on Kamchatka had caught sight of Flight 7 on radar. As the 269 passengers and crew on board Flight 7 cruised through the skies above the Pacific, they were completely oblivious to the fact that they were now being watched closely on Soviet military radar. They also didn't know that just 10 minutes flying time off to their right-hand side, a US spy plane was circling, gathering intelligence about an enemy which they were now about to inadvertently overfly.
Why didn't you not make a new
The
community?
Soviets
What do
were
you mean,
tracking
Dreamliner?
both of these aircraft,
What do you mean?
and had previously identified the US spy plane correctly as an RC-135. It struck them as odd, however, that the second plane was being so daring. Rather than circling just within range of the peninsula, it appeared to be heading straight for it. Its altitude and speed were constant too. Whatever this plane was, it apparently wasn't concerned about the possibility of being intercepted. And as Flight
Damn.
7 neared the Kamchatka Peninsula,
They're cooked.
that's exactly what happened. Soviet commanders scrambled 4 fighter jets to intercept the plane. They took to the skies and immediately began racing towards the wayward aircraft. In the cockpit of the Korean Airlines Jumbo, the pilots continued on talking as normal, both amongst themselves and to their colleagues on Flight 15. They were oblivious to the fact that they were hundreds of miles from where they thought they were, deep within Soviet airspace. As this was happening, fighter jets were being vectored by Soviet ground control at lightning speed towards the mystery intruder. Fighter jets are fast, but commercial aircraft are fast too, and Flight 7 was travelling at over 80% the speed of sound.
It's like Mach
The race
180.
was truly on. Would the fighter jets be able to reach the aircraft before it slipped back into international waters? Or would Flight 7 end up in a fireball over the Kamchatka Peninsula after being mistaken for a spy plane?
Yeah, probably a fireball.
The pilots didn't know it, but as they sat there talking in the warm cocoon of the cockpit, they were racing towards an international border which was their salvation. The Soviet fighter jets sped closer and closer, but just as they were beginning to close in on the wayward flight, they ran out of fuel.
Hello, T-Fox.
Reluctantly,
Hello. How
they
you
turned
doing?
around
Welcome to the stream.
and returned to base.
Is this
Flight
Air
7
Korea
blissfully
video?
crossed
Yes,
back
it is
into
T-Fox.
international waters, none the wiser about how close it had come to disaster.
Air Korea.
Not
Air
long
Korean
after,
Air.
the plane was out of range of
007.
Soviet radar too, and once again, its true position over planet Earth was unknown to anyone outside, or indeed, anyone on board.
Wait, so they're no longer in the
But
Russian
ignorance
airspace?
wouldn't be bliss for long.
Or are they still in it?
A few hundred miles ahead of the flight, on the island of Sakhalin, the Soviets were waiting. Their Kamchatkan comrades had alerted them to the presence of a mystery intruder, heading southwest towards their position. The flight was still outside of radar range of Sakhalin Island, but the Soviets began preparing.
Oh no, they're still in it. Just in
This time,
out of
they
radar
wouldn't miss their
range.
chance.
I got it.
On board Flight 7, the pilots still had some time to notice their incredible error. But for that to happen, something would have to alert them to one of the many anomalies appearing on their INS screens. At this point, the pilots were transferred from Anchorage Air Traffic Control to Tokyo Control. They told Tokyo that they had just passed the waypoint Nippy at 9 minutes past 5 GMT, and that they were expecting to reach their next waypoint, Noka, at 26 minutes past 6. Tokyo Air Traffic Control acknowledged their message. All appeared normal on the flight deck. The crew were in range of Tokyo Air Traffic Control, so they no longer needed their colleagues to act as a relay. The coordinates on the INS were still showing the plane to be well off course, but unless the pilots actually plotted these coordinates on a map, they were unlikely to notice. Meanwhile, Soviet commanders on the island of Sakhalin had been told that there had been a border violation over Kamchatka, and that what was probably a US RC-135 was now 500 kilometers from their position, flying towards the island on a heading of 240. The commanders waited eagerly for the target to appear on their radar.
Welcome back, Snot.
And at 5:45 PM GMT,
what were you cooking?
That's exactly what happened. A blip appeared, matching the description given by the officers at Kamchatka. Altitude, 9,000 meters. Speed, 800 kilometers per hour. Some officers speculated that this could be a civilian aircraft, or even a Soviet jet which was out of radio contact. After all, what US spy plane in its right mind would fly in a straight line at a constant altitude
Yeah, for
and
real,
speed
bro.
for hours on end? Was this some kind of bluff?
If it was,
at the same time,
that's some bold
other officers
pilots, bro.
contended that there was no way it could be a civilian aircraft. It was over 500 kilometers from the nearest
Bro, imagine
passenger
just
air route,
sending
and
a ghost
it had
plane
entered their airspace in the same place where a
up,
known US
like
spy
take
plane
off
was
and just,
orbiting.
let that thing climb up, same
But in
heading,
truth,
and just
there was
jump out,
only one way
and then
to
send that.
identify
That's
the
a good
mystery
decoy.
aircraft. The Soviets put 2 fighter jets at the ready.
I made spaghetti with
When the time
chicken and
came,
ham mixed
they would
in
scramble
it
these
with
jets
seasoned fried
and track down the
Ooh.
intruding aircraft.
Nice, no?
And they would have to identify it fast.
Maybe put a
before
little
it
bit of
got
garlic
away
bread
a
on the
second
side
time.
and some meatballs, maybe?
Their careers
Well, you
were
got chicken,
depending on
so
it.
that's good, bro. That's some
Back on
goodies
Flight
right there.
7, much more than careers were at stake, but the crew were as oblivious as ever. The flight attendants made an announcement to the passengers. They would be landing in Seoul in 3 hours, and would shortly be coming around the cabin with beverages and breakfast. Meanwhile, the pilots continued chatting with the crew of Flight 15.
We have a pleasant chat because Mr. Kim here is giving us a little fun. Well, after arrival in Seoul, it's better for you to study all those things. Study what? There's nothing to be studied. By the way, what a good season. It's autumn. I hope I could take a day off for autumn leaves viewing. Make a schedule. Why don't you take some time off and go to Sorak Mountain?
Wait,
Are you about 3 minutes ahead of us?
how are they doing?
Throughout their journey, the crew of Flight 7 had ample
Are they doing this on
opportunity
like
to
a different
notice the
frequency?
deviation in their flight path.
Or like, are there calm too,
There
you
were
know?
several anomalies, from poor radio signals
I didn't have
with
garlic
Anchorage air
bread
traffic
and I
control,
was too lazy to
to
make some.
waypoints which they
I
seemed
got
to be
you, son.
passing
All
slightly
good, all
later
good.
than expected.
That's still a good meal right there, bro.
But now, the crew would get one more sign that something was off. During their casual conversation with their colleagues on Flight 15, they exchanged information on the winds which they were experiencing.
How much do you get there? How much and which direction? 206. 35 knots. Which direction? Which direction? 040. 040. 30 degrees. 30 knots. 40 degrees direction, 35 knots. Ah, you got so much. We still got headwind. Headwind 215 degrees, 15 knots.
These aircraft were supposedly just
how
3
do they?
minutes apart.
How do they not know?
And yet
bro?
one had a headwind, while the other had a tailwind. This was a significant piece of information, which should have alerted both crews to the possibility that something was amiss.
I just saw it on the internet. What?
That
balls?
the wind would change so much in the space of just a few miles, or that one of the flights was not where it was supposed to be. The pilots of Flight 15 pointed out that according to the flight plan, the winds should be closer to what they were experiencing.
Is it so? But according to flight plan, wind direction 360, 15 knots approximately. Well, it may be like this.
Well, it may be like this.
Yo, maybe is not an answer, bro.
A perfect demonstration of the psychological phenomenon of confirmation bias.
Told you.
And specifically, of the related effect of belief perseverance. This is the tendency to persist in your beliefs even when there is mounting evidence that they are wrong.
I know
For the
Whisper,
whole
it's
journey,
crazy, man.
The crew of Flight 7 believed that they were on course. That was their reality.
Bro, that airspace shut down so quick.
Who were apparently just a few miles ahead
And
of
the
them,
amount of diversions
reported
too.
an anomaly that they were experiencing much different winds than Flight 7 was. The crew's natural response, therefore, was to wave it off as just one of those things that happens. Well, it may be like this. Of course, the horrifying reality was that at that very moment, 2 Soviet fighter jets had taken up position behind them.
Oh boy.
For the first time that night, the Soviets had eyes on the mystery intruder.
Bro, Green Dot's killing it with this
The
videos,
pilot
bro.
of the closer of the 2 jets, known as an interceptor for obvious reasons, reported that it was too dark to make out what kind of aircraft he was tailing.
Okay, but
One of the
surely
commanders on the ground
they
said
would
that
know
if it had 4 contrails,
that it would,
then it had to be an RC-135.
surely
The commanders were
if
eager
they
not to
saw
let the
all the
aircraft
lights
get
on
away.
and stuff,
But at the
I'd
same
be like,
time,
bro,
they knew they
who
couldn't
leaves
shoot
their
the plane
lights on?
down unless it was over the island,
Especially if they're
and
doing like a
unless they had
reconnaissance mission or
positively
something.
identified it. But time was running out. The Soviets began a hurried process to identify the aircraft. But crucially, this entire process was informed by something their colleagues had told them earlier, that this was probably a US spy plane. As a result, rather than first treating the plane as a civilian aircraft and trying to call it on the international distress frequency, they immediately began using military interception techniques. This involved using what's known as the friend-foe system, which electronically identifies whether a military aircraft is their own or their enemy's. But, naturally, this yielded no response from the mystery aircraft. The interceptor then employed a more threatening technique. He first flashed his lights, which for one thing was useless given that he was well behind the aircraft, and then he fired warning shots in front of the plane. But again, something crucial was missing. These warning shots from the plane's cannon were not tracer bullets, which can be clearly seen at night. They were just normal, armor-piercing bullets, completely invisible in the nighttime sky. In what can only be described as tragic irony, the Soviets too were now beginning to fall prey to confirmation bias. Everything they tried only confirmed their preconceived belief that this intruder was indeed a US spy plane. However, just like the crew of Flight 7, they would be handed one piece of contradictory evidence, which would give them an opportunity to reassess their conclusions. The ground commanders ordered the pilot of the interceptor to report whether the intruder's navigation lights were on. Navigation lights, or nav lights, are the green and red lights on the wingtips of every plane. No spy plane would leave these lights on if they wanted to remain hidden.
Yeah, like I said.
If the intruder's nav lights
yeah,
were
they're
on,
100%
it
dead
was
probably,
quite possible
bro.
that this mystery aircraft was in fact a wayward passenger jet.
Bro, I'd just
Have a
fly
look at
right
this
next to
transcript
it.
from Soviet ground control. It shows the sheer confusion and panic among the commanders as the intruding aircraft began flying over the island. There was chaos as the officers made hurried and half-hearted attempts to identify the aircraft before it re-entered international waters. And amidst all of this confusion, the order was given. The interceptor pilot was to shoot down the intruder.
Uh-oh.
In the cabin of Flight 7, the passengers tried to catch a final bit of sleep before breakfast. The soothing hum of the engines had been a constant companion for the entire journey, but now all of this would change.
Not good.
Up in the cockpit, the pilots had been cleared by air traffic control to climb to flight level 370, 2,000 feet above their current altitude. They dialed this into the autopilot and began climbing.
Real time? Yeah, we're on real time,
And as the
Dreamliner.
plane went uphill, it slowed down. The interceptor, which had been trailing the plane, zoomed past it, unable to slow down in time. The fighter pilot immediately interpreted this as an evasive maneuver by the plane, aimed at putting him in the path of its weapons. On the ground, the commanders were at their wits' end. They had to act now, before the plane got away. In mere seconds, it would coast out into international waters. The oblivious calm on board Flight 7 was now about to come to an end. The pilot of the interceptor jet pressed a button. 2 seconds later, he pressed it again. In the cabin, all hell broke loose. Missile fragments had punctured the aircraft's skin in dozens of places, and the pressurized air inside began rushing out. The pilots were dumbstruck. Immediately, they tried to take stock of what had happened. The flight engineer confirmed that all 4 engines were working normally. Whatever had exploded,
Oh,
it
nice,
wasn't an
no?
engine.
Nice, bro.
Maybe this was an explosive decompression. Neither the flight crew nor anybody else on board knew that they had been hit by a missile. They still thought that they were on course towards Seoul, en route Romeo 20. Within seconds of the missile strike, the plane entered a rapid climb. The autopilot was still engaged, but it was unable to pitch the plane's nose down. This was because the hydraulic system which powered the elevators on the tailplane had been taken out by the missile.
Oh, man.
And that was far from the only problem.
Oh, it's a good game.
Just 11 seconds after the fuselage had been breached by the missile fragments, enough air had escaped from the cabin that the passenger oxygen masks dropped from the ceiling. In the cockpit, the pilots quickly put on their oxygen masks and disengaged the autopilot. The captain tried to force the nose of the plane down, but it was no good. 3 of the aircraft's 4 hydraulic systems had lost pressure, having been severed by the missile. The pilots were now trapped in an out-of-control aircraft which was screaming upwards at a frightening pace. If it kept climbing like this, it would soon lose enough speed that it would stall and begin falling back to Earth.
Man, bro.
As all of this was happening, the Soviet commanders frantically tried to ascertain the status of the intruder aircraft. The fighter pilot who fired the missiles reported that the target had been destroyed. Its exterior lights had gone out now, and it was flying erratically. However, the ground commanders could still see the plane on the radar. They urged the second fighter jet to close in and finish the job with its cannons.
Destroy it, use the 2-3 to destroy it. Oh my god.
In the cockpit of Flight 7, the pilots were still oblivious to the fact that their plane was not dying of
I'm playing
natural
online
causes.
and the game uses real life weather and
40 seconds
time.
after the missile strike,
I'm at the waypoint
the plane
Jeppy and
reached
it's
an
currently
altitude
raining.
of 38,000
Oh, dude,
feet
we're almost at
before
Jeppy.
finally dipping its nose and entering a rapid descent.
Oh man.
The first officer radioed Tokyo Air Traffic Control, telling them that they were experiencing a rapid decompression and that they were attempting to descend
What is your
to
alternate
10,000
Tenerife?
feet. The pilots tried desperately to regain some control on the way down, even managing to slow their descent as the plane fell. But ultimately, the 747 was too crippled to be controllable. 104 seconds after impact, both of the plane's black boxes stopped recording. Nobody knows exactly what happened on board the plane after this point.
Skystream, bro, don't
All
even.
that's
You
known for
messaged
sure
me.
is that it continued descending in a left-hand spiral until it finally hit the sea 6 minutes later.
Jeez, bro.
None of the 269 passengers and crew survived. At the time of missile impact, Flight 7 was 650 kilometers off course.
Oh my god.
In the days that followed, despite the USSR's best efforts, it became increasingly clear to the world that Korean Airlines Flight 7 had been shot down in a chilling case of mistaken identity. Amidst the political firestorm which erupted after the shootdown, one question appeared impossible to answer. Why had a modern aircraft like the Boeing 747-200, operated by an experienced flight crew, strayed so horribly off course? And furthermore, why hadn't any of the pilots noticed? As it turns out, it's still not agreed why Flight 7 went off course. The report into this incident, published in 1993 by the International Civil Aviation Organization, contains differing explanations of the navigation error. In many parts, it supports what is today the most accepted theory, that the pilots left the aircraft in heading mode after being cleared to the Bethel beacon shortly after takeoff, and simply forgot to put it into nav mode for the rest of the flight. But, at the end of the report, there is a rejection of this theory, owing to the sheer improbability that the flight crew would have abandoned their duties for such a long duration. It says that the crew's actions, quote, cannot be explained by an insufficient professional level of crew training, inattention, or even negligence, since in this case what one is talking about is the complete refusal of the crew to comply with all the rules and procedures for the performance of the flight prescribed by the airline's instructions, including those in the event of possible abnormalities in the operation of the equipment. This section of the report goes on to put forward an entirely different theory, that the pilots actually intended to fly the route that they ended up flying. How could this be? Well, it turns out that the route the pilots flew was almost a direct line between Anchorage and the Seoul Flight Information
Mr. Positive Rate,
or
hello,
basically Seoul's
welcome,
airspace.
welcome. How you doing, bro?
It's possible, therefore, that when the pilots set up their INS computers on the ground, they didn't program in the route in the flight plan, which included 10 different waypoints, but rather they simply put the
Was that on a
coordinates
huge
for Seoul's
fishing trip?
airspace
Really,
in the
bro?
INS
Any
and
luck?
put the plane on a direct route there.
Okay, guys, I gotta pause it right here. I have to reset the giveaway. I have entered the wrong code, but somehow some of it is working, but some of it's not. So we're gonna change up the code to just United, UAL. So new giveaway. Sorry about that. Everybody who entered already, just exclamation point UAL to enter. Because I don't know what happened to it.
This direct route matched the plane's actual route to within about 15 nautical miles, and it explains the pilots' lack of curiosity about all of the anomalies they experienced en route, including the differing winds reported by their colleagues on Flight 15.
Okay, it's working. It's working now.
While this too is a gross abdication of their duty, navigation in the 1980s was not as precise a business as it is these days, and nor was pilots' adherence to standard operating procedures. But, for what it's worth, which may be something, this theory was proposed by the Russian Federation. The international consensus is that the pilots simply left the plane in heading mode.
Jeez, bro.
It is also recognized that the Soviets' attempts to identify the aircraft were gross.
I know, right, Snow?
If they had applied the international standards for intercepting passenger aircraft, they would very likely not have shot down the plane.
Day one of asking
Despite the senselessness
to
of this
try
accident,
PTSS, like,
its impact on aviation
bro,
has been
Dreamliner.
substantial. Nowadays, navigation methods are far more sophisticated, with
bro.
GPS greatly enhancing pilots' navigation accuracy.
Yeah, bro.
And
I mean,
their
like,
situational awareness.
I could understand
In
how
fact,
it's a
it was
hard
this very
airplane, like a
crash
747,
spurred
but
Ronald
come on,
Reagan to
dude.
make
Like,
GPS
you
technology
look right at
available
your
for use by
autopilot
commercial
panel.
air
How do you
transport,
not notice
rather
you're
than
in
just for
heading
military.
mode?
Modern cockpits also have much better visual reminders of which mode the autopilot is in.
Right.
So the pilots are always in the loop as to what their autopilot
When is the giveaway
doing.
rolling, bro? I am trying to stay up.
These changes come as
but
little
I'm
consolation
not.
to the families of those who died
But
on
I
board
may
Flight
not
7.
be here past
But they have
8:30
made
p.m.
flying that much
It's
safer for all
8:30
of
p.m.
us
right now
today.
for me. So what time
If
are
you
you?
found this video
in?
interesting, press the like button to support the channel. It tells YouTube to show the video to more people. And as always, a huge
What a guy.
thanks to the patrons
What a guy.
for making this video possible. Their names are showing up on screen now, and you can join them and get early access to new videos, as well as completely ad-free videos, by clicking on this box which I've put on the screen here. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you soon for the next episode.
Love Green Dots Aviation video, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't worry, we will be showing more later on. Once the sunset goes down, once the sun goes down in the back, we will watch the other video. I just want to get, you know, a little bit time of sunlight, you know, before we go into the night. But look at that. That looks so good with that beacon light too. How's the max in 2024? It's excellent, man. It's running amazing. Pause it right. Let me bring back the music for you guys. Oh man, too loud. Too loud. Perfect. Yeah, but a thing about that, like, I don't know, man. Something with these Korean Air pilots back then, man. They be scaring me. Like, how do you not know you're on heading mode, man? I hear it's more frame heavy? Nah, not at all, bro. Not for me at all. If anything, it's way less frame heavy. In 2020, I get way more heavy frames than in 2024 with this bird. But nah, she's running amazing, bro. Hold up, your emergency exit lights are? They are? Well, how do I fix that? Check the switch. They're armed. How should I do that? Pause rate. Beautiful sunset. Oh my god. Dude, 2024 for you, man. I'm doing 125 to 130 FPS. Nice. Oh, guys, look at this tailwind. 84 knots. We love to see that. We love to see that. Let's go 105. Should I turn him off? The switch will close automatically. Just open it, disarm, and rearm. Okay. Still on. Still on? Don't click the switch. It's a bug. I figured. What if I switch it on? And then off? Nothing. Oh well. It is what it is. I don't understand tailwind. Can you explain it, please? So basically, right? This is the direction the wind is at the moment. So right now the wind is pushing us, right? Now, if this arrow was facing down, like a downwards arrow, we're in a headwind. So we're going into the we're flying into the wind. So the wind is flying against the airplane. So we're actually flying slower. But right now, if you noticed, our ground speed is way higher than our true indicated airspeed because we're getting pushed by that tailwind, so it's making us go faster across the ground. So that's how wind works. And then same thing with winds, like a crosswind, like from the arrow pointing to the right or the arrow pointing to the left, or like from the sides. So yeah, pretty much like that. My emergency lights are off? Really? Really? Let me see. What does this button do? Can't see that. Pause rate. What is that button? Is that like a reset? I understand it now. Yeah. Let's see. Wing light on. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Let's keep the wing light on. Look at that, bro. That's sweet. Indicator switch, it's nothing? Okay, got you. It's just a light test. Okay, got you, T-Fox. Appreciate you guys. And guys, for those who haven't already, exclamation point UAL in the chat, all capital. Get yourself entered for a chance to win a Sim Market gift card. We'll be rolling the winner once we land in Madeira. And also, we're going for 285 subs by the end of the stream, so if you haven't already, hit the sub button. And also going for a like goal of 35 likes this stream. Already at 26. So if you haven't already, hit that like button, as it means a lot. And yeah, guys. How much longer until you land? Let me see what Volanta's saying right now. Volanta's saying 3 hours 33 minutes. Really? Okay. Not bad, not bad. Let me pull up the flight tracker. So currently on the VATSIM radar, if it'll load up, there we go. You can see us, all of us right here. We got Mr. Skyfall right here, Mr. Whisper, and then me. Let's see. What is your guys' speeds right now? 551, 557, and 555. Whisper and Skyfall, if you could, do you think you guys can slow down to 7.8 or 7.7? But yeah, that's pretty much. Oh wait, actually, let me show you guys what we've flown so far. So that's pretty much our departure out of there, and then as you can see, we flew just north of Providence, where we'll be for Expo, and then came over Boston, and then we on our way to crossing. Oh, we got a, what is this called? Condor A330 Munich or Cancun to Frankfurt. Nice. Nah, you speed up. I mean, I could Whisper, but let's see. Where would it be? Right there? I mean, let me see how far out you are from us. So Skyfall's 1884 away, we are 1964, bro. Holy. Let me see what's set in VNAV. I set Mach 0.81. And do we have a step climb now? Oh no, optimum's still 3.5, so we'll stay 3.5. Oh, look at that beacon, man. Love that. You see, I'm fine with doing night flights in 2024 now, because like the night lighting looks so good. Like in 2020, all the night lights and stuff, like flying at night and stuff, it's so dark, like you can't see anything. But at least in 2024, like, even though it's like, let's go on this side real quick. Like, look, even though it's pitch black outside, we could still see the entire sky. And that's how it is in real life, you know? Like, it's not pitch black, especially all the way up here, man. I mean, on the ground it's different, it's darker, but you're closer when you're higher up, so you'd see, like, look at this, man. That is awesome right there. Look at that, man. Like, this is a vibe right here. I really want to do an Iceland Air flight in real life now. Do like Orlando to Reykjavik. I gotta do that once the 7.5 comes out. That's gonna be like one of our first streams in it. I'm gonna be lurking, I'm landing right now, no problem, Skystream, you're good. Alright. I reckon we watch another Green Dot Aviation video, if you guys are ready for that. But actually, before we do that, let me check out flight sim screenshots real quick, because I know there was a few posted and I missed some yesterday. So Whisper, yesterday when we did the St. Thomas stream, Whisper was flying the Spirit 321 Neo in 2024. Gotta love that banana plane, man. Hey, go Pacers, hell yeah. Howdy on the wing. We gotta do some Spirit Ops soon. Beautiful. I love the mask on the windshield, man. That is fire. Then we got Reed Aviation flying his United Max 8 from Dulles to Phoenix. Beautiful, beautiful. Appreciate you guys sending those. Yay, more planes. I got you. Alright, we will load up the second video right now. Actually, we have two options. So we got, let me see. Alright, so for, oh right, Beanie Baby, did you send it in self promo? We can pull up your video for sure, man. Is it in self promo, my friend? No, I can't right now. Okay, let me try and pull up your channel, man. Alright, I am pulling it up now. And let's go. How can we do an aisle seat now? Now that we get the, let's move up a couple rows. Just so we get that working tray table. Just so we can see that mood lighting. I think with 2024 they need to fix the sides on the mood lighting, because I think isn't for nighttime they put the lights on here too. I thought I remember that in 2020. All right, I am pulling it up now. Let me pause the music first, and we will pull it up. Here we go. Cool. Let me just fix this real quick. Wait a minute. Alright, there you go. Cool. Atlanta to Destin. Nice. If the Pacers win the entire series, I'm never watching basketball again? Really, Sna? You want OKC? Oh, those packs off? Oh man. That startup, hold up. I took it on my phone, all good, bro. Yeah, just next time, film in horizontal. Chet rolled out of his ankle. Damn. You vertical. Pause right, bro. Here, I'm gonna just pull it up like this so that way we can see it better. There you go. Oh, pack's back on. Alright, let's get to the good stuff. Alright, here we go. What is that? 1821? Pacers cannot miss right now. I'm pulling up the game real quick on my phone. I want to check the score. Baby, was it? Did you just hold your phone against the window the entire time, or did you have it on a mount? It was behind a shut window? Oh, smart. Nice departure though. I won't lie, Atlanta didn't look that busy. Just go straight into the landing. How long was this flight? Beanie Baby? Beanie Baby, I ain't gonna lie, this isn't really a flight review, but it's more of just a takeoff and landing video. Oh, you put it at the end. Smart. Oops. Let's see. 41 minute. Schedule arrival. Oh, you got in early. Nice. Oh, Mr. XB72 is live. Hit him with the hey, hey, hey. What is he doing? Oh, 2024, nice. Oh, Hold up, I gotta resize this.
Alright, let's go. Is 2020 finally dead? Apparently not, Cameron, but it's getting close. It's getting close. Let's go to traffic.
Imagine if your phone fell through a little gap. Bro, like, you know, like, okay, so one time I was on a flight when I was on a flight from Charlotte to Rome. The window panel for against like the first window, like, you know how like there's the out window and then like the inner window, you know, just for the protection of the actual fuselage itself. The where you would close the window, that whole panel was like literally just hanging, and if you could literally just like pull it a little bit and you could just see like the inside panel behind that. It was, I mean, definitely an old airplane, man. I mean, it was like a 20 something year old airplane, 777. But still had a great flight. But window was like all messed up. Alright. While that is up, oopsies. Let me pull up the next Green Dot Aviation video. Alright, you guys make a vote. We either got 19 seconds from collision, EasyJet 6074, or we got the full story of Flight 92 Kegworth air disaster. Which one you guys want? One of the two. Get that out. Wait, actually, did you sub? I will. Don't worry. I'll pull it up right now. 9-2? Okay. Cool. We'll do that. 9-2 it is. Alright, bye XP. We'll put that over there and then we will go resize it. There you go, we're looking good. There we go. Perfect. Alright, so this is the full story of Flight 92 Kegworth air disaster.
Minutes after takeoff from London Heathrow, a Boeing 737 carrying 126 passengers and crew is in serious trouble. The aircraft has begun to shake violently, and a sickening smell of burning has filled the air. Orange flashes light up the passenger cabin.
One sec, guys, one sec. I just want to make sure I don't have this running in the background. Cool, we are golden. There we go.
As one of the engines begins tearing itself to pieces, the pilots shut down an engine and begin limping their crippled jet back to the airport. But then, at the last minute, the captain has a horrifying realization. They have shut down the wrong engine. How did such an experienced crew make such a basic mistake? And would they be able to fix it before time ran out? This is the story of British Midlands Flight 92. It was a cold January evening in 1989, as 118 passengers and
I remember this one.
boarded a brand new Boeing 737-400 at London's
brand
Heathrow
news.
Airport. They were bound for Belfast in Northern
Heathrow.
Ireland.
You think back
Short
then,
1 hour
like
journey.
this time,
Many of
Heathrow
the
was still like
passengers were
very
travelers,
busy,
returning
like,
home to Belfast
as what it is
after a
now.
trip to London, while others were families visiting loved ones in Belfast and tourists returning home from the UK's capital. There were also 5 cabin crew on board and 2 pilots. In command of the flight was 43-year-old Captain Kevin Hunt. Hunt was one of British Midland's most experienced pilots,
Kevin, what a
having
guy.
joined the airline 22 years previously in 1966 at the age of 20. He had flown a wide range of aircraft in that time and had built up an impressive 13,000 hours of
Wait,
flying
this is fire
experience.
content. Appreciate it,
On
man. This is
evening,
Green
though,
Dot Aviation.
certain parts of this
Link in the
experience
description.
would end up being not a blessing, but a
Go
curse.
show him some. Go show
Sitting to
him
Hunt's
some
right was
support. 'Cause
39-year-old First Officer David McClelland. McClelland had
he's
just
allowing
over
me
3,000
to show
hours
his
of
content, man.
experience, most
The
of which were
airplane
on
has
smaller
really great Wi-Fi
propeller-driven
on board.
aircraft.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah.
He had joined British Midlands the previous year, when he had been signed off to fly the 737. In this time, he had built up just short of 200 hours on it. Neither pilot was a total stranger to the Boeing 737, having amassed almost 1,000 hours on the aircraft between them. But they were new to this particular variant of the 737, the 400 series, which had just been introduced the previous year. The new plane had an upgraded cockpit, with modern CRT displays replacing the older analog gauges of the past. This was Boeing's response to the emerging threat that was Airbus.
I think
just that
Northern
year
Air
had
uses
released
those
its
ones.
ultra-modern A320 as a direct competitor to the
737-200s.
According to Boeing, the pilot's lack of experience on this new aircraft shouldn't have posed any problems. In what could be described as a signature move from the company, they had convinced regulators and airlines that pilots with previous 737 experience didn't need any advanced training like simulator time to fly the new 737. All they required
meant the
was a few
content
hours
you're
in the
doing
classroom
to LMA.
and a
Oh.
pamphlet before they would be ready to sit
Appreciate
behind
it, man.
the
Thank you,
controls
man.
of
Means
Boeing's
a lot.
newest addition to its product line.
But yes,
This
I love Green
reduced
Dot.
need
Yeah,
for
man.
training
He makes
saved
amazing
airlines
videos,
millions,
bro.
and it saved Boeing even more in both time and certification costs. By comparison, for an airline to buy Airbus's latest offering, it would have to send its pilots to the classroom and to a full-motion flight simulator for months on end, at a cost of around $1,000 per hour. The passengers of Flight 92 were now about to pay dearly for Boeing's tactical marketing decisions. That's because there was more to this new iteration of the 737 than met the eye. There had been some significant changes to the way in which information was presented to the pilots, and to some of the aircraft's key systems, such as its air conditioning and pressurization system. As the doors were sealed and the aircraft was pushed back from the gate at Heathrow, none of the passengers could have known that up front were two pilots who had never had the opportunity to practice any
Yo,
in-flight
fellow Dane,
emergencies
hello,
or
hello,
procedures
welcome to the
in
stream.
a 737
Damn, dude, this is
simulator.
cozy. It's a vibe, bro.
First Officer McClelland taxied the brand new plane out to the runway at Heathrow,
I just
navigating
enjoyed
the
some
complex
Richmond
taxiway
ATC.
system,
Nice
while
read.
the captain carried out the
Oh,
pre-departure
read.
checks. Before we get to the runway, I want to say a quick word about today's sponsor, Opera. Opera's new web browser is really a breath of fresh air in what has become a pretty stagnant browser space.
Reed, how dare you? I think you just said your sim crashed just because you didn't want to fly with us. It's alright, Reed. I got you. Don't worry, bro. In-flight entertainment mid-sim flight is chef's kiss. Oh yeah, man. Especially on a long flight, like this flight. Almost 6 hours. It was fun, yeah. Well, Reed, I think you should load up, maybe you do like St. John to Madeira and just speed up to join up with us. Now for those bro, Reed, come on. Join up. Join up. Is this the max complete for... Wait, is this max compete for 2024? Better not be, as this is very weird. What do you mean, pause, right? Pack sounds are stuck on the cabin, and the cabin is weird?
The first few minutes after takeoff, all was normal. The pilots
Huh?
accelerated and retracted the flaps and gear. They monitored their instruments as the plane climbed in autopilot, and all engine indications were normal. It was a typically busy evening for London's airspace, and the pilots initially had to level off at 6,000 feet. But before long, they were cleared to 12,000, and shortly thereafter up to their cruising altitude
You ever
of
flying
35,000
DCS?
feet.
The
The
I do
passengers
not.
settled in for the short trip,
'cause,
with some of them eating dinner, others reading, and
I've
others
had
chatting amongst themselves.
multiple, like...
But this normality would be short-lived.
Honestly, for flying in
Barely
2020,
15 minutes after takeoff,
2024,
as it climbed through
and now starting next
28,300
plane
feet,
12,
the plane began to shake.
I can't afford
Overhead bins
4
popped
sims,
open,
man.
and drinks and personal items began sliding off passenger tray tables.
Oh, damn.
Loud banging noises shook the aircraft, and intermittent flames from an engine lit up the passenger cabin. Then, a horrifying smell seeped into the cabin of burning oil, rubber, and hot metal.
Oh, man.
In the cockpit, the pilots immediately looked at their engine instruments. These next few seconds would be crucial. Hunt and McClelland would need all of their mental resources to quickly and accurately determine the source and nature of the problem, and to carry out the appropriate procedures to resolve it. But at this critical juncture, Captain Hunt made a split-second decision which would end up...
Bro, Reed, stop saying that in chat. You're gonna fly a Max right now to Madeira. You're not flying to Tokyo right now. You can fly to Tokyo after stream.
endangering the lives of everybody on board the aircraft. Rather than bringing his vast experience to bear on the problem he saw before him, he gave that job to the less experienced first officer and took over manual control of the aircraft himself. Now, the more experienced crew member was doing the relatively simple yet attention-consuming job of flying the plane manually, while the less experienced one was almost single-handedly responsible for diagnosing the urgent problem with the aircraft. As the first officer scanned the instruments,
totally
the
fair,
captain was
but you
building a
could
mental
trail
picture of the
planes
problem
for
in
a
his
couple
head.
of weeks for free.
He had many hours on the previous generation
I
of
got you, man, but
737,
the
and
only
he
thing
knew that
is,
on that aircraft, the
I don't really
forward
fly
cabin was
fighter
fed air
jets
by
in
the
sim,
right-hand
in the
engine.
sim, man.
Since he could smell burning, it made sense that the problem should be with the engine responsible for bringing air
I'm
into
for
the
sure
cabin, which, in his experience,
jump CD
was the
out of
right-hand
Dublin.
engine.
Dude, go for it. Just flies.
What
Go
neither
for it.
pilot knew
We fully
was
checked
that
in.
on the
Nice,
737-400,
bro. Safe
cabin
flight,
air
bro.
comes
Send
from
some
both
pictures
engines.
and videos in the
So,
Discord,
in reality,
bro.
the fact they smelled smoke
That's how I
told
got
them nothing about which
into
engine was
it,
having
and now
problems.
I'm down 800.
But pilots
I don't
make
even want to
serious
know how much I'm
decisions like
down,
shutting
bro.
down an engine based on their sense of smell. Thankfully, on this night, they had at their disposal some state-of-the-art instrumentation.
Are you excited, Just Flies?
The vibration meter for engine number
That's gonna
1,
be a
the
vibe,
left-hand
bro.
engine, was indicating 5 units of vibration, the maximum that the instrument could display. The N1 indication, which showed the fan speed at the front of the engine, was fluctuating erratically. The exhaust gas
but
temperature
back to you,
indicator was showing
Padre.
much
I
higher
don't
values
think this
than
is the
normal,
final
and the
product.
fuel flow readings
This
were
is the
varying wildly.
first
By
time the
contrast, all
iFLY came out
indications for the
to
right-hand engine, engine number 2, were normal.
to
The instruments were painting a
2024,
very
man.
clear picture. The
I got
left-hand
the road
engine
to
was having
myself with the
serious
window,
problems.
bro. I'm in 11
But when
now.
Captain
Oh,
Hunt
no
asked
way!
the first officer which engine
No
was
way.
having issues, McClelland hesitated. In modern aircraft, the engine vibration meters are located on a screen. The left meter indicates the vibrations from the left engine, and the right meter from the right engine. This instrument is one of the
280
most
subs? Are
important
you
indicators
serious?
of any
No
issue
way.
with the engines, and it's where McClelland was now focusing his
Sweet.
attention.
Thank you, guys. We're 20
However,
away
when
from
the
300.
737-400 engine
Imagine
layout,
we hit 300
both
by the
engine
end of the
vibration
stream. That'd be
meters were
crazy.
located on the right-hand side of the
It's
engine
a
instrument panel.
242 config.
In the
Nice, Just
stress of the
Flies.
moment,
Nice,
as the
bro.
first officer quickly took in the instrument readings, he saw a high vibration reading coming from the right-hand side of the
They're
instrument
probably
panel.
gonna upsell that seat
To make
tomorrow,
matters
though.
worse, in a cruel
to
twist
try
of
and
irony,
fill it in,
the
so
very
you
vibration
possibly
whose
might
source the
have
pilots
someone
were
next
trying
to you.
locate was so severe that it made it difficult for them to read the instruments. This effect was made worse by a phenomenon known as persistence of vision, where, in a dark environment, our eyes retain a trace of any light sources we look at for about a second. All of these effects swirled together into a perfect storm, such that when McClelland looked at his instruments, he hesitated before saying, it's the right one. Captain Hunt's suspicions were confirmed.
Oh, man.
He had already thought that it was the right-hand engine, given that he could smell smoke. He told McClelland to throttle the engine back. But the pilots were wrong. The engine instruments for the right-hand engine showed that it was working perfectly. It was the left engine that was tearing itself to pieces. This was something that the passengers and cabin crew were all too well aware of. They could see sparks and jets of flames shooting back from behind the left engine.
That's crazy.
They had no idea that up front in the cockpit, with all of their instrumentation, the pilots had missed this crucial fact. But just before the first officer throttled the engine back,
Padre,
there
I'll
was
have to
one
check
last
after
clue
stream
that they had
because it was
misidentified
weird.
the
I had the same
problematic
problem
engine.
and I had to
And
fix
was
it.
a
I
big
forgot
clue,
what I did.
staring them right in the face.
Pray a little
In the
bit,
11
okay,
seconds
either
since the
way.
captain had disengaged
Got
the
you, Just
autopilot
Flies.
and taken over from the first officer, the plane had begun a roll to the left. In that short time, it had actually reached a bank angle of 16 degrees, a pretty substantial departure from straight and level flight. The reason this was such a big clue is that the captain hadn't caused this turn. The engines had. With the fully functioning right-hand engine working at its normal
do you
power
turn
setting,
off the logo
and the sputtering
light
left-hand
along with the
engine
landing
producing
lights
much
after
less
passing
thrust than
10,000
normal,
feet?
the
I like
aircraft
to
had
keep
begun
the
to be
logo
pushed
light
to the
on
left.
for the entire flight.
This difference in
Usually
thrust
you
was giving
probably
a clear
would,
clue to the pilots.
but I
The
like keeping
problematic
them on
engine
because
was the left-hand one.
eye
If it had
candy,
been
I guess.
daytime,
But
the
yeah,
pilots would clearly have been able to
landing
see
lights
this turn happening.
come up
But
right
in the
after
dark,
passing
with nothing to
10,000
see out
feet
the
for sure.
windows, the only clue that they were turning came from the small artificial horizon in front of them.
Just went cold and dark and
And they
landed
were
with
so
the
busy focusing on the
337.
engine
I am
instruments
skashing.
that they
Little
simply
firm,
didn't
huh?
notice this turn happening. When the captain finally did catch the aircraft, he didn't stop and think about why the plane had turned so much towards what he thought was the good engine. He simply leveled the wings and continued flying. But all of these missed clues were nothing compared to what would come next.
Well, I'm tired in my defense, but it's 8:30 for
Naturally,
you.
you would expect that as the first officer
What
reduced
is it for
power
you,
on the right-hand
905?
engine, the vibrations and the smell of smoke would remain, clearly showing that the left-hand engine was the problem. But that is not what happened here.
Oh no, it's 8:05 for you.
That's because, as McClelland brought the right-hand engine lever back to idle, the captain reduced power on the left-hand engine too, in order to descend. And as the left engine was brought back to idle, the vibrations stopped, and the smell of smoke disappeared. The pilots had received a misleading vindication of their decision to throttle back the right-hand engine. As far as they were concerned, they had just executed a textbook identification and resolution of an in-flight emergency. The rest of the flight would consist of them finding an airport to divert to and informing the passengers of the disappointing news that they wouldn't be getting to their destination tonight. The reality was that when the pilots reduced power on both engines, the excess fuel which was igniting inside the left-hand engine, causing the noise and vibrations, had stopped coming into the engine. This is what had made the vibrations stop. It had nothing to do with reducing power on the fully functional right-hand engine. Despite this, there was still ample opportunity for the pilots to realise their mistake. Their instruments were still showing the true story, that all of their problems were with the left-hand engine. The first officer radioed London Air Traffic Control, telling them that they had an emergency situation which might be an engine fire. There were no cockpit indications that there was a fire, but realising that there might indeed be one, Captain Hunt then told McClelland to shut the engine down. But before the first officer did this, the captain took a look at the instruments and saw that the right engine was functioning normally. He then told the first officer to hold off on shutting down the engine for the moment. If Hunt had just checked the instruments a few centimetres to the left of the ones he was looking at, the truth would have been crystal clear. The next few minutes were busy, as the first officer coordinated the diversion with air traffic control, and the captain radioed the company to inform them of the situation. In the back, the cabin crew told the passengers to fasten their seatbelts. The worst of the shaking had stopped, but the passengers were still in the dark as to what was happening. Those sitting on the left-hand side of the plane could see a stream of jet fuel pouring out of the engine. But at least for now, the fire had stopped. After a few minutes, the pilots decided on East Midlands as their diversion airport. It was close to them, the runway was long enough, the weather was clear, and it was British Midland's main engineering base.
It's a nice airport.
So, Flight 92 began setting course for East Midlands.
8300 into there.
As soon as he was off the radio, the first officer announced that he was about to start the engine failure and shutdown checklist for the right-hand engine. But just as he was about to start it, he checked the engine instruments.
Oh, mate.
Of course, once again, engine 2 looked perfectly fine. He said, "Seems we've stabilised, we've still got the smoke." Again, he held off on the checklist, and the right engine remained at idle. But the pilot's window of opportunity to notice the clear discrepancy between the two engine indications would be brief. During a pause in the conversation between Captain Hunt and the airline's operations centre, the first officer finally closed the right-hand engine's fuel lever.
Oh, mate.
Starved of fuel, the fully functioning right-hand engine began to wind down. McClelland then started the auxiliary power unit, which took on some of the electrical load the withering left-hand engine had to produce.
Wait, but shouldn't you start the APU
Once the
first
right-hand engine
before
was shut
shutting down?
The pilots noticed that the smoke smell had cleared from the flight deck. Again, this reinforced their belief that the right engine was causing the issue, and that they had done the correct thing by shutting it down. But there was still hope that the pilots might realise the error of their ways. In the back, there were 118 passengers and 6 cabin crew, many of whom had witnessed the engine problems firsthand. What better resource could a pilot ask for? The captain called the cabin supervisor up to the cockpit. Nowadays, in a similar situation, a captain would provide what is known as a NITS briefing to the cabin crew. N stands for the nature of the emergency, as in what has actually happened. It is at this point the captain would ask if the crew or passengers had seen anything that could help in understanding the type of emergency they were in. I stands for intention. In this case, the intention was to divert the aircraft to East Midlands. T stands for time, as in how long before the aircraft will be on the ground, and S stands for special or relevant information regarding the safety of those on board. This covers things like whether the passengers will need to remain in their seats on landing, or if an evacuation will be required, and if so, whether all doors are available. But back in the 1980s and 1990s, this type of briefing had not yet been widely adopted. So, rather than doing a comprehensive brief, or even asking what specifically the cabin crew had noticed, Hunt simply asked the cabin crew supervisor whether he had seen smoke in the cabin. The supervisor said that he had, and then Hunt quickly instructed him to clear up the cabin and pack everything away. In failing to get more information from his crew, Hunt deprived himself of the opportunity to find out that many of the crew and passengers had seen nothing untoward with the right engine, but that they had seen plenty of evidence from the left-hand engine that it was not functioning correctly. The cabin supervisor headed back to the passengers and began preparing them for the diversion. Flight 92 was now being vectored by London Air Traffic Control towards East Midlands.
Yeah, no.
It would be on the ground in less than 15 minutes.
Oh, but you best believe you're not going to be in the
captain
stream
was
when
still
I'm
flying
watching
manually
it.
and talking to East Midlands operations, while the first officer was dealing with air traffic control and with setting the aircraft up for its approach to the airport. It was a busy time in the cockpit, and the pilot's
They turned
workload
off the
would
wrong
only
guy. No,
increase
it's
as they
not,
got
bro.
closer.
Crazy, bro.
The passengers were growing increasingly concerned. They were clearly now descending, but the pilots had told them nothing about what was happening. What were they to think of all the flames and smoke and smells and vibration? The cabin supervisor contacted the captain,
I'm here for
telling
good.
him
Don't
that the passengers
read.
were beginning to panic. Hunt
It's not
decided
that.
to
I'm gonna
look at
kick
the
you
PA.
off the stream, bro.
In that PA, he told the passengers that there had been an issue with the right-hand
I need you
engine,
to load
which
up
was
to
responsible for
Madeira.
producing the smoke they had seen in the cabin. He also said that the engine was now shut down, and that the
Oh my
aircraft would
gosh.
land at East Midlands
Dude.
Airport in around 10 minutes.
If I was like a commuting
This
pilot
PA
on this
confused
view,
the
I'd be like,
passengers.
bro, it's not the
Many of
right
them had
engine,
seen
it's the
flames
left
coming
engine.
from the left-hand engine. Why had the captain just said that he had shut down the right-hand engine? Perhaps he had misspoke, they thought. Or maybe there had been something wrong with the right engine too, that they just couldn't see out their windows.
Oh my god.
After all, it was the pilots who had access to all the instrumentation up in the cockpit. Surely they knew what they were doing. Even still, not one of the passengers made a comment to any of the cabin crew about what the captain had said, and the cabin crew too didn't question the captain's mention of the right-hand engine. Flight 92 continued its descent towards East Midlands, its left engine a ticking time bomb, hidden simply by the fact that it was operating at a low power setting during descent. As the flight neared East Midlands, the atmosphere in the cockpit was heavy, and the workload for both pilots was high. The first officer, in addition to handling all the radio calls and getting the latest weather, was also attempting to program the approach to runway 27 into the flight management system. In the heat of the moment, and still relatively new to the aircraft,
Exactly, Whisper.
he was having trouble doing
Exactly,
this.
bro.
After a few minutes of trying, McClelland abandoned his attempts at setting up the flight management
Yeah,
computer.
but why didn't they try
The
doing like a
pilots would simply
restart?
need to follow air traffic control's instructions to make it to the airport. Finally,
Like,
in a break between all of the
don't they have a
communications with the
checklist
ground,
to try
Captain
and do a
Hunt
restart
decided
on
to
the
review
engine?
the situation, saying, "Now, what indications did we actually get? Just rapid vibrations in the airplane, smoke?" This was the pilot's chance. Here they could carve out a few minutes to engage the autopilot, sit back and carefully work through the indications they had gotten and the actions they had taken before continuing their approach to the airport. They had plenty of fuel, and there was nothing forcing them to land immediately, given that they thought they were flying on a fully functioning engine. But just as they were about to begin this review of the situation, air traffic control interrupted them, handing them off to the next controller en route. After talking to the controller, rather than continuing the review of the situation, the first officer began to read the checklist for a one-engine inoperative descent and approach. The review they had just begun had been all but forgotten about. Even as McClelland worked through this checklist, he was continually interrupted by air traffic control, who were giving the plane descent clearances and heading instructions. In all of this activity, the pilots had allowed themselves to become overloaded with necessary, but nonetheless non-critical items, at a stage of the flight where it was crucial that they reviewed their highly consequential decision to shut down one of the engines.
They're getting behind the airplane pretty much.
Finally, after multiple interruptions, the first officer managed to finish the single engine approach checklist. The aircraft was now prepared for an approach on one engine, and the pilots were mentally ready to carry it out. This was something they had practiced many times in the flight simulator,
engine's already
but this would be their first time carrying it out for
running
real.
terrible, so like
The
they're
plane
not
was now
even
15
getting
nautical miles
a
from
full
touchdown
single engine.
and
They're
descending
getting
through an
half of
altitude
it pretty
of
much.
6,500 feet. Captain Hunt began slowing the aircraft and asked for the first stage of flaps to be extended. Things in the cockpit had been busy for the past few minutes, but the aircraft itself appeared to be in good condition.
Fly by.
Now, all of that was about to change. As the captain leveled off at 3,000 feet, he increased the thrust on engine number 1.
Oh no.
Immediately, the vibration meter went to maximum deflection. But already convinced that they had shut down the correct engine, the pilots never thought to monitor it. The engine was now under tremendous stress. There was no guarantee that it would hold up until the plane touched down. As he lined up with the runway, Hunt began descending again and called for further stages of flap. The first officer extended the flaps to 15 degrees and lowered the landing gear, and Flight 92 began its final descent towards the runway. They now had less than 5 nautical miles to go until touchdown. With the flaps and gear extended, the aircraft was now experiencing much more drag than before. In order to keep his airspeed up, Captain Hunt had to further increase the power on engine number 1. But when he did this, the extreme vibrations returned. Flames began shooting out the back of the engine, and in the passenger cabin, the shaking was so bad that many of the overhead lockers opened, spewing their contents on top of the terrified passengers.
Jeez.
The engine was sputtering, and its thrust output began to decrease. The captain pushed the throttle lever forwards, but this only made the problem worse. The engine was now tearing itself apart just miles from the airport. The runway, now tantalizingly close, began to slide up the pilot's windscreens. At just 900 feet above the ground, and still 2.5 miles from the runway, the left engine gave up entirely.
Jeez.
There was a sickening feeling as the plane, now powerless, began to drop. Captain Hunt immediately ordered the first officer to start the right-hand engine, and McClellan frantically began trying to relight it. But there simply wasn't enough time. The plane would reach the ground before the right engine would have time to spool up. In a desperate attempt to stretch the glide, Hunt raised the plane's nose. But this had the opposite effect. It actually increased the drag on the plane and made its descent angle even steeper. With the plane slipping lower and lower, it now looked increasingly unlikely that the pilots would be able to make the runway. Bells and warning sounds erupted in the cockpit, with the ground proximity warning system alerting the pilots to their deviation from the glide slope, the fire warning for engine number 1 ringing out, and its red lights glowing in the center pedestal. Looking out their windscreens at the runway, the pilots could clearly see that their situation was now unsalvageable. The captain quickly got on the intercom and told the passengers to prepare for a crash landing. As the aircraft's speed fell below 125 knots, the stick shaker joined the cacophony in the cockpit. It vibrated the pilot's controls violently, alerting them that the aircraft was about to stall. This shaking continued all the way down as the plane sunk and then slammed into the ground just short of the M1 motorway. It then bounced across the road and smashed into a wooded area on the other side of the motorway. The scene was one of utter devastation, with the aircraft breaking into 3 sections.
Jesus.
47 passengers died, and 66 more were seriously injured. 7 of the crew were also seriously injured, including both pilots.
They survived?
But what had caused the engine
Oh,
problems to begin
nah.
with? And how could such an incredible response as shutting down the wrong engine be prevented from happening in the future? As a direct result of the crash, all 99 of the 737-400s in service were grounded. Analysis of the engines determined that the fan blades of the upgraded engine used on the 737-400 were subject to abnormal amounts of vibration when operating at high power settings above 10,000 feet.
Oh, mate.
On Flight 92, this vibration had led to excessive metal fatigue, causing one of the fan blades to snap off during the climb to cruise altitude. This critically damaged the engine.
Oh
and also
my
upset
dude,
the delicate
imagine
balance of fuel and
you
air,
survived the
causing a
crash
reduction in power and an
and you
increase in
find out you
vibration,
killed
which
44
ultimately destroyed
people
the engine when power was
because you
increased
shut
on
down the
final
wrong
approach.
engine. Oh my gosh.
As a result of the crash, the
I'd hate
engines
myself.
used in the 737-400 were redesigned so as to eliminate the vibration which caused metal fatigue. But the biggest changes which resulted from this accident were not in engine manufacture, but in pilot training. Pilots now receive extensive training in crew resource management, or CRM, which includes the delivery of NITS briefings to cabin crew. Modern training also emphasizes the need for pilots to carefully review every decision that is made, and to take as much time as is needed to do this safely, rather than to act
Video's
quickly
almost
and
over,
make a
guys. I'll
false
catch back
diagnosis.
up on chat in a second.
Training also teaches pilots to use automation to lighten their workload when appropriate. In this accident, Captain Hunt's decision to fly manually had diverted his attention away from identifying the problematic engine at a time when this was the most important thing for him to be focused on. In subsequent versions of the 737, like the 737NG and the 737 MAX, changes have been made to the way in which abnormal engine indications are displayed to the pilots. Color coding and highlighting are used to draw pilots' attention to critical or malfunctioning parameters. After the accident, Captain Hunt and First Officer McClelland were dismissed, following criticisms of their actions in the final report.
Wow.
British Midlands later paid McClelland an out-of-court settlement for unfair dismissal, and Captain Hunt maintained that he and his fellow pilot were ousted because this was the easy option for the airline, rather than taking a hard look at their training practices and at systemic issues in the industry. Whatever way you want to apportion responsibility here, there is no denying that the impact of this accident on the aviation industry has been monumental. Flying is now safer as a result of the lessons learned from Flight 92. This video is dedicated to those who lost their lives so that these safety improvements
they
could
have
be
a
made.
grave right there? Holy man. Now that is crazy. Oh man, that's rough. Dude, I couldn't even imagine being that pilot. Like, imagine that. Alright, let me check back on chat. Let's see. There's gonna be too much stress on that one engine. Yep, bro. What Madeira do you got? is the Altalic? I forgot how to say it. It's on anti-builds. It's in the description, man. Atelic, yeah. A-T-E-L-I-C, yep. Atelic is what I'm using, man. Arnav Zulu 05 at Madeira, yep, I got that too. And then, what else we got? Survivor's Guilt, dude. That'd be the worst. If I had family members on board this flight, I'd definitely sue the pilots. Oh, 150%. I'd be in jail. God, this is quite sad. Yeah, man, that was crazy, bro. Like, bro. And also, shouldn't they have an engine shutdown checklist? Or an engine restart? Because don't they do that for aircraft? Where if they have an engine failure, they can try restarting it. That's what that's what I thought I would do. Alright, and we got our final video from Green Dot Aviation. We might have time for one more. We most likely will, but we want to watch some YVR go for after this too, so this one is 19 seconds from collision, EasyJet 6074. So let me just resize that. There we go. We're looking good. All right.
It's September 2006, and something has gone seriously wrong in the skies above France. This is the untold story of EasyJet Flight 6074. On the morning of September 15th, 2006, 138 passengers and 6 crew boarded an EasyJet Airbus A319 at Alicante in Spain. They were bound for Bristol in the United Kingdom,
Alicante.
a 2.5-hour journey. Many of the passengers were British holidaymakers, heading home after taking in the Spanish sunshine for a few days. The summer travel season was coming to an end in Europe, and the skies were beginning to calm down somewhat.
Why do you gotta go, Sky?
But for EasyJet, things were just getting started. They had acquired some brand new aircraft from Airbus, including this A319. These state-of-the-art planes would gradually replace the less fuel-efficient Boeing 737s, which had previously made up the entirety
Their
of
first mistake
fleet.
was going to Bristol.
It was an exciting moment for the low-cost
man.
airline, and for the pilots.
I gotta
who
do
flew
stuff.
for it.
I got you, Skystream. I
But
got
amid
you.
all of this technological sophistication, a hidden danger was lurking. The aircraft being used for this flight was brand new, and up front in the cockpit, the pilots were new to it as well. The captain was 42 years old,
This is
and
a
despite
Latin
having
VFR.
amassed almost 9,000 hours of flying time, he had just shy of 400 hours
Oh, no,
on
I
Airbus
think
aircraft.
it's the Phoenix.
Most
Yeah,
of
Phoenix.
his experience
Whoops.
had been built up on the Boeing 737. The first officer was newer to flying than the captain, with just over 3,000 hours of total experience. However, like the captain, just a small portion of this was on Airbus aircraft, in his case, about 500 hours. In a few moments, these pilots would come face to face with a terrifying emergency, miles above the French countryside. Their high-tech jet would fail them in a way which they had never been trained to deal with. Just before boarding the aircraft,
Riddle
at Alicante,
SHF
the
1 is
pilots
done.
had swapped
Nice
over
read.
with the crew who had flown the plane in. The captain of that flight had told them about a problem with one of the aircraft's electrical generators. This generator was powered by the left engine, and it provided electricity to a whole host of systems on board the plane. For the flight to Bristol, it would have to be turned off. This problem was not deemed
Oh.
serious enough to hold the plane up at Alicante, however.
This looks like the
The
Latin
plane had
VFR.
another electrical generator, fed by the
In a way,
right-hand
this is
engine.
the Phoenix.
And besides, it could also draw power from the Auxiliary Power Unit, or APU, which is a small engine in the tail of the plane. As a precaution, the pilots of this flight would need to keep the APU
Unless this is
running
like the
entire
really,
journey,
really old
just to
Phoenix
provide an added
before
layer
it got
of
really good
protection.
at updates.
At around 10 minutes past 11 local time, everything was set up for the flight to Bristol. The passengers had boarded, the baggage had been loaded, and the plane was filled with 8,000 kilograms of fuel for the trip. The flight attendants closed the doors, and Flight 6074 pushed back from the gate. The passengers had no idea that their plane was housing a critical weakness. The pilots, even though they knew there was an issue, were oblivious to its true extent.
Wait, what was the issue?
At 25 minutes past 11 that morning, the captain lined the aircraft up with runway 28 and set the engines to take off thrust. During takeoff, the aircraft performed perfectly. The captain turned the plane north and continued climbing up to 32,000 feet. By all appearances, this was going to be a relatively normal flight. As the plane cruised, the flight attendants went through the cabin with the meals and drinks service, and the pilots monitored the aircraft systems. But an hour and a half after takeoff, as the plane soared high above the French
not an
countryside,
A319? This looks like
all
an
of this
A319.
suddenly changed. Without warning, the pilots heard a loud clunk. Suddenly, all of the captain's instruments went blank. The master warning alarm sounded as the autopilot disconnected. Immediately, the captain handed control over to the first officer.
That is
whose instruments were
A319, yeah,
still
that's what I
working.
thought.
He was now flying the aircraft manually, with none of the computerized protections that normally keep the plane safe. He had his right hand on the side stick and his left hand on the thrust levers. The first officer's full attention was now absorbed in flying the aircraft, 10 kilometers above the Earth, at almost the speed of sound. Meanwhile, the captain scrambled to find out what had gone wrong. He assumed that the APU, which had been running since the start of the flight, had either shut down, or that its generator had failed. Whatever had happened, the consequences were serious, and the pilots were only just beginning to understand the extent of their problems. As the first officer flew the aircraft, the captain looked around the cockpit, trying to assess the damage.
The backup power?
He had lost his main displays, and the autopilot had disconnected. What other systems could be compromised? He saw that the radio panel had gone completely blank. None of its lights were on, and there were no frequencies displayed in the windows. This was highly concerning. Without radios, how would the pilots be able to tell air traffic control about their predicament? Flight 6074 was now cut off from the outside world. The captain began following the checklist which appeared on the ECAM, one of the few displays still working in the cockpit. ECAM stands for Electronic Centralized Aircraft Monitor. It's an extremely useful resource for the pilots, which allows them to monitor all aspects of the plane's operation. Appearing on this list was one step which would completely restore power to the aircraft. If it worked, all of the crew's problems would go away, and the flight could continue as normal. This step required the captain to switch the AC-ESS feed to the alternate position.
Alternate bus.
This would allow the plane to draw electricity from a different source.
Fix my
However, there was a problem.
Bindings. Good.
Just before that,
yeah, like I had to delete it completely
there was an item which
and
said that the fault
redo
light
my
in the
bindings for
associated
it.
push button should be illuminated.
Just need
if
to
it had
set
been
up Airbus
illuminated,
and GA
it would have looked like this.
Pause, right?
But for some reason, it was off.
Huh.
The captain was confused. There were a few different reasons this light could be off. It could be that the computer simply wasn't detecting that there was a fault, and therefore wasn't illuminating the fault light. Alternatively, it could mean
seems
that there
a lot
in fact
better and I
was
like
no
it.
fault.
Yeah.
However, this was clearly contradicted by the massive failure the aircraft systems had just experienced.
I'm enjoying it, man.
The captain now realized it could be that the fault light, like most other lights on the overhead panel, simply had no power supply.
Could be.
The captain had to make a decision. Should he press this switch, not knowing whether there was in fact a fault? In the end, he decided that he didn't have much of a choice. Whatever he did, he could hardly make the situation worse. He pressed the switch and waited. But nothing happened. The light on the push button remained unlit, and no power was restored to the aircraft. The pilot's confusion here was compounded by a design quirk of this type of push button, which is commonly
I feel like
seen on
once
many
all
modern
the
aircraft
aircraft
from both Boeing
are
and
over to
Airbus.
2024 and more sim
When the
updates
button
are
is
out,
pressed in,
then
it doesn't stay
2024 is probably going to be my main sim.
Rather, it simply clicks and then returns to its original position. The
Are
only
any
indication
circuit
that the
breakers
button
pop,
has been
maybe?
pressed is that the caption light inside the button illuminates. This works just fine during normal operation, but in a situation like this, where there was no power to these lights, this design made it impossible to determine the position of any of these switches.
I would check for circuit
In
breakers.
this sense, the pilots were now flying blind.
I mean, at least they have
With no sign
altitude
of power returning to the
for
aircraft, the captain needed to alert air traffic control.
being a glider, you know?
The lights on his radio panel were all off, but he figured that it could just be that the lights were off, but that the radios themselves were working. He keyed the microphone and tried to transmit a message
Hey,
to Brest Air
W
Traffic
Aviation
Control
guy, thank you,
using
bro.
VHF-1,
Thank you, man.
his main radio set. There was no response. Then he tried using the second radio set, VHF-2, and again he heard nothing in return. This was not encouraging. The first officer continued flying the aircraft by hand as the captain switched over to the international emergency frequency, 121.5 MHz, and declared a mayday. He tried this frequency on both of his radio sets, and still he heard nothing back. Then the first officer tried using his radios, but he didn't hear anything either.
Wait, how did he tune guard when he didn't know
on their own,
when it
miles above
wasn't
the
even
French
on?
countryside, completely disconnected from the outside world.
Yeah, I got you paused right.
Behind them, the passengers and flight attendants were completely oblivious to the emergency unfolding on the flight deck. The engines were still running, and the first officer was flying the plane smoothly enough that there wasn't any turbulence. But there was one small oddity, which some passengers may have noticed. On the left-hand side of the aircraft, the no smoking signs had turned off. The reading lights on this side had also turned off. In the middle of the day, it's unlikely that any passengers would have been using them anyway, so they probably wouldn't have noticed this. But it was a sign that throughout the aircraft, and specifically on the left-hand side, there was a serious problem with the electrical supply. How deep this problem ran was something the pilots were still trying to figure out. But that didn't mean that the pilots were the only ones who knew that something was wrong. As all of this was happening, 10 kilometers beneath the plane, at Brest Area Control Center, the air traffic controller who'd been tracking Flight 6074 was seriously concerned. The flight had suddenly disappeared from his radar screen. Immediately, the controller called the pilots on the radio, but there was no response. This was extremely concerning. No radar trace, and no contact over the radio. The controller feared the worst. He tried calling the flight again, and again, but still, he was met with nothing but silence. In desperation, he even asked another EasyJet plane in his airspace if they could get through to their colleagues using the company frequency. But the crew of this flight were also unable to make contact. Here was a passenger aircraft which had gone suddenly dark. Had something catastrophic happened, like a bomb? Or worse, had it been hijacked? But then, there was another scenario, and it was just as terrifying. When the controller had last seen the flight on radar, it had been heading northwest, at an altitude of 32,000 feet. But to its north, an American Airlines jet was heading east to west. It too was at 32,000 feet, and was about to cross paths with the missing EasyJet flight. If the EasyJet plane was still in the air, then the two aircraft were now less than a minute away from colliding. The controller frantically got hold of the American Airlines flight and asked if they could see the EasyJet plane on their TCAS display. TCAS stands for Traffic Collision and Avoidance System. It's an onboard system which pilots use as a last line of defense against mid-air collisions.
Oh,
if the system detects that a collision is imminent, it says, "Traffic, traffic."
How do I disable the 737 terrain radar? Because when we're coming into Madeira, it's going to be yelling at us when we're on that approach. It's going to be yelling at us like obstacle, obstacle. So how do I disable it? Because I need to turn that off.
And issues an instruction to either climb or descend.
Go to flight deck, I got you. 1 second, guys. 1 second. FO side. Is it down here? Oh, right here? Like that. And which one? We keep the gear and flap runway? What about runway? Should we keep runway? Runway in terrain inhib. Okay. So these are good? Like that? You want it like that? Runway might complain to you. Alright, cool. We're good. We're good. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Let's see, where's our seat? It's the one with the tray table down. There it is. There we go. Cool beans. Thank you guys. I needed that. I kind of forgot. Now it bricks the terrain order. Perfect, perfect. Thank you. Back to the video.
But there is a catch.
But
for TCAS to work, both planes involved
you can't get it with the terrain inhibited.
On.
Appreciate it.
And because of the electrical failure on the EasyJet flight, this system was
for
without
real
power.
Whisper.
The
Maybe
crew on American Airlines Flight 63
Korean Air 804
scanned
or
their
whatever?
displays looking for the rogue aircraft, but it was nowhere to be seen. With every second, the two planes were drawing closer together at nearly the speed of sound. For the controller, the tension was unbearable. If these two planes collided, the death toll would be monumental. The controller faced a dilemma. Should he instruct the American Airlines jet to change its altitude, or would it be better to keep it where it was? It all depended on what the EasyJet flight was doing. But without being able to see the plane on radar, the controller had no idea what it was doing. He had to make a decision fast. So, he instructed the American Airlines plane to descend to 31,000 feet. But just then, there was a shift change at air traffic control. For some reason, at this critical moment, the controller who'd been handling the flight stepped away from his workstation and handed control over to his colleague. The American Airlines jet hadn't yet begun descending. The pilots were still looking for the EasyJet aircraft on TCAS and out the window. Because of the urgency of this situation,
yeah, I agree,
the
Whisper.
outgoing controller didn't have time to give a complete handover of information to his colleague. The new controller was anxious to get the American Airlines plane to start descending, and he told it to descend immediately. The pilots of American Airlines Flight 63 then began descending. The controller held his breath, watching the American Airlines plane slowly blip across his screen.
Holy.
Its altitude now ticking down.
It was
Then
the only
came a
plane
voice over the
ATC
radio.
could reach. Yeah, man.
The pilots of the American Airlines flight had spotted an EasyJet plane out their windscreen, passing just overhead. It was the missing flight.
Vroom.
The controller breathed a massive sigh of relief. His worst nightmare had not come to pass. As it turned out, the two planes had come within 19 seconds of collision.
Oh my god. You know that one song where it's like,
but still,
POV
the
you're
ordeal
flying
was
and
far
a
from
Spirit
over.
Airlines flies past
The
you.
EasyJet plane was still
and
in
it's
the
like,
air, apparently. But why wasn't it
like
talking?
the vacation
The scenario
song
the
or
controller was
whatever?
now most concerned about was a hijacking. Back in the cockpit, the pilots knew none of this. They were busy trying to troubleshoot their communication problems. However, they were worried about exactly the same scenario as the controller. Not that they would be hijacked, but rather that the controllers would think they had been hijacked. If fighter jets came to intercept them, how would the pilots communicate with them without radio? And what if, for some reason, they had to turn off course or divert? Would doing that get them shot down? This was an incredibly stressful situation for the crew of Flight 6074. There was confusion on all sides here. Everyone was in the dark. After both the captain's and first officer's attempts to contact air traffic control had failed, the captain continued with the actions listed on the ECAM. One of the last items on the list involves switching from the number 1 transponder system here to the number 2 transponder system. The transponder is what tells air traffic control the plane's position. The captain did this, and all of a sudden, the display came back to life.
No way.
But this was no guarantee that the plane was actually transmitting a signal. The digits had reappeared, but no other lights on the panel were lit. Was it the case that the lights were off, but that somebody was home? The pilots had no idea. But back at Brest, the controller was massively relieved. The target for Easy 6074 had reappeared on his screen. The plane was where it should be, flying smoothly along its flight plan route at 32,000 feet. He called the flight again over the radio, but still, there was no word from the pilots. Back in the cockpit, the crew began discussing what they should set their squawk code to. The squawk code is the identifying code that air traffic control assigns to the flight at its outset, so that it can be distinguished from other aircraft on their radar screens. The code had been set to 5376 back at Alicante, but now, given their emergency, the pilots needed to update it. There are 3 emergency codes used in aviation, each of which is used to signal a different kind of emergency. 7500 is the code for a hijacking, 7600 is the code for a radio failure, and 7700 is the general emergency code. The pilots decided that given the severely degraded state of their aircraft, the code for radio failure didn't quite cover their situation.
Guys, if you ever want priority into an airport, just squawk 7600.
They were genuinely in an emergency.
I'm joking.
So, the captain put 7700 into the transponder panel and pressed ident.
Hit him with the flash.
The controller saw this come up on his screen. He knew that whatever problem the plane was facing, it was more than just a radio failure.
Yeah, right.
But he was still in the dark as to exactly what kind of emergency the pilots
because then
were
fighter
facing.
jets.
And
unless you want to play
he didn't know
hide
what
and
they were
seek with
intending
fighter
to do
jets,
next.
yeah, go have some fun with
The truth
fighter
be told,
jets.
the pilots didn't either.
If you want to do some group
They were
flying,
still getting to grips with their
you could
situation.
squawk 7500.
The next ECAM action told the captain to try the oldest trick in the book. That was to turn the number 1 generator off and then on again. He did
Quick
this,
little reset.
but there was no response.
Oh damn.
The aircraft systems remained unpowered.
Yeah, but shouldn't they check for any circuit
And
breakers
what's
maybe?
more, without the caption lights working, the captain couldn't be sure what position the switch was actually in. The captain was determined to find the source of the problem. It would be extremely challenging for him and the first officer to bring the
Message
plane
was
safely
passed
down to an
along.
airport in the condition it was in.
Got you. Appreciate
They
it.
needed to restore power somehow.
My big plane wants to play with small planes.
Naturally, at this point, the captain started asking himself what had been unusual about this flight before the problem had started. The immediately obvious thing was that the APU, the small turbine in the tail of the aircraft, had been turned on for the entire flight.
Huh.
Could it be that the APU, or the APU generator, had stopped working? There was only one way to find out. The captain shut down the APU and then started it
Wait,
up again.
hold up. Why would they leave the APU running the entire
As it
time?
spun up, the pilots waited anxiously for the cockpit instruments to flash back to life. But that moment never came.
Rip.
It wasn't the APU. It seemed as if nothing the pilots tried was working. They were miles above the sea, out of touch with the outside world, flying their jet manually, and there was every possibility that their situation
Did you pass
would
me
soon
yet?
get
I don't know,
worse.
Skyfall. Let me see.
What if the first
Because the
officer's
generator
instruments
in
failed?
engine 1 was
How would they
bored.
make it to an airport then?
Broken?
Or what if they were intercepted by fighter jets? The pilots were
right,
baffled.
I got you.
With every passing minute, they were running out of
Skyfall,
options.
slow down. I don't think I passed
The
you.
captain called the lead flight attendant
Slow
up to the
to
cockpit.
like 7.6.
He told her that there was an emergency.
I'm
and that she would
catching
need to
up. I'm
prepare the
like
cabin for
right
an
on y'all's
emergency landing.
tails.
This was the first time that anybody in the back of the aircraft knew what was going on.
Oh, but we're all at 3.5. That's
She
my,
returned to the
is that a
passenger
problem?
cabin and briefed the
Oh
other
yeah, I
crew
did see that
members,
Skyfall. I
who
did.
began preparing the passengers for the emergency landing. The pilots now had an important decision
Did
to
I
make.
slow to 7.7?
Should they continue to Bristol, which
Alright,
was
you
their
and Whisper
original
slow to
destination,
7.6. But
or
hold up.
should they divert somewhere closer?
I need to step climb though.
Given the gravity of their situation and the possibility that
1 second, guys. We have to go back in the cockpit. Let's see if we can step climb. Okay, I got Whisper on TCAS. On radar. Okay, we can go up to 3.7. Let's just vert speed a little bit. Come on, slowpoke. Hey, Whisper, bro. I don't know what's going on, man. We'll go flight level 370. There we go. Cool beans. That's looking good. Sweet. What are you flying? Apparently I'm at 807, Mach 0.0807, man. I don't know, man. Yeah, I know positive rate, but like, usually the thing about step climbing, like with the autopilot, like using the VNAV profile and stuff, they climb a bit too high, and like, I saw like a thing where pilots, like in the real world, I think it was on Just Planes or Think Planes, the pilots are step climbing, and they set it in the vert speed and did a nice gradual climb up to step climb, so passengers didn't feel it, and then that way they don't have to slow the plane down. So it's a little life hack, you know.
That could get worse at any moment.
On a step climb, you would have to the engines would power up if you're doing a VNAV.
But the pilots knew.
But if you use vert speed and a nice gradual, you won't need more power, so you save a little bit of fuel too.
Action. Without a working radio, it would be very difficult for the pilots to explain what they were doing. If they diverted off course, their aircraft could be shot down.
Yeah, you can do that if you're light, but if you're heavy, it's not
if they
too big of an issue.
Along their planned route
yeah,
to Bristol,
I know, but
they might still be
comfort,
intercepted by fighter jets.
Comfort.
But
oh yes,
as long as
Skyfall
they
said it.
predictably
Set
along
vert
their
speed,
original
step
flight path,
climb, you
it was
burn less
much
fuel
less
if you
likely
do
that they would be shot
300.
down. The pilots reasoned that another advantage of continuing to Bristol was that they already had the weather information for the airport. Without any way of communicating with the outside world, they wouldn't be able to get weather information about any other airports. After weighing up the options, the captain decided that continuing to Bristol would be the best course of action. While this meant that the plane would be in the air for longer, it at least meant that the plane's movement would be somewhat predictable to the outside world.
I got you. It's not entirely wrong, just not a procedure I've
seen. But making this decision didn't solve the crew's problems.
I got you, man. I got you.
Far from it, in fact. Given the state the aircraft was in, the pilots couldn't be sure whether they would be able to bring it to a stop on the runway. Bristol Airport has one of the shortest runways of any international airport in the UK.
Welcome back, Waidu. Hello.
If other aircraft systems, like the spoilers, flaps, or thrust reversers, had stopped working as well, would the plane go off the end of the runway on landing?
Oh.
The captain thumbed through the aircraft's quick reference handbook, in search of the charts which outlined the stopping distance in different failure scenarios. The page he landed on gave figures for the emergency electric...
Real-time tech, hey, can you please check something on the FMC for me? Yeah, no problem. What do you want? What do you need? FMC? Welcome to the stream, man. What's up? Nothing much, man. We are actually ripping, guys. We are honestly pretty flying fast, man. Oh yeah, good. We're catching up. Click next until the 5-5. Okay. It's just nothing. Here's 4-5. Fifth page is blank. No, start from 1? Okay, I got you. There. And there. Yeah, this is pretty much just our last couple of waypoints. And then straight to the arrival. Real question is, why is the 5th page... Pause rate, bro. Don't even ask me, bro. I've been experiencing having turbulence for the past 2 hours into this flight. Really? What's your altitude at, Snow? I'm officially finished with 2020 tonight, lol. Well, until Bluebird 7.5. Damn. So you can add more fixes? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh. Quick little view outside. Is that like a little bit of fog? Oh no, that's just the moon shining. I was like, what? But we should be coming over the Azores in maybe an hour. My sim just freezed on me on the iFLY. Oh man, that's unfortunate, man. Hopefully it unfreezes, man. Alright, back to our seat. Where are we at? But hopefully you're having a good flight until that happened. Well, it's actually true that everyone is leaving 2020 to go to 2024. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm not fully over to 2024, but I will say I've been flying like almost this entire week on 2024, and it's been running amazing.
This wasn't an exact replica of his situation. but
So
it was
I won't
close
lie,
enough to
I'm just
figure.
waiting for more aircraft.
By the looks of it, runway 09 at Bristol would give them enough distance to stop. The captain could also tell from the weather report that the runway at Bristol would likely be dry when they arrived, which made stopping on it
Microsoft 2020
a
is
more
slowly
realistic
going up
prospect.
absolute. Yeah, man.
So,
I
it was
could.
decided.
One thing I've
The
noticed
crew would be attempting to land their crippled aircraft
is
at Bristol.
crippled aircraft, crazy.
The captain went about programming
Is
the arrival route
they're not
into the
really.
first officer's flight management
Microsoft
computer.
isn't really doing a lot with 2020
He
anymore.
used one of the standard arrival routes into
2024 has been
Bristol's
stable
runway
for me, and
09.
there's more than enough
This way,
aircraft that I
the
fly
plane's
over there.
behavior would be predictable to
2024 is
aircraft
still a bit
controllers,
unstable. Yeah,
and therefore, the flight
yeah,
would
pretty
appear to
much.
pose less of
Just a
threat.
little bit, but once those more sim updates come out, it's gonna be a
Then,
really good sim.
when
man.
everything was set up, the first
Like
officer
we're
began
almost
his
in sim
descent.
update 3, and it's already been
It would have been
50
a very
times
strange
better.
feeling for him. Hand flying
And
the
I
descent
fly in
from
Phoenix are not
32,000
fully
feet.
certified. It's just the 737,
Normally,
700, and
pilots
800,
fly
but I
manually
have
at
the
the very
max,
beginning of
so
the
I'll be
flight,
fine.
and in the
iFLY
minutes
is still
just
giving
before
me some
landing.
issues.
But
Not for
flying
me,
by
positive
hand
rate.
at
Not for
cruising
me.
altitude is basically never done in normal operations.
Check your bindings. That's what I had to do.
Nonetheless, it was a straightforward task for the first officer. He and the captain were working extremely well together as a team.
Alright, back to the video.
The captain was delegating the workload in such a way that neither pilot was overwhelmed. But as the pilots descended, they knew that the real concerns were still ahead of them. With 142
Weird
people in the back of
lightning,
the aircraft,
a norm-
the sense of responsibility
It just
was
looks weird.
tremendous.
I'll come back when it's
As
out
the
of
minutes
beta.
ticked on,
I got
the
you,
first
positive
officer
rate.
began to feel cold and lightheaded. This was a concerning development. Both of
Man, the
these
sim
were
just
symptoms
freezes.
of
Tried
hypoxia.
2 times now. I just give up. Are
Could
you
the
in
plane
beta
be
for sim update
pressurizing?
3? That could be why.
The
I'm not.
pilots
I'm in
considered
just sim
using their
update
oxygen
2.
masks, but decided against it. These would make it harder for them to communicate with each other, and besides, in a few minutes, they would be down at a breathable altitude. As the plane descended in
That's
silence,
probably why real-time
controllers
tech.
in London were tracking it. It appeared to them that
Also,
the flight was
positive rate,
continuing down towards Bristol, its original destination.
Make sure you're running the
They
iFLY
called Bristol Air Traffic Control
2024
and told them
plugin.
that there was a plane over the south
'cause
coast of England in a descent.
I
which
didn't
was not
know
in
they
radio
made
contact.
one for it, and I've been running the
If it was following
2020,
its flight plan,
and then I
then
noticed
it
that
should be
one,
landing in Bristol
and it's been
in a
working
matter of
fine ever
minutes.
since.
Controllers at Bristol acted immediately. They declared a full emergency at the airport.
By the way,
Ambulances and fire
oh yeah, I
brigades
just
rushed
saw
to
that
the
real-time
runway,
tech.
preparing
We
for
might
the
be in
worst.
that plane
All flights
next
in
week,
and out
maybe.
of the airport were suspended as the silent jet made its way closer and closer.
It runs automatically.
Back in the cockpit, a moment
Not
of
for
truth
me.
awaited the pilots. They were about to see whether their flaps, which would be vital for slowing the plane down for landing, were working. They
I just
decided that if they
realized
were going to be
the
landing without flaps,
Why
they would
does an
prefer to know
Airbus
that
make
now, while there was still time to prepare.
emergency flap?
So, at about 20 past 12 local time, the captain moved the flap lever to the first position. Both pilots held their breath. But sure enough, within a few seconds, their instruments showed them that the flaps had been deployed successfully. Their chances had just gotten a lot better. By extending the flaps further, they would be able to touch down at normal landing speed, giving them enough time to stop on the runway. However, the flaps weren't the only thing the crew needed to extend before landing. What about the landing gear itself? The captain lowered the landing gear lever, and the pilots waited. But the familiar clunk of the gear extending never came, and the lights, which they expected to see here, which turn green when the gear is extended, didn't illuminate either. This was the last thing the pilots needed. If they had to put their plane down on its engines, there was a very real chance that the flight would end in a fireball. At the airport, the tower controller and emergency services knew none of this. They were watching the aircraft through binoculars as it approached, still clueless as to the nature of the flight's emergency. The last time it had been in touch with the outside world was somewhere above France. But, as on any passenger jet, there was always more than one way to lower the landing gear. The A319 is equipped with a manual gravity gear extension system, which allows the gear to extend under its own weight. The captain grabbed the handle for this system and cranked the lever until the doors unlocked and the gear slowly fell into place. Finally, the plane was set up for landing. Now, it was up to the first officer to put it on the runway and bring it to a stop. The pilots weren't about to take any chances. They agreed that as soon as the wheels hit the runway, the first officer would slam on the brakes and use maximum reverse thrust on the engines. In the cabin, the passengers didn't know what to expect. As the first officer descended towards the runway, the captain made a last-ditch effort to contact the ground. He took out his mobile phone and tried calling the number for Bristol Air Traffic Control. But even at this low altitude, he couldn't get any signal. Frustrated, he tried again, this time using the first officer's phone. But still, there was no signal. That was it. There was nothing more the crew could do to get in contact with the ground. They would be landing in Bristol, and for the first time in their lives, they would be landing without a clearance. As the plane neared the runway, the automated voice in the cockpit called out its height above the ground.
100, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 5.
The plane touched down, and the first officer slammed on the brakes. The engines roared as they went into full reverse thrust. Within moments, the plane had slowed to a crawl on the runway. After a frightening and bizarre ordeal, all 144 passengers and crew were now safely on the ground. But the pilots were still perplexed. What had caused their brand new, state-of-the-art jet to suffer such a catastrophic loss of electrical power? And why hadn't their checklist worked at restoring the power? As it turned out, a faulty electrical contact deep inside one of the transformers in the aircraft had sensed a flow of current when there in fact was none. This caused the main electrical bus to trip offline, and in doing so, it had knocked out every other system which depended on it. This was a severe electrical failure, and one that could happen again if Airbus weren't able to make their systems more redundant. For that reason, the final report recommended that Airbus make improvements to its software, which would prevent misinterpretation of stray electrical currents by the aircraft's computers. As for why the checklist didn't work to restore power to the aircraft, the investigation was stumped. They tested the aircraft when it was back on the ground, and weren't able to replicate the issue. They just couldn't see any reason why the power didn't transfer to the working system when the captain pressed the relevant push button. Nonetheless, Airbus made significant changes following this incident, which have made this kind of scenario much less likely in the years since. For one thing, the loss of a single bus bar, that is, the electrified metal rod which the aircraft draws power from, is no longer enough by itself to prevent the aircraft's radios from working. This added layer of redundancy means that the complete radio failure experienced by the pilots of Flight 6074 would not occur if a similar power loss occurred today. Another thing which Airbus has changed is that rather than relying on the pilots to transfer the power from the faulty system to the working system, this transfer is now done automatically. This greatly reduces the time between when a fault occurs and when it is fixed. It also removes the possibility of human error from the loop. Finally, the report into this incident also made a strong case against the design of the push buttons in the cockpit of this aircraft. It said that these push buttons lack one of the basic functions of the selector, which is that
American
it should always provide a
American element, and go for a Skyfall. Hey,
unmistakable
pick up a
indication
Phoenix to
of its
Heathrow
selection.
tonight. I'm doing Phoenix to Heathrow after stream.
The report recommended
so
that
we'll hop on
manufacturers
that.
make it easier for pilots
I'm
to
still
tell
on
what
your
position
stream. Let
their
me try
switches
again
are
with Sim Update 2
so that there
and
is
see
no
how it goes.
confusion
Not better.
as to whether they are
And
in
I'll
the
let you know.
selected
Sounds good real
or
time.
deselected
How
position.
did you get that tablet? I made the screen. I made
These
the screen
important
on
lessons have made
Canva.
modern
So you
aircraft
could just do
systems
that.
much more redundant and safer than they were, even in 2006.
Oh, pause rate, dude. Yeah, that probably
However,
is the issue. My
skill
beacon light
and
has a
teamwork
weird
of the
abnormal
pilots involved with the
where it
incident
won't blink.
were still
Yeah,
a
they're
vital
trying to
piece of the
fix
safety
it.
picture.
There's been issues with the lights
Pilot
though.
mismanagement of much smaller failures
Go offer
than this
me on a
have
pilot, so
downed
I take
aircraft
him
in the
up.
past.
Santos Dumont
In
ops
fact,
for sure.
if you want
pause
to see
rate.
how one of those incidents unfolded, you should check out my video here about an Airbus A320 that crashed just a few years ago. If you found this video interesting, you can
What a
also
video.
join the Patreon to
Holy.
support the channel
Alright, time
and get
for
early
YVR
access to new
Gopher.
videos. I'm really grateful for the support that the Patrons provide because they make it possible for my team and I to continue putting in the work to research and produce these videos. So check out these links on screen.
Pause right. You have to do Brasilia to MCO now. Alright, so this is the new video from YVR Gopher. It's 24 minutes of Dreamliner Heaven, other arrivals, and it's on a rainy day too, well, like with a wet runway, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, look at that. Don't you worry, though. Dude, I'll do it with you. Made contact. Oh, okay, hold up. Do you know Pilot Sander HD? I'm not familiar with the name, but I might have seen some. What is his videos? Plane spotting? Maybe. What airport? What airport? I think I've heard of him before. All over the world, but mostly JFK? Oh, man. I don't think so. I might have seen a couple of his videos, but I can't really remember watching that much plane spotting at JFK except for like LA flights and airline videos live. Yo, KJVR, welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. How are you doing, man? ETA, we are probably like 2 hours 50, almost 3 hours away, pretty much. Let me see, did we pass Whisper in them? Hey, we did. Let's go. Let's go. Oh wait, no we didn't. Whoops.
Yeah, they feathered it as much as they can, but yeah, it'll get better once they get it done.
I thought we caught up. Whoops.
Jazz 841, tower, thank you for your discretion onto the bypass.
Oh, greased it. Damn.
2400 is waiting on 87.
I have 3 hours 22 minutes left, and I started 20 minutes before you did. Got you, Sna. I am trying to figure out how you got that screen over there. That is next level mission. Okay, so pretty much, if you just look here, if I just take it away, it's just a layover, like a, what's the word? Like a border. So I could just turn it off and on. So I just make it just for a little bit of a, you know, a little bit more realism. Make it look like a TV. Yeah, overlay. Yeah, overlay. Thank you, Whisper. Appreciate it. And for those just joining into the stream, we are doing a $5 SIM market giveaway at the end of the stream once we land into Madeira. So exclamation point UAL to join. And you just gotta be subscribed and also be in the Discord. Link in the description to join. Ooh, Little Freedom 1. Or, I forgot what they called it. Honoring those who served. That's what it was. I said Freedom 1. Whoopsies, thinking of Southwest. I can just make out the nav lights of United Fly 23. Oh, he's catching up to you, Skyfall.
Speed 160 knots or less now. Contact Vancouver Tower on 1187. 60 now and 1817, right, Papa.
28 trainer ground, proceed via Tango, Mike, Victor, closer to hotel. Proceeding via Tango, Mike, Victor, short of hotel, escort 528 trainer. So 915 ground, proceed via Juliet Alpha, Juliet, hold short of Lima. Good call, Air Canada 1059, tower status frequency, taxi via Mike, Juliet, Bravo, Juliet. Mike, Juliet.
We're creeping up onto the Azores.
West Jet 708 to ground, push back to your discretion. Yep. There are 2 aircraft calling there, Sweetgrass.
Cover Tower, good day, Air Canada 303 Heavy established on DR Nav Zulu 8 left. Air Canada 303 Heavy, Vancouver Tower, cleared to land, we're going straight left. Cleared to land, 8 left, Air Canada 303.
Bro, dream place to go plane spotting, Vancouver. Vancouver, if you've seen like summertime pictures in Vancouver, the background shots, especially facing towards the north with the mountains, oh my gosh, beautiful. Oh, special livery too. Wait, I gotta find this guy on Instagram who posts like really nice photos at Vancouver Airport.
Canada 303 tower status frequency, taxi via Mike 5, Mike, Juliet, Charlie, into the airport. Plan the RNAV approach to runway 08 left. Altimeter now is 3007. Yeah, 303, thank you. Lima 6. Victor, cross runway 13, Lima 6, Sarah Canada 108. Unrestricted. 5,000 feet unrestricted, Delta 5 Canada 107, turn left heading 170. Heading
62 to 60 Pacers right out of... Oh my. Damn, that's a close ass game. Let's go Pacers.
162 ground runway 08 right, altimeter is 3007, taxi Echo Delta, runway 31, hold short of Lima. American 1415, speed your discretion, descent unrestricted 5,000. Descent unrestricted 5,000, speed our discretion, American 1415. Push at 165, descent unrestricted 3,000. Unrestricted descent. Air Canada 107 Heavy, Vancouver tower number 2 following max, just touching down, cleared to land, runway 08 left. What do you make Bravo Lima's current? 08 left, on for the RNAV approach.
Oh wait, I gotta pause this to show you guys this Instagram. Where is it? Right here. Look at this. This is what I want to do when I go to Vancouver one day and go plane spotting. Look at this shot. Those mountains in the background. Bro has like such nice shots, man. Let's see. Bro. Look at that. Look, oh my, that is sweet, bro. Porter! They have 757s? Not gonna lie, I don't find the plane spotting at St. Martin as exciting as it used to be back then. Nowadays, St. Martin doesn't have as much wide-body planes coming in. Yeah, man, it's unfortunate, bro. Well, I mean, you guys just got the 787 from KLM. Wait, oh, another one. Oh, look at that, man. Look at that, bro. The mountains. Like, imagine Christmas time. Oh, mate. Oh, my gosh. Dude. These are frickin' fire. Oh, Cathay Pacific Bomboclat. Bro, that's what I want. Yeah, but St. Martin, I went to St. Martin last August, and I had a great time. The only thing is I missed the 7.4s, man. Those 7.4s taking off out of St. Martin, bro, those videos I used to watch all the time. Man, those were a vibe. Cargo jet only, really? Bro, cargo jet, like... Cargo jet and WestJet gotta be, like, my two favorite Canadian airlines. Obviously Porter, but I don't fly Porter in the sim, because we ain't got their aircraft, you know? Welcome back, Kevin. These pics look unreal. Yeah, man. His photography is awesome, man. Canadian Airlines for the win. Yeah, bro. For real. Unfortunately, it's still lag even in Sim Update 2, but it's not that big of a deal. Mess around with your settings, real-time tech. Porter is underrated. For real, dude. I'm telling you, they're on the come up, bro. They're making really good decisions right now. They're like, honestly, like, such a good airline. I think they're like, honestly, thinking about it, they're like one of Canada's probably best airline, you know? But the thing about, now, Canadian Airlines for the win, but Canada in general, not so much. Like, Calgary just put up a thingy for no plane spotting photos on airport property for the entire, like, government week, where, like, all the governments around the world come into Calgary, and they set up a whole thing, which is so unnecessary. Like, bro, you're telling me I can't look at an airplane and take photos of it? Like, what? How are they gonna do that, bro? Might help to increase the size of rolling cash. That too. Porter has got green light to start flights to UK and Jamaica. That's awesome. Whoa, 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 UK? What are they gonna send there? Bro, pause rate for real. Also consider reducing the graphics a bit. Yeah, try you know, like medium and high settings or something. What's your specs, real-time tech? It's fine with the Charter of Rights and freedoms here. Yeah, bro, it is plain, bro, like, come on, bro. Now, they said that you'd be arrested or something if you're caught taking photos. Now, what if I take photos of them on the approach path, but not on airport property? Now, is that allowed? Chai cam for 3. Hey, nice. E2 from Halifax can make it to London? Really? Well, yeah, they're pretty good engine, pretty fuel efficient, so that's gonna be nice, bro. Shoot, I might want to fly on that route. That's fun. Ooh, One World livery. Look at that. Ooh, little bouncy bounce. I think I saw this exact airplane. I was parked right next to it in Dallas, Fort Worth when I was coming in from Rome. Man, look at that water spray. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I feel like One World should, like, update their logo a bit. It looks a little bit starting to get old, you know? About 4 years ago, I got yelled at a pilot for taking pictures of aircraft while on the tarp. Damn. One World is ugly. Yeah. Starline's for the win, man. Oh yeah, there he goes. There you go, pause it right. There you go, bro. Is that what I think it is? What, Reed? Oh. Oh, no. No, it's not what you think it is. It's not what you think it is, Reed. It's not, it's not, it's not. You see, you're late. You missed half of it. Wait, hold on. Oh, Pacific Coastal. I was like, huh? United? What's your local airport, Sna?
It'd be 21 heavy affirmative, monitor tower frequency 118.7.
Is that a SAB? Oh yeah, SAB 340. I wonder if that airplane's any good in 2024. Are you? Yes. Reed is a One World Blazer. Starlines all the way. Nah, Reed, I thought you were part of the One World. You love flying American. I like Sky Team. Oh, holy airball. Sky Team's logo's old too. It's a Tango Uniform Papa Julia. It's close to St. Thomas. Oh, nice. What airport is that? Let me check. Delta KLM in Korean? Nah. Nah. I wonder if Delta would paint an A350 with the Sky Team livery. They should do that. That might look good. Because they're 100 years, and LA28 and Team USA are fire. UPJ. Beef Island Terrence. Huh. Beef Island. Road to town. Oh yeah, you're just next to St. Thomas, man. all jokes off in the United, on upon Singapore, need I say more? Keep going, Reed. Keep going, man. I saw the 100 Years livery on Wednesday. Yeah, it came into Orlando twice this week, and I didn't go. I kind of regret it. Porter, WestJet, and Flair, no alliance. Dang, that's right. Yo, pause it. Porter needs to hop on the Star Alliance, man. I don't know. Well, I thought Porter... No, I don't remember. I thought Porter did something with Southwest, but I guess not. Ooh, little bouncy bounce. What's up with these pilots bouncing their landings into Vancouver? Was taxiing to go to MCO? Yeah. No, Reed. Airline code shares is how we do it up here. Damn. Boring. 74 to 66 pacers. Let's go. Let's go, man. Let's freaking go. There's that little E-jet again. Makes sense, I asked, because WestJet uses the Delta gates at LAX. That doesn't mean anything, buddy. I want to see Indy celebrate for the parade. Yeah, bro, that would be fire. Bro, toothpaste livery looks so good. WestJet has a Delta code share. Oh! Bro, at that point, just join SkyTeam, bro. So they use Delta stuff down in the States. I got you, positive rate. I'm telling you, positive rate damn near works for the airlines already. Bro's a pilot, like, might as well be a mechanic. I don't even know what else. Dispatch. Flippin' heck, man. Yeah, I see WestJet and Aeromexico parking at Delta Gates at LAX, so I figured both are SkyTeam. Aeromexico is SkyTeam, so I assumed WestJet is SkyTeam. Look at that. Oh, man. With the mismatched nose, oh, man. They gotta pay extra for little amounts of benefits. Probably just airballed a half court for it. Damn. I like the logic. Yeah. Bro, it's just like, pause rate knows so much. Like, I know a lot in the US and stuff, but bro knows like everything. Like, I'm mostly good with airports and like usually airline routes, but like anything like with code shares and stuff, I don't know nothing. Not that too much about, like only like who's in Star Alliance and stuff, you know, and the alliances. Oh my gosh, yo, look at that wake turbulence. Oh, wait, go back to that. Look at that. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh man, look at that, bro. That is sweet. Wow, that was cool. See what Google says? What do you mean, baby? I keep up with only Canada. Well, now I want you to expand to the US. Air France? Air France? US or anywhere else, don't even look. Yo, Travis Charles, hello, welcome. Safe travels, have a great flight, enjoy your flight. Thank you, Travis. 74, 72, jeez, man, it's a close game. What quarter? Let me pull it up again. Ooh, look at that A330 livery. Special livery.
Oscar 104, turn right heading 280. Right heading 280, Pascal 104.
Smash some buttons. I appreciate you, Whisper. Thank you, buddy. 80 to 72. Holy. I'm trying to pull it up, but it's not loading. Okay, I got it. I need to switch devices in 3 minutes. When is giveaway? Once we leave. Once we land in Madeira. Oh, do you have time limit on your phone? Damn, bro. Rip. Wow, what a video. And guys, go subscribe. YVR Gopher. Beautiful videos. Let's see. What should we do? We got a solid... let's see, hold up. Let's see, did YVR Gopher have a video that we didn't watch? I thought we missed one here. Oh, Epic Heavies. Cathay Pacific. I got you, Reed, I got you. I don't, but the Wi-Fi turns off at 10:30 EDT or 9:30 CDT. I got you. You don't have cellular data? I mean, can't you just rock off cellular data, you know? Cathay? I got you. Shower? 9 degrees Celsius. Dude, wait, hold on. I kind of want to watch, like, nighttime plane spotting at Toronto with, like, de-icing and everything. Oh, man. Oh, there it is. There it is. Shower? Yo, I might have to do a 777 Cathay. Oh, that's right. Dude, Cathay Pacific just accepted me on SimberWorld. Oh, I could go to them tomorrow or something and fly their 777s and... Oh, I could do that. Oh, no. Wait, you're so smart. I got you, Beanie Baby. I got you. I was looking for something. I forgot. Let's see. I think current Vancouver, Hong Kong is actually such a good route. Reed, should we do it tonight? How much is a pilot? It's like $30, but it's so worth it, man. I enjoy it. You can ask Skyfall, you can ask Positive Rate. Skyfall put me on to... Oh, yo, hold up. Dude, nah, that's so fire, bro. Skyfall put me on to A Pilot's Life like 2 years ago, and then I put it on to Positive Rate. Bro's been enjoying it so much. Holy gradient, bro. That was crazy. Cinema quality right there. Can confirm it's awesome. Oh yeah, Positive Rate. Okay, I'll get it when I'm home. Yeah, for sure. I won't be up that late. Reed, you're such a loser, bro. I mean, at least do another leg in the event, bro. Holy crap. Oh my days. This is what's going on right now? And I missed this? To fly to Madeira? Oh my 26 bomba-clad departures. Oh my god. Oh, cargo jet. Here we go. Here we go. I'm so ready to sleep. Read. Yeah, go to bed already. Go to bed. No, have a good night. Evan's more enjoying than you right now. Oh my gosh. How many arrivals? Golly. DCA put a ground stop on arrivals at one point? No way. Well, it seems like they're doing it now. Wait, hold on. Let me launch VATSIM radar. Kingston radar. Let's go. Let's see. Jeez, bro. I want to see the sequencing. Oh my gosh, dude, the sequencing is awesome. Look at that. Sending people with some U-turns and vectors. Oh, mate. I missed out on an event. Oh my, wait, who is that? No, that's not it. Wait, who was I just on? Yo! But he had to do 2 go-arounds. Poor guy. Yo, whoever is American 1269, if you're watching this stream, which I highly doubt you're not. Third time's a charm, mate. Mr. Kalen. Kalen F. Damn. Imagine they were doing river visual with this. Nah, that'd be crazy. Okay, wait. Let's zoom in on the... Oh my god. Nah, this is nuts. Look how many people. What about Dulles? How's Dulles is doing? Oh, Dulles is actually not that bad. They don't look that busy. DCA is the worst. Holy, that's crazy. That is crazy, man. I'm loading into Dulles right now. But Reed, go home. No. Oh yeah, real busy. Whisper that event, man. It's that event. Where? Keep on doing that on accident. You should see if there's a nighttime video for Hong Kong. Is it made by YVR Gopher? Let me see Owls real quick. Wait, is he still on the ground at DCA? Yeah, bro. Oh my gosh. Is it raining too? It is. Holy crap. Oh, wait, I want to see his landing. Oh, go around. Look at this. Go around. Getting that go around.
Either a troll. It's really.
Wait. Oh my gosh, he's already been on the ground for like an hour 30. Holy. I'm on my iPad now. Nice. Oh, whoopsies, too much. Let's see. Oh yeah, he greased it. He greased it. Well done, Owls. Well done.
American 454, taxi to the gate.
I'm just gonna call for taxi. He's gonna be like, what?
Cool. Cool. Where were we? Oh, we were back on YVR Gopher. Let's go back. Where were we? We were watching an American... Yeah, right here. 10-point game? Oh yeah, man, I'm watching it. Emerald Locks. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. look at that. Air China 981, what's your gate? Taxi into the gate. No, do you have a gate? Y'all seen that at JFK? That one controller gets so mad at that Air China because he doesn't know how to speak. Okay, cleared into the ramp. Ooh, Luft D340! Converted briefly to government medevac aircraft in 2014 to assist with Ebola victims. Wait, but where did I saw that? What did I say at the end? But never entered into service, returned to Lufthansa in 2015. Oh, damn, nice. Oh, I remember that one. Okay, taxi to the gate. Stadium is chanting OBWW. Oh, E170? Oh man, look at that Air France 350, bro. Jeez, we got 25 years in here? Holy, man. Alright. Hey, that's your opinion, man. Released to Bonza. Oh, that was Bonza. I used to fly with Bonza. Is that Lufty? Bro, the thing that's cool about Lufthansa is on this route particular is they give it the Allegris cabin, the brand new one. I don't know what other routes serve it, but I know Vancouver is one of them. Allegris? Allegris? Apparently mixed reviews right now on Allegris, especially the first class. Really? The videos I've seen on it, it looks really comfy. Oh, there's Reed's favorite airplane again. Cathay, there goes. Yo, St. Agri, hello, welcome. I kind of partially blame the controllers in New York. They got lots of international flights, but they still use a lot of non-standard phraseology. Exactly. And another thing is Newark was really understaffed. Like, apparently there was one controller working like 3 positions. So yeah, I mean, hopefully Newark gets... Yo, it's like somewhat of an early rotation, no? Oh wait, I thought he was on the closer runway. He's on the other one. Cathay and rain mix so well together. They really do, bro. That water spray and then all the condensation on the wing. Yeah, I fly out of wait a minute, is that what's CDW? I forgot that code. We get denied flight following a lot as we fly on the Newark approach. Really? What airplane do you fly? Agri? Agri? Oh, now this is the big dog right here. Look at that. Beautiful. I love the 400 variant. Oh man, look at that. 172, of course. Hey, best plane right now, man. Me too, man. Now, what model? I'm in the good old November. Have my iFLY check ride coming up. Hey, nice, man. Good luck. Good luck. Wish you the best, man. I did my PPL in November, but doing IR in the SP. Ooh, nice. Are you with the what flight school, man? And what's the airport you fly out of? CDW. I forgot the. CDW's the airport. Yeah, I know, but what is it called? Caldwell? Oh, Caldwell. Oh, nice. Nice, man. Have you flown to, what's it called? Hold up, I'll tell you in a second. Farmingdale? Have you flown to Farmingdale before? Y'all's busiest GA airport. Not myself, I did fly once with a friend out of there. Oh, nice, nice. It's pretty cool flying into Farmingdale. I haven't flown there, but Skyfall's flown there. Another viewer in the chat, and he flew right over JFK. He got some nice pictures too. Felicitations. Painted with congratulations, everyone. Nice. Yeah, I've flown the Hudson corridor myself. Oh, nice, man. Did you do like some aerial shots over, or not aerial shots, but like, did you take pictures of like the statue and livery and stuff, bro? That's awesome, man. Is the XP battle end? Oh, he's on his final descent. He got a bit to go. Where's Owls? We're back to Owls. Where was Owls at? There we go. There we go. Has he departed yet? Okay, he's taxiing out. Cool. Cool. Go back to Green Dot. Oh yeah, of course I took photos. Yeah, come fly if you get the chance, for sure, man. Hopefully one day. I'm flying up to Newark July 3rd, but for vacation. I'm not actually flying there myself, but I'm flying on United 7.5. But I mean, I already get a little bit busy here in executive down in Orlando, so works for me. Should we watch two engines fall off Boeing 747 moments after takeoff? Or diving towards the Pacific? Which one? I mean, we still have time to kill, so we are golden. Let me see, how are we doing? Are we over? We're not even over the, Wait a minute. Evan. Yo, I haven't passed them either? No way. Alright, you know what? Let's watch this one.
Two engines fall off a Boeing 747 just moments after takeoff from Amsterdam. The pilots fight desperately for control as their aircraft struggles to stay aloft. To make matters worse, they don't even know that their engines
slowing to Mach
literally detached from
0.785,
the wing.
okay.
Beneath them, residents of Amsterdam watch on in horror as the stricken jumbo limps back towards the airport. Will the pilots make it, or will time run out before they can wrangle their massive jet back to the airport? This is the story of El Al Cargo Flight 1862.
I didn't even know LR used to do cargo.
The 4th of October 1992 began like any other day for Captain Yitzhak Fuchs, First Officer Arnon Ohad, and Flight Engineer Jadalia. As the three men relaxed and enjoyed the last few hours of a 20-hour layover in the Dutch city of Amsterdam, high above the Atlantic Ocean, a Boeing 747 was making its way east. The aircraft was arriving into Amsterdam from John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. From there, it would complete the final leg of its journey to Ben Gurion International Airport in Israel. At 59 years old, Captain Fuchs was an El Al veteran. He had amassed over 25,000 flight hours, 9,000 of which were on the 747. His first officer for the flight was 32-year-old Arnon Ohad. Ohad was much less familiar with the 747, with just over 600 hours on the aircraft. The third man in the cockpit on this day would be 61-year-old flight engineer Jadalia Sofer, another veteran of the skies. Shortly before 4 p.m. local time, as the crew prepared to leave the hotel, their jumbo landed safely at Schiphol. Immediately, the ground crew sprung into action, readying the 747 for its scheduled departure at 6:30 p.m. This included loading more cargo, refueling the aircraft, and awaiting the crew who would complete the final leg. But along with its cargo, the aircraft had also brought with it several defects. The inbound crew had experienced a number of issues during the flight over the Atlantic. Problems with the autopilot speed regulation, issues with the radio, and fluctuations in the voltage of the electrical generator on engine number 3 had all been noted. None of these issues were deemed serious enough to keep the aircraft in Amsterdam, however, and the ground engineers had provisionally repaired them by the time the new pilots had arrived at the aircraft. When Captain Fuchs arrived at the aircraft, he was made aware of these issues, and he was also told that he would be carrying one solitary passenger on this evening. 23-year-old Anat Solomon was an El Al employee also based in Amsterdam. Solomon was travelling to Tel Aviv to begin a new chapter in her life. There, she planned to marry a fellow El Al work colleague in Israel. Being able to hop on one of the company's flights for free was one of the perks she'd been afforded as an employee of the airline. But in a few short minutes,
Whisper, tell Evan to hop in chat.
Proved to be anything but.
If he's in the VC.
At 5 minutes past 7 that evening,
Bro is not
slightly behind
slick.
schedule due to a slot restriction, Flight 1862 was finally ready to go. On board were more than 74,000 litres of fuel and 114 metric tons of cargo. The aircraft commenced the first few feet of its journey, courtesy of the pushback tug and team, as the pilots started the engines.
Evan is not in VC. Oh,
Once the
damn.
4 engines were up and running,
Yeah,
they completed
he
the after-start
he
checks.
connected
and
on
6 minutes later,
VATSIM,
the captain began taxiing the
but
massive aircraft
it's
out
not
to the runway.
Evan.
In a few short minutes, they would be lined up for departure.
Like, it says Evan, but it's
While
not
we wait,
Evan.
I want to say a quick word about today's sponsor, Opera. If you're like me, you probably feel that most internet browsers...
Sorry, Green Dot. Not sponsored.
...is a much more dynamic place than it was even a few years ago, but web browsers like Chrome and Safari are still pretty after now. But first, pop open to a browser. I'd highly recommend downloading it so you can see what I'm talking about for yourself.
Evan.
Video description to download it. It's free.
What'd you do?
But for now, back to the video. Within a few minutes, after navigating the maze of taxiways at Schiphol Airport, Captain Fuchs lined up on the runway.
Dang,
He handed
Gia.
control over to First Officer Ohad, who would be flying
That's
the
you?
aircraft for the 4.5-hour journey. The captain would be responsible for handling the radio calls and completing the paperwork. Or at least...
Did
that
you
was
get
the plan.
unbanned or did you make a new account?
At 21 minutes past 7, the first officer pushed the 4 powerful engines to take off thrust, and the 747 began accelerating down the runway.
Either that or another ban.
Before long, Ohad pulled back on his control column and lifted the plane into the
Gotta
evening
do
sky.
what I gotta do. Be careful, Evan. I'm just saying.
For the first few minutes, all went to plan. The powerful jumbo climbed rapidly into the sky above Amsterdam, and the pilots raised the landing gear
They want my
and then
real
raised
name?
the flaps in stages.
That's your real name?
Flight
No shot.
1862 was well on its way.
Wait,
But
that's
just minutes
why?
after takeoff, as the plane reached 6,500 feet, this normality was shattered. Without warning, the inboard engine on the right-hand wing violently swung off. It then slammed into engine number 4, taking it with it.
Oh man.
Flight 1862 had literally lost 2 of its engines. A calm evening had just turned into a nightmare. Immediately, warnings blared in the cockpit. The stunned pilots tried to make sense of what had just happened. They had trained for engine failures, even double engine failures. But this was nothing like any scenario they had ever trained for in the simulator.
Tragic work for real,
And
just
worst of all,
flies.
they didn't even know that their engines had fallen off.
Bro.
From the cockpit, it wasn't possible to see the engines, and there's no instrument which tells you that your engine
Do you
has
imagine
fallen off.
walking
The
like
instruments naturally
to
assume
the
that
outside
engines are
or
attached.
back to your
Pilots were
cabin
flummoxed.
or well, it's a
Captain Fuchs
cargo,
took
but
over
like
from his colleague.
the little
He
you know
was far more
crew
experienced on the
area, you know.
747,
And you
and
look
he
out the
would need to
window,
draw on every bit of his
on
flying
the right
time
side, and
to
there's just
salvage the
no
situation.
engines.
As the captain tried desperately
I'd be
to
like,
regain control of the
Captain,
747, the first officer transmitted
this is
a
not
distress
good.
call.
We lost 2 engines.
Mayday, mayday, we have an emergency.
Ooh.
1862, Roger, Quake Column 237, contact heading 090.
ATC just says Roger?
1862, do you wish to return to Schiphol? Mayday, mayday, mayday. Turn right heading 260.
Boom, just swing out the door.
Distance 18 miles.
Wait, we flying 2
Despite
engine
the
or
noise
4?
and
747 has 2
multiple
engine or
warning
4?
bells and lights illuminating the cockpit, none of the crew were
Let
aware
that sink
that
in.
the 2
Oh, man.
engines had already separated from the aircraft. However, it was self-evident by how the aircraft was handling that they had lost all thrust from the 2 engines on the right-hand side.
Man, bro, that's crazy.
And, as it would turn out, the engines weren't the only things they had lost.
Oh no, they probably
Witnesses on
lost
the ground
flaps
heard
too.
multiple banging sounds and saw objects falling from the sky. Incredibly, they knew more about what was going on than either the pilots or air traffic control. Back in the cockpit, Captain Fuchs struggled mightily with the controls. With all of the thrust now coming from the left-hand side of the plane, it was beginning to turn to the right. To prevent this and keep the plane flying level, the captain had to practically stand on the left rudder. As he wrestled with the plane, the other crew members were trying to figure out the extent of the damage. This was a confusing task. When the 2 engines departed the wing, they also ripped through numerous wiring looms, one of which was the wire bundle for the fire warning system.
Oh damn.
The logic of the system was that if both wires were damaged, it would trigger the fire warning in the cockpit. And on board Flight 1862, that's exactly what happened.
Roger, we have fire on engine number 3. We have fire on engine number 3.
Not only did the crew not have a fire on engine number 3, they no longer had engine number 3.
I was say,
4.
yeah, no engine.
270 downwind. 270 downwind.
The pilots had no idea how bad their situation truly was. According to Boeing's training manual, even with the loss of 2 engines from the same wing, the 747's huge rudder alone would be enough to keep the plane level. No ailerons would be needed. But this is not what happened this evening. We'll see why in a moment. To correct for the immense differential in thrust, the captain had to do more than just stand on the rudder. He also had to move his control column up to 60 degrees to the left. If he let the plane bank too far, it would enter a spiral dive to the right, from which it would not be able to recover. The crippled 747 gradually turned around as the pilots got it ready for landing.
Wow.
Their adrenaline was surging. This emergency was like nothing they had ever trained for. That's because, when the 2 engines detached, they tore open hydraulic lines near the front of the wing.
Oh my
As with most aircraft, in the 747,
Some poor
hydraulic
MF
power
has
is
2
used to move the flight
JT90s
controls,
has
like the
a
ailerons,
backyard
which allow the plane to
decoration
bank
now.
from side to side.
Oh,
On Flight
dude.
1862, without enough hydraulic pressure to
Wonder
power the
where-
ailerons on the right-hand side, it began incredibly
what
difficult
they did
to
with
get
them
them
once
to
they
drop,
found them.
and therefore to turn the plane to the left. This was only compounded by the fact that the plane now naturally wanted to bank to the right, given that it had lost both engines on that side. In other words, the plane would now only let the pilots turn in one direction.
Imagine it was like landed in
To make
someone's
matters
like
worse,
some
the
grandma's
outboard
yard or
aileron here
something.
was basically dead.
What the
All it could do was
Imagine they
float
just see
freely in
that.
the low pressure airflow over the top of the wing. This floating aileron sticking up into the airflow caused extra drag, which only exacerbated the plane's tendency to yaw to the right. This explained why the captain was having such a hard time controlling the aircraft, and why he had to move his control column so much more than his training had prepared him to do.
You wake up and it's next to your bed.
Sitting behind the pilots, the flight engineer had a front row seat to the true extent of the damage to the aircraft. From his banks of dials and indicators, he could see that the loss of 2 of the plane's hydraulic systems had crippled countless other aircraft systems beyond just the ailerons. The landing gear, the flaps, the rudder, brakes, spoilers, and engine reversers all relied on hydraulic pressure to operate.
Damn, bro.
Each of these too was damaged or degraded in some way. This was an incredibly daunting situation. All of these systems are vital for slowing the aircraft down during its approach to the runway, and for bringing it to a stop on landing. Even if the pilots somehow did manage to get the plane lined up with the runway for a landing, and if they could manage to control it, they would have to battle with a plane that felt completely different through the controls than it normally did. This combination of failed and severely compromised control surfaces resulted in the captain having to physically wrestle the heavy and unresponsive jumbo.
We have no engines, huh?
Air traffic
We lost
control
both?
instructed the crew to contact the approach frequency so that another controller could guide them in. The first officer went ahead and radioed the new frequency.
Schiphol, 1862. We have an emergency, number 3 and number 4 engine inoperative, request 27 for landing.
Runway 27 was far from an ideal choice. It was experiencing a significant tailwind, which would greatly increase the plane's speed relative to the ground on landing, further increasing its landing distance, as well as the forces it would experience on touchdown. The controller was surprised by the crew's intention to land on the westerly runway, but given the severity of the emergency, it was not his prerogative to question their decision.
How's the wind? Oh, 2-2.
The controller also highlighted that the flight was only 7 miles from the runway. That might sound like a lot, but for an aircraft, it's less than 3 minutes flying time. From their current position, the crew were way too high, way too fast, and, to top it off, the runway had a tailwind. If they were going to land there, they would need to put some distance between themselves and the runway.
Some S-turn.
How many miles, final correction, how many miles, track miles you need?
Track miles is the system pilots and controllers use to refer to the actual distance a plane will fly on its approach to the runway, rather than just the direct, straight-line distance.
We need a 12-mile final for landing. Okay, right, heading 100, right, heading 100. Heading 100.
The controller came up with a plan. To give the crew the time and extra track miles needed to slow down, descend, and configure the aircraft for its final approach, the controller vectored the 747 onto an easterly heading. The plan was to then turn the aircraft a full 270 degrees to the right. Then it would line up with runway 27 for landing. The captain reduced the thrust on the 2 remaining engines in order to slow the plane down.
Couldn't he just have, instead of doing all of this, couldn't he just have extended here and then sent them up to here? Oh, but that'd be a crosswind. But wouldn't that be better than a tailwind? Or he could have done like a little bit like here and then straight in for there.
The captain reduced the thrust on the 2 remaining engines in order to slow the plane down. They would need to be at a fixed speed in order to land the plane safely. But here, they encountered their next problem.
2 right. Oh, right.
As the aircraft slowed, it required more lift to keep it in the air.
It'd be hard for a left turn. I got
pilots use flaps to increase the surface area of the wing.
Evan.
Quite simply, more wing equals more lift. But when the pilots selected the first notch of flaps, they encountered a problem which, up until this point, had remained hidden.
1862, just to be sure, your engines number 3 and 4 are out. Number 3 and 4 are out, and we have problems with our flaps.
Without being able to use the flaps properly, the pilots wouldn't have the luxury of slowing down for landing. This was on top of the tailwind they already had, and of course,
my bad, Evan. I thought they still had their engines. They're just gone, you know.
The odds were truly stacked against the crew as they limped their crippled jet back towards the airport. When the flight was 13 miles from the runway, the controller cleared it for a right turn to line up with runway 27.
Hello, 1862, right, heading 270, just on the low riser, cleared for approach. Right, 270.
The pilots continued their turn to the west, but without flaps to slow the plane down, their speed was way higher than normal. As a result of this, their turn was much shallower, and they ended up flying through the extended runway centerline. Their situation was fast deteriorating. Not only were they having significant problems on board the aircraft, but the flight control problems were so severe they couldn't line up with the runway. Seeing this, air traffic control instructed them to turn further to the right in order to intercept the instrument landing system.
Hello, 1862, you're about to cross the local ISL. Due to your speed, continue the right turn, heading 290, heading 290, 12 track miles to go, 12 track miles to go. Roger, 290.
The pilots were all too aware that their approach wasn't going to plan. Just 12 miles out now, they were tantalizingly close to the runway. But what lay ahead of them was a nearly impossible task. Still too fast and too far south of the centerline, the pilots needed to turn further to the north to get back on track.
Hello, 1862, further right, heading 310, heading 310.
If they were going to land, they were now just minutes away. The safety of the airport was clearly in view. But to get there, the pilots would need to overcome some enormous obstacles, and these obstacles only became fully apparent once they started reducing their speed.
Oh,
Without
yeah,
flaps to provide lift at a slower speed, the pilots needed to increase their angle of attack. Angle of attack being the angle between the wing and the oncoming airflow. The greater this angle, or in other words, the more the plane pitched up, the more lift it would create.
You gotta be
Pitching
3 positions as one pilot, bro.
Fly at a low speed without using the flaps. But this pitching up had a nasty side effect. All of the airflow hitting the now exposed bottom surface of the wing
the GPS is
caused
crazy.
it to slow down.
Oh.
The captain needed to strike a perfect balance here.
Well, they have like
He
different
needed to
panels.
slow the plane down just enough that it would be able to land, but not so much that it would stop creating lift and fall out of the sky. If the only problem the pilots had was malfunctioning flaps, the solution to this predicament would be straightforward. They could simply keep the speed higher by increasing thrust on the engines. But on this day, this solution wouldn't work. Both of the remaining engines were on one side of the aircraft. If the captain tried to increase the thrust on the engines too much, they would throw the plane onto its side.
Yeah.
Captain Fuchs knew that he would need to draw on every bit of his experience and lots of quick thinking in order to bring this plane safely down. And even that might not be enough. As the aircraft's speed reduced further to the final approach speed, the rudder and remaining ailerons had less airflow over their surface. With less airflow, they were less able to do their jobs. It was a losing battle. Flight 1862 was now just a few thousand feet above the densely populated Dutch suburbs. At its now lower speed, the ailerons and rudder were doing an increasingly poor job of countering the asymmetric thrust from the engines on the left-hand side.
Damn.
As the plane got slower, it pitched up. As it pitched up, the captain increased thrust on the engines to keep it flying. As he increased thrust, the plane banked to the right. And when it did this, he had to use even more force on the controls to bank back to the left. The plane was, in effect, ratcheting itself into a corner. Residents of Amsterdam could hear the jet struggling overhead and could see its curiously bare right-hand wing as it turned. It was still 13 kilometers from the airport, or about 8 miles. Before long, the inevitable happened. The speed of the 747 had decayed so much that its control surfaces could no longer overcome the thrust asymmetry from the engines. The aircraft banked sharply to the right. Its nose pitched violently down. The aircraft had entered an aerodynamic stall, its wings no longer travelling fast enough to grab a hold of the air. The ground proximity warning system rang out in the cockpit, but it didn't tell the pilots anything they didn't already know. There was nothing the crew could do.
Oh man.
At 30 minutes past 7, the massive aircraft slammed into an 11-story apartment building, 8 miles from the runway.
Oh my god.
Along with the 3 crew members and their solitary passenger, 43 people on the ground were also killed.
Oh my gosh.
As the smoke rose from the crash site, serious questions
thought they
arose
were gonna
about how
make
such
it.
a disaster could even happen in the first place.
Oh my
How
god.
could 2 engines simply fall off the wing? When investigators dredged the 2 missing engines up from the bottom of a lake, they uncovered something shocking.
Oh, it
The
landed in a
pins
lake.
which connected the engine pylons to the wing and to the engine had failed due to metal fatigue. Repeated stress and vibration over hundreds of flights
They
had caused
unscrewed
cracks to
themselves?
form, which
Oh, no,
slowly
they
grew
cracked.
and then
Oh
joined
my
together as
God.
Flight 1862 departed Amsterdam.
Jeez, wait, hold on, go back to that. See that again.
And then joined together as Flight 1862
that's so
departed
unlucky.
Amsterdam.
Oh man.
Incredibly, this wasn't news to Boeing, the aircraft's manufacturer. In the 15
They tried
months
though,
before the
almost
crash,
there.
3
Loading
pylons on
99%
airplanes operated by
and
China
doing it.
Airlines, El Al, and
They
Evergreen
fought every
had
single
failed
second.
in
Yeah,
flight,
man.
resulting in
Damn.
2 fatal crashes and 1 serious accident.
Oh my man.
The US Federal Aviation Administration had issued numerous airworthiness directives about this defect, addressing multiple fatigue problems in the pylon structure, including fuse pins, lugs, and fittings. Nevertheless, new cracks and failures were discovered frequently, which cast a doubt over the ultimate strength of the structure. Ultimately, Boeing were forced to develop a stainless steel fuse pin. This new pin had a considerably improved
They
fatigue
fought
and crack growth
so
life.
hard, man.
Thankfully, this improvement has made catastrophic failures such as this a thing of the past.
Bro, I thought they
This
were
change
gonna
came too late
make
for the
it.
victims of Flight 1862, both in the air and on the ground. But it is a part of a long procession of safety improvements in commercial aviation,
Oh man.
which continues to this day.
That sucks, bro. That's so unfortunate. Oh man, bro. Didn't that happen to another airplane? I thought that happened with another airplane before, did it not? Let's see. We're right now, currently, guys, we are just about, let's see. Let me bring back some music for you guys. And how are we doing? We should be right over the Azores. We should see the Azores right under us. Oh yeah, look at that. There's the Azores, guys. I'm not sure which one is Ponta Delgada. Yeah, in the 70s with MD-11. Oh yeah, MD-11, that's what it was, yep. Alright, so Ponta Delgada is the last one. The last island. United also flies there in the MAX. I'm telling you, United's route system, man, for the win. You see, look at this, man. Look at this night lighting. Even though it's nighttime, we can perfectly see the airplane. If we were loaded up in 2020 right now, you know how trouble it'd be to see this airplane? Like, the colors would be so dark. You see, this sky is like... I could enjoy night flights now. In 2024, you know? Now we're going to be coming close to the sunrise. 6 hours in the cockpit of a 737 though. Hey! I ain't got problems with the 737. Now, if it was 6 hours in a 737 NG, then maybe, because it's a louder airplane, you know? But the MAX is so quiet. When I flew Orlando to Pittsburgh on it, such a vibe. Row to myself, so quiet. Oh my, right on the wing too. Should I make the switch to 2024? Infrared, honestly, man, I'd say, let's see. I would say start to fly more often on 2024 and slowly phase out of 2020, but still fly 2020 for the airplanes you want to still fly that are not on 2024 yet, because we still have a couple airplanes that we need to come over to 2024. I'm fully on 2024 now, and you can hear and smell the forward lavatory. Oh yeah, that's not the best. X-Plane 12 got Evan. That's like a sim for, you know, like, X-Plane's good for flight physics, but like visuals, not really. So that's why it's not going to be my main sim. Speaking of lavatories and stuff, you know, I think it's time Captain needs to take a Lou review. The Noel Phillips Lou review. Wait, hold on. Pause the music. Sim sounds coming up. I don't think you guys heard that too well. We'll do it again. Amazes me every time. Now they just need to get the sync to work. And these lights. Wait, why did the lights go off when I closed it? Whoa, bro, that's sick. But they shouldn't turn off once you close it. They should stay on. Bro, but that's modeled so well. They just gotta get these galleys to work and stuff, you know? I mean, if we already got working overhead bins and working tray tables, then I think we're pretty much set. Flushing toilets law? Oh yeah, man. Let's see. I think I'll get a new PC first just to enjoy it more. Yeah, you could do that, infrared. If you are a real pilot, you would go for X-Plane. No, 2024's physics are really good. Look at V1. Are you nuts? Same with Flight Deck to Sim and all of them. The 737 cockpit is cramped and pulled straight from the 727 and 707 with little to no change. I mean, it's not too bad. The only problem is having a yoke between your legs. That's the only thing. You can't really shut your legs out too much, you know? Let me see. I soloed a week ago and I only play Microsoft. Hey, infrared, me too. I soloed last week on Friday, man. That video will be out on Ludix Aviation shortly. Probably later this week. Most likely tomorrow or Sunday. Welcome back, Positive. They need to get their electrical system working before trade tables. Real, man. I'm just saying I've been using 2020, and once I got introduced to X-Plane, whole different world. Yeah, I understand that, Evan, but like, you know, you gotta honestly, to be honest, that like the visuals for me with 2024, you know, and 2020, I wonder if that's the start of the sunrise. Maybe. I can't tell. There's so much I need to catch up on. They need, let's see. I actually prefer the 737 MAX as a passenger to the 320 Neo. Yeah, I think the MAX is a little bit more quieter and a little bit more smoother than the Neo, in my opinion. Message Jetspike Kev as his computer had an issue and I was giving info and advice on what to do. Oh, W Positive, nice, man. What happened with his computer? Oh, in Fred, oh man, that's funny. I have no problem with what you think about me, man. Hey, Evan is just, you know, Evan's that guy. Evan doesn't care about what you say about him. It's your opinion. Congrats on your slow. Thank you, Aggie. Appreciate it. That's awesome. Yeah, it was so fun, man. Got to do 3 laps. Now, I was supposed to solo at Orlando Executive, but the traffic pattern was full. Because the way it works at Executive is it's whatever the controller feels comfortable. So sometimes we have like up to like 5 aircraft in the pattern with like some controllers. But this girl controller, she only had like 3 people in the traffic pattern. And she said she wasn't doing any more at the moment. So we flew over to Leesburg, did like 1 touch and go. He hopped out. And then I did my 3 laps, got my shirt cut, and job well done. But if you want to watch, for those who are new here, if you want to watch my flight training videos, link in the description, a list of them. All of them are named, so you got stalls in there, steep turns, or maybe not steep turns, falling leaf stalls, you know, short approaches, so much ground reference maneuvers, and then the solo will be out probably later this week on the weekend or something. Smash some buttons. Thank you, Whisper. Thank you. During the Windows update, it blue screened and had to collect data and shut down. Bro, I had a blue screen yesterday when I was loading up Amsterdam back to Philly. It was so weird. It blue screened for a second, shut down my computer, and then I tried rebooting. It took me to the BIOS. It went to reboot again. It took me to the BIOS again. So I fully shut down the computer, waited about like a couple seconds, then rebooted it and it turned on. So I don't know what was going on there, but Evan is just being Evan Low. I know, man. All I'm saying is that from what I've experienced on X-Plane, I think the physics are great. That's all. Sometimes you just need to crack a joke, not calling someone out, but because you can't take that joke. Alright, Evan, it's fine. We're all joking around here, bro. But, you know, you gotta love how, you know, doing Philadelphia to Nice and then all of a sudden, or Reykjavik to Nice, and then all of a sudden on final, your 747 just goes full toga and then lose half of your aileron. Bro, you were basically flying as iFLY, whatever we just watched. Oh yeah, pause rate. I might be cooked. Hopefully not. Hopefully that doesn't mean everything, because I've had this PC for almost a year, like with the new upgrade, so I don't want to do anything more, you know. During my solo, I ended up having to hold short for 45 minutes because FAA flight check was doing a localizer check. Holy, 45 minutes? Bro, it was so weird. I mean, I didn't have to wait that long, but I was holding short for a good, like, I'd say almost 10 minutes. And this airport wasn't even busy. There was like 1 person in the pattern. Now, it was an Embry-Riddle student that was like low-key struggling on his landings. And I won't lie, he bounced a couple times. And then there's another guy who came in. So it was like 2 people. And then I was looking on final for a while in the base turn, and I didn't see anybody. And I'm looking for birds and everything, and I'm like, I don't see nobody. I was like, all I see is birds. And I'm just waiting there. And then finally, I think the controller probably forgot about me, and then he finally was like, hey, in 74 Mike Golf, runway 13, clear for takeoff. And then that's when your boy went full power. Hit V1. Man, felt so good. During my solo... Oh, I already read that. Whoopsies. Now you're probably good. Hopefully. Oh my gosh, 30 viewers. What the heck? Yo, what is happening? Hey, dude, we're hitting new numbers. I never hit 30 viewers. What the heck? Oh, back down to 26. But damn, 26 of you guys. Appreciate all you guys, man. Maybe 300 subs by the end of stream. We're at 282. 18 subs to go. You know? Maybe we could hit 300. Wait, you flew all the way from Miami to Leesburg for your solo? No, Orlando Executive to Leesburg. It's like a short, like 20-ish minute hop. 25 minute. Are you planning to follow the university route? I am, Infred. Now, so I hope to go to Embry-Riddle. And I don't really want to go to the CFI route, to be honest. I probably will get CFI, but I really don't want to teach. I just don't have the patience and stuff. Like, I have the patience, but I wouldn't enjoy instructing. So that's the thing. I don't want to be an instructor, you know? So my plan is to go straight to part 135 and rip some, I don't know, some PC-12s or TBMs out of Miami or something, hopefully, to build hours. Because I honestly, man, a CFI, and I know it's gonna be hard. Yeah, like, not gonna lie, there's not really any good way to get around the CFI route. Yeah, man. I mean, the only part is to go 135. Because I was talking, there was yeah, I'm aware, Agri, but the thing is like, during my college, I'll be working IFR and stuff, and I'm a sophomore, well, I'm a junior in August, now that I'm on summer break, but I still have 2 years of high school left, so I'm gonna be flying still throughout that time, building time, and then by the time I'm in high school, that's when I'll start to work on IFR, because I'll already be ahead of, you know, the incoming freshmen of Embry-Riddle, because I'm already taking like a college course with them that's like dual enrolled, so I'm getting college credits. So I'm already down like almost like 3/4 of a semester already. I have this year to do, and then I'm done their semester. So yeah, I'm pretty much, I'll start ahead, so I'll go straight to IFR in college. That's the plan, at least. We'll see. But it's just, I don't know about CFI, like, and the thing is like, I mean, I could instruct, but like, I wouldn't want to do like everything, you know, like, you'll have 300 hours when you finish CFI, so you'll need to find 200 hours somewhere. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a lot, but I mean, the best way right now would be just working and then saving up to just fly and rip skies. Could do like glider towing or banner towing, but that's more work for less flight hours. Well, I was thinking of skydiving too. Being a skydive pilot, they get pretty good hours. If they do like multiple jumps a day, you get a good solid hours. So I'm thinking about that too. Or maybe what is it? Oh man, what's it? Surveying. Maybe a surveying pilot too. Oh, Hazard, hello, welcome to the stream. That's what I did. How much do you think you are going to pay for Embry-Riddle? I have no idea, man. I know it's pretty pricey, but you know, it'll be worth it, man. You still get less than a CFI. Yeah, I know. CFIs can get 6 to 8 hours a day. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how much you fly, you know? And I feel like as a CFI, bro, I'd hate to fly that long. Bro, imagine, and like, think about it. Imagine, like, I mean, it'd be cool teaching a person how to fly a plane, right? And like, continuing to do really good. But bro, like, imagine just coming to the landing and then your student just slams it, bro. like, absolutely, like, craters the landing, bro. True, I mean, it's a 12 to 13 hour work day to get 8 hours of flight time. That's what I'm saying, bro. Half the time you're on the ground, and especially at Embry-Riddle, half the time you're on the ground waiting for takeoff. Because of the amount of traffic. Okay, guys, I'm back. Where are you? Did you pass? I don't think I passed Skyfall, to be honest. You might have to do some delayed vectoring. I'm like not that far behind you. You're 530 nautical miles away, and I am 558. So I'm like 28 nautical miles behind you. And then, I mean, I'm catching up to Whisper. I wonder if we can see him. No, not yet. We still... Oh, we have weather coming in. This doesn't look that good. But yeah, the sun is starting to come up, it looks like. Did Whisper pass us? No, I think he passed you. Or no. You passed Whisper. No, you've been past Whisper. Whisper's right behind you. That's Evan. I'm 3 nautical miles behind and 1,000 feet above you, Skyfall? Yeah. So that's where Mr. Whisper is at the moment. Oh no. We're getting some good lighting on this side. Look at that. Vibe or what? Look at that. Oh man. That is freaking sweet. You know, Skyfall, I think we are able to do Newark to Madeira while Owls is still struggling to do DCA to O'Hare. I think we might end stream before him, I have a feeling. I mean, it's gonna be close. He'll probably come in, like, right when we're landing or something. I mean, that... He spent, like, almost 2 hours on the ground there at DCA, man. That is crazy. I can just make out your nav lights, FOPod. Really, if it Whisper? Really? Let's see, if we're on this course... I mean, I'm not seeing your contrails either, which is... Oh! I can just see your strobes, very little. Right here. You guys can barely see it. That's Whisper right there. I can see his lights. We're catching up. We're catching up. Sweet. Let's go. Now that you've soloed, you'll get to do cross countries, which is the best part of oh, dude. Yes, yes. I love cross countries. I'm excited for night flying too. Night flying's gonna be a vibe. Like... Oh yeah, night flying is great too. Yeah, like I want to do... There's like some flights I want to do. I want to... One would be to fly near MCO. Because at night, usually... Who is United 666? That's Evan. But what would be cool about doing a night cross country to like... Especially... Right when Orlando's like not busy at all. Oh, that'd be so fun. What is up, Dimitri? Hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? You're doing good? That's good, man. Appreciate you tuning into the stream. Why don't you 2x to pass us? Cause Skyfall, we're doing real time, we're doing real flight time, we ain't doing no 2 time. We ain't doing no 2 time. And we're on VATSIM. How dare you say that? Do they let students into... No, unfortunately not, man. I wish we could do a flight into Orlando MCO, bro. I thought I missed it all. No, you're just in time, man. We got like an hour and a half to go, man. New York banned students from. Yeah, well, our Bravo, we're not allowed to fly through Bravos as student pilots. Well, yeah, student pilot, yeah. But private pilot, yeah, we should be good. But you need like the opportunity of getting a clearance to fly VFR out of MCO or into it. Probably not. Probably like damn near impossible. You can get endorsed? Yeah, maybe, probably. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask. I just say be careful about Embry-Riddle. They don't give our great scholarships for out of state, and the real only benefit nowadays is airline partnership. Yeah, I understand Hazard, but I live in Florida, so I'm an hour west of Daytona, and I'm already dual enrolled with Embry-Riddle. But New York still won't allow you even then. Yeah, exactly. Now you'll never, probably, yeah, bro. Well, until I'm at the airlines or something, like doing private jets or something, man. Welcome back, Sna. Hello. But like all the time when I'm flying into executive and I just look out to the side and I see MCO's tower and I just see all the runways and I'm like, man, I want to fly into that airport, that one. Now, I know one way I can fly into that airport anytime I want. You know, just gotta put in a special 4-digit code and I'll be right in, no problem. Any tips for YouTube? I want to start doing YouTube on the flight sim game I play on mobile. I mean, just start. What could you do? Screen recording? Something like that. You could do screen recording maybe. Just start screen recording your flights and stuff for, you know, post. I'd say Snoff for you. I'd say do YouTube shorts, man. Start posting like some landings or something, or some like funny memes of infinite flight or whatever. Thunder won by 7. I know, man. Close game, man. Close game. But that means series is tied 2-2. So what are we, guaranteed game 7? Or pass? We're guaranteed past game 6, right? I don't want to be a short YouTuber. Yeah, I understand. It's not, but like, I mean, who's gonna, no offense, but who's gonna watch like a 40-minute video of infinite flight, if you know what I mean? Like, you have to, because, you know, in this day and age, everybody's very short-tempered. Is that the word? Short. They have short, man, like no patience, you know? I forgot the word. I know it helped me gain a little traction, but Marathon missed 5 free throws in the last 3 minutes. Yeah, man, unfortunate. Like, bro, I posted a YouTube short of an Air France 330 landing into St. Martin, and that shit got like 35,000 views. And maybe like 40 subs. Short attention span. Yeah, thank you, Whisper, thank you. Everyone nowadays has a short attention span. Yeah, like, the amount of scrolling on TikTok, man. Oh, and I just realized we did pass our like goal. We hit 38 likes. Appreciate you guys. And also, if you guys haven't already, exclamation point UAL in the chat to get yourself entered for a chance to win a $5 Sim Market gift card. Once we land into Madeira, we will be rolling the winner. You have to make sure you're in the Discord. Link in the description to join, and you must be subscribed. I was planning on doing 2 2-minute 50 to 3-minute videos of landings and takeoffs and possibly the full flight within that time range. You could like do a time lapse. That would work. That would work for sure, man. For sure, bro. I can't remember. Let me check sunrise into Funchal. I just realized we can see Punta Delgada under us. Where is it? Oh, wait, we actually... I think we just flew past it. Oh man. Where is it? We should see it, no? Whoa! Oh no, we don't see it. Still alive, I see. Yes, sir, balls. We are still alive, man. We'll be landing at around 4:45 a.m., maybe a little later. Really? It's 4:33 right now in Funchal. We're not that close. In Funchal, sunrise is 6:59, but like, isn't that when sun is fully up? So shouldn't we start to see sun at like 6 maybe? So let's see, current timing is 0445 Zulu. I got you, Whisper. So what would that be? Whisper, can you tell me what that time is in whatever time zone Madeira's in? My game is telling me I'll land at 6:23 a.m. Okay, perfect. We should be landing with sun with some, oh my gosh, I can't speak. It's getting late. Some sunlight. Man, look at that beacon, man. Beacon looks so good. Have you learned a tomato flames yet? Oh, I'm struggling. No, well, I actually call it tomato flames. Skyfall gave me the tactic to just take out the A. It helps you. But I always struggle on tomato flames and aviates. Aviates I did pretty good. I'm like 90% good with aviates, but tomato flames, like I only know like the first 3. Like I know tachometer, oil pressure gauge, manifold pressure, what is it, altimeter? What's the other T? We said tachometer. Just wait until you'll get a dozen new I can't wait, man. I'm about to get a tattoo of all of them on my leg. That way when I have to go talk to my DP for my check ride, they'll be like, you know, like any acronyms or anything or whatever? And I'll just be like, no need to speak right here. Just all of them labeled. Alright, wait, let me see. What was the other T? Oh, temperature gauge, yeah. And then oil temperature gauge, fuel gauge, landing gear, airspeed indicator, magnetic compass, ELT safety belts. They won't ask it like that. Yeah, I know, they would like ask it like, for like, example, like, how would you recover from a stall or a spin? Pair? Wait, you're going to flash them your leg? No, 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 Whisper. No, I'm not. I'd have it on my my thigh or like my arm. I'll just get like a checklist style tattoo with like all the acronyms on it. On my check ride, he asked what would I do if I had if I did the run up and my carb heat test didn't result in a drop in RPM. Is carb heat required? Huh. If I did the run up and my carb heat test didn't result in a drop in RPM. Oh damn, he's throwing shots at you, man. You sure this was a nice DPE? Wait, hold up. I'm trying to think, because when you pull with carb heat out, would a carb heat not be required? Would you not need it? Oh yeah, this was a nice DP. Oh, but he got some questions, man. Would you not need it? Because with carb heat, you should get a little dip, right? You should get like 30% RP. Well, at least for my run up, when we did the when we pulled idle and we pulled we left the carb heat out. Well, how would you find out if you needed it? Well, wouldn't you just do like, because it's obviously not a tomato flames. So would it be like, because hold up, you would pull idle, right, with carb heat out, and you should see a drop. But as long as it doesn't stall the engine, you're good. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say it's not required. Well, the question is, how would you find out if you can legally fly without working carb heat? Yeah, I don't know that one. It's in the equipment list in the POH. Oh. Carb heat is required in your Cessna 172 in November. Gotcha. You know, my airplane ain't even got a vacuum. Let's see how we doing. Oh, looks like we emptied the center pumps. Let's see, we are 320 nautical miles away. We are almost there, guys. We're scheduled, okay, I'm scheduled 0444 Zulu. So what time would that be in Madeira? Skyfall, can you do that? I'm too lazy to, wait, hold up. What would it be right now? What time zone is? That's good because I've had a vacuum attitude indicator fail twice on me. Oh man. That's no good. Oh yeah, look. They're both 20 miles ahead of me. So I got an idea, guys. Right when you're at top of drop, just boosa left. And let me go right in front. And then you boosa right and get right behind me. Does that sound good? Does that sound good, Whisper? In Skyfall? We can do something like that. A little bit of delayed vectoring. You guys just slow down on your descent and I'll just pass right by you guys. Dulles was funded apart on my way to Tokyo. Yeah, get out of here. I'm nearly asleep. Yeah, go to bed. Go to bed. Madeira is UTC +1. So, what time would 0444 Zulu be Madeira time? Like, is that 6:44 or 5:44 a.m.? Are you finally descending? Not yet, Davishka. We got about probably an hour to go. Just about an hour and 3 minutes. You know what, Reed? Let me see. Okay, good thing, Reed. You're not in the giveaway. An hour to go, holy. Bro, go snag a white monster. I'm sure you have no problem with that. Also, we're gonna need a lot of spacing going into Madeira, because in case we take in case we have to backtrack. To be honest, I'm not even that tired. I'm waiting for, like, once I get on the descent, a wave of like tiredness is probably just gonna slap me in the face, but we should be good. And I think this flight is only dual pilot, only 2 pilots. My 7 a.m. wake ups for a weekend plus have me wiped. You mean whooped? I'm sorry to hear that, Reed, man. Reed, you need to start taking naps. That's what I've been doing. That's what I'd be doing when I wake up early for an entire week straight. I don't know, knackered as Simon would say. I'm absolutely knackered, man. Oh, and we're back up to 30 viewers. Wow, that is freaking crazy. Evening, morning. I'm here in Gatwick Airport. You what? M8, huh? M8 translate to mate? Oh. Gotcha. I'm not actually British, you know. I just got a good accent, you know. I'm right on top of Skyfall now. Pause, Whisper, pause, man. Nah, I'm joking. I know what you mean. Yeah, you're right above him, huh? Let's see him. Bro, guys, just keep slowing down. You guys been stuck 20 miles ahead of me. Both of you slow down to 0.76 or 75. Isn't mate an Australian thing and a British thing? They say it both. Don't use his Yo, Reed, chill out, bro. Oh man. Yeah, yo. That one is a little, you know, too much. Oh. You can clean my hotel, yo. Yeah, for real, Evan. Go back on your internship, man. They need you to work overtime right now. Go hop on the metro, or have your mom drive you to your volunteer internship, buddy. I guess I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a quick little lavatory break and grab some water. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright guys, I am back. I needed that break. Oh man, Reed, bro. What? WTF is SYBAU, bro. How do you not know that, Evan? At Skyfall, wanna slow to Mach 0.676 so that Lucas can catch up and land before us. Yeah, Skyfall, where you at? The basketball game has ended. Mr. Pavlin, hello, welcome. Glad to see you in the stream, man. Hello, sorry installing stuff will be lurking. No problem, bro. Glad you're in the stream. Is a 3600 graphics card good? I'm not too sure, man. What is that, a AMD? Watching from my phone now in my bed. Oh, Reed, I already know you're gonna fall asleep before we land, so I'm gonna say my good night now. Good night, Reed. Because I already know you're gonna fall asleep watching the stream. In my bed, hey yo. Wink wink. Evan, get away from me. Hell no. Oh man. Reed is like, Evan, what just poked me? Imagine. Yo, this top of drop keeps getting closer and closer. What are we, like 222? Oh, 222 right out. I barely looked at that and I guessed it. It doesn't really make sense, but I swear I wasn't looking. I just estimated. It's just the remote. Too much belly. Oh man, it's from all those chips, Evan. Yeah, Evan, next time you're cleaning rooms, I suggest you not to take a bag of chips into the room. That's why you're the small. Oh, okay, yo. But yeah, next time you're cleaning rooms, don't bring the bag of chips in. Cause, okay. Alright, you're done, Evan. Alright, Skyfall, you slow to Mach 0.74. Reed, I timed them out for 5 minutes. Yo, wait, let me reset that view. There you go. This is the view I usually have up when I'm doing like red eyes and stuff. And whenever I'm at cruise and just chilling. And this is the vibe. Because it's all zoomed out. You got the nice beacon. Nice shot of the wing too. But it's like you're just chilling. I'm enjoying this view though. A lot more. Because I like how close we are to the engine. Look at that. We can even see the beacon light. Oh, that's so sweet. Man, the lighting on this airplane is phenomenal. And I noticed in 2024 is look how well that spinner. Like usually in 2020 it'd all be like all like scratchy and stuff and like all be messed up, but it's so smooth. Yeah, the spinner in 2020 is pretty ass. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know why. And I never realized like why that happened in 2020. Now I know there's a mod for it, for the spinner fix, for like people made mods for it, and for like the PMDG 777-300ER. I had that one. I think it's because they make the spinner like frames too low. And like they're not it's spinning too fast to like generate quickly. Maybe something to do with the frame gen? Probably, Reed, probably. That's what, yeah, something like that for sure. Man, ice cold water right now, so good. I really appreciate all you guys tuning into the stream, man. 25 freaking viewers at the moment. Y'all are crazy. Almost 40 likes, guys. We're 1 like away from 40. Could we hit 40? I don't think we ever hit 40. Let's see if we could hit 40. That'd be crazy. Right now I'm looking for PCs to buy, but this all depends on how much I'm gonna get paid this summer. So if you don't mind me asking, like, how old are you? And I thought you said something about getting paid in the summer. You're doing a job or something? I forgot. I can't remember. I think we talked about it last stream, or the stream before. 19, right. I remember. I'm part-time? Right. Okay, yeah, I remember now. I remember. Yeah, I still haven't got a, it's been like about 12 or 13 days since I applied for this job, and I still haven't got, news back, so might be cooked. Hopefully they get back to you. I know, man. Hopefully. Look at that tail. Wait, get the strobe light in there. Oh, look at that. You see, that's why I like keeping the logo light on for the entire flight. That's what I like. Oh yeah, look at that strobe light too. I honestly wasn't a huge fan of the strobe light on the Max, but now in 2024 it looks good. And this is also cool, like this light under the wing. Look at that. That's really cool. But I feel like they should have put, like, leave that one there and also put one like right there, right on that point right there. Yeah, but the lighting looks so good in 2024. Like, look at it starting to shine on the water. The reflection. So sweet. Let's see. Could we see Whisper in them? Whisper in Skyfall? Let's see. Where we at? Oh, we got them in sight, ladies and gentlemen. I got their contrails. Okay. Here's Skyfall. Here's Whisper. Wow, we are catching up. I've got a whole flight video up on my TV for a Haneda Dulles flight. Nice. Nice. What is it? Skystream Aviation or whatever? Got him on the fish finder. Oh yeah, man. We got him on radar. We got him on Kingston radar. We got him on the radar, man. Yeah, man. Look at that. I can barely see them. We can see their lights. I see Skyfall strobes really well. We got United Flight 522 and United 666. Or 666, but I don't like saying that number. Whisper, why did you have to say that call sign, man? Why'd you have to use that call sign? Where's my plane? Oh, there's my plane. I was like, wait a minute, where'd we go? For funsies? That's not for funsies, bro. You're taking chances. Jamaican accent, I see. Yeah, man. It's one of my favorite accents. I do it for fun. Let me see how many people are entered into the giveaway already. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 8 people. If you guys haven't already, exclamation point. UAL, all capital. Get yourself entered to win. Completely free. If you fly on Microsoft or any flight sim, except for Flight Sim Mobile. Sorry, Snob, but you know. Oh, Snob, I forgot to read your. If I buy a $700 PC, I would have to pay at least $750 to clear it. Gotcha. Yeah, Agrig, enter yourself into that giveaway, man. You've been in here for a while, man. And also, Agri, if you have Discord, I recommend you to join the Discord, because if you do win, I will have to contact you through Discord. Alright, dude, my endurance is running dry. I'm off to bed. See ya. See you, Reed. Good night, man. Talk to you tomorrow, probably. I told you he was gonna fall asleep. Oh, we got some screenshots from Mr. Whisper. Look at this. Wait, we got more above right here. Oh, T-Fox. You flying MD-11? Oh man, nice. These are nice T-Fox, man. Whoa, he has like custom livery. Look at that, that's sick. Look at those stickers. T-Fox, he's drinking boba tea with the fox. T-Fox, did you make this livery? This is so fire. Direct to meow, wow. Oh, $5 gift card, yeah, we're giving that away, man. And then we got, I don't even know how to say your name, Hoy, I'm just say Hoy. Flying a Frontier 321 Neo in the sunset. That's nice, that's nice. And then here's Whisper in his Boeing United, or yeah, Boeing livery, special livery. And we got Skyfall right there. Wow, that's a good picture. Whisper, try and get one with me behind it. You could. Oh wow, look at that. Right on top of each other. Pause, but you know. Wow, look at that. That is sweet. Sweet, bro. Appreciate you guys sending those in the chat or invite some screenshots. Telling you, this airport's getting closer and closer. Almost there, guys. Almost there. How we doing? We are less than 127 away. Oh wow. Okay, so current time is 0404. We are scheduled to get in 0443. So what is that? That's like 30 something minutes. You're still a bit too far for me to bother, lol. Besides, you have a better view of the two of us. Yeah, Whisper, what you should do is honestly just swing it to like the left, or just keep going straight, or like, nah, swing it to the left a bit. That way I can pass you. And then like, just let me go fly straight, just like a delayed vector, and then you hop right behind me. But we need at least like maybe 15-20 mile spacing from each other, guys. We're gonna need a lot of spacing, so because this approach, we're gonna be stable. We're probably, what are we gonna be like, on the downwind and fully set up for landing, gear down and everything? So yeah, look at the radar at Destin. Beautiful lightning storm. Yay, I love to see it, Beanie Baby. 20 nautical mile spacing, okay, sure. Yeah, something like that, because I say minimum 15, because we're gonna come in all too close and it won't be good. Let me see if we have any aircraft also coming in, because that could also be a problem. Now we're good. Cool. We're good. Under knock miles from top of drop. Cool, Whisper. I just changed up my arrival, so I have 55 minutes left. Nice. I posted some Hudson Corridor pics in your Discord. I'll check them out, man. I will check them out right now. Whoa. More screenshots. What airplane is this? 4 engines? Bro, this shit looks real. Is this the Fearless 747? No, I don't think so. No, it's not. What is this call sign? Charlie Echo Sierra 1124. Bro, these pics are fire. Oh wow. Whoa! Right over Central Park? Oh bro, that's sweet. Wait, so if you do the Hudson Corridor, you get to fly right over whoa, that's really cool. It's IXG's classic China Eastern flight in X-Plane 12 737. Wow, T-Fox. T-Fox, bro, you gotta help me set up X-Plane, bro. Get my sim to look like that. That's sweet. It went away? Oh. Yeah, you can fly over Central Park and back down these. Oh my. Yo, Skyfall, we gotta do this. Bro, this is freaking sweet. Oh, even more. Wow, look at that. Oh, man. Right over the Statue of Liberty. Wow. Dude, look at that. All those people just waiting there, and then it's just you on the airplane chilling. Oh, bro. You got best seat in the house, bro. Wow. Now, these are sweet, man. Wait, isn't Newark? Where's Newark here? Isn't Newark like right over there or something? Newark should be somewhere in that area, right? Or is that on the other side? Bro, these are awesome, man. Appreciate you sending those, man. Yeah, right about there. Wow. You see, even though you're at a low altitude, you're dang straight right next to Newark, man. You got 787s, everything blasting out of that airport just to your right. Or, you know, whatever direction you're flying, but right there. Right on your side. And you get to fly right over the numbers at Newark if you fly from the New Jersey. I saw that. You fly over runways 4, the 4s, right? They allow that. I remember. Bro, dude, I gotta do that. One day. That's gonna be so fun. Man. Yeah, over the 4. Dude, that is sweet, man. Now, do you have to request something? And you're talking to Newark Tower, it's awesome. No way! Bro, that is sweet, man. That is sweet. Alright, so it is time to start planning for our top of drop, everybody. So, altimeter into Madeira is 1023. 1023 is set. Let me pull up the RNAV arrival. And let's see. Yeah, you requested it from Newark Tower. So you can just say, like, could we just request, flying over the numbers, and they just give you an altitude or something? Alright, and bottom altitude is going to be 2,000 feet. It's an RNAV arrival, so VNAV is just going to do its thing. Oh, I just realized I wasn't not even on VNAV. Oopsies. It was when we did that step climb, I forgot to go back. It's alright. 2,000 feet set. We're gonna go auto brake 3. We're gonna be doing a flap 40. Flap 40 into Madeira. And let's see. Honestly, we'll go seatbelt sign on now. Get them seated. And minimums. Minimums for us are gonna be 520 on the borrow. $520. Oh, kind of blew past it. That's all right. There we go. 520 set. Let me just make sure we got everything. Oh, courses. So final approach course 049. We're not doing an ILS, but I like to set the courses either way, just so we get that final bug on the heading. And we got that. Oh, let's do a fix as well. So we'll go runway 05. We'll do a 5-mile ring. We'll do a 10-mile ring. And we'll also do a 15-mile ring, just so we have areas. I'm probably gonna be set up like 10 miles out, most likely. If I give you a route, will you fly it? I have a couple. Bean Baby, you could put it in the flight request in the Discord. I'm probably not gonna get to most of them, but because right now at the moment I do have a couple streams planned on what I want to do until I'll be doing a flight request and a couple streams. So you won't see those in a bit. Okay, I can start to see their lights now. Look at that. Look at that, bro. That is freaking sweet. Yeah, you asked them to transition through the Bravo to the Skyline corridor. Newark Tower will handle you to the river, and then they switch you to LaGuardia Tower, who handles the East River. Bro, so you get to talk to both? Now, do you monitor LaGuardia Tower? Or do you call them up and just, like, call them up one time? No, you're still in the Bravo, so they give you traffic advisors? Oh, nice, man. Nice. And they're doing separation? Oh, nice. So they do the whole flight following. Nice. Pretty much, right? Oh, that's sweet. Man, that'd be so fun. How much is it to rent an airplane up in New York? What's like the average price to rent an airplane? Not including like fuel and stuff. Yeah, there is a VFR part if you stay below 1300, but then you have to deal with the helicopter traffic. Yeah, I ain't dealing with that, especially what just happened in New York not that long ago. Nah, I'm good. I pay like 200 an hour for 172 November. What? Oh, nice. You see, here in Florida, I'd be paying $265 an hour. There's cheaper places though. Yeah. Well, you fly out of well, I forgot the airport already. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I pay $265 an hour, but that's including fuel and stuff, like in my instructor's time. So it's honestly not that bad, especially in Florida, for what prices usually are. I forgot what airport you said. It's man, I forgot. It was like it started with the C. I remember. CWD? Concord? Was it Concord? No, it wasn't. Caldwell. I was so close, but so far. I got the ICAO right, but I can't wait until we get a Cessna 172 Piper 28, the quality and level of the A2A Comanche and Microsoft. Yeah, man. I mean, we have some pretty good pay where GA aircraft, man. And iBuild just released a new one. I forgot what it is, like the 404, I think. I can't remember which one it was exactly, but we just got that one. Oh, and I also need to know which gate I'm going to, or ramp. There's still no good 172 besides the default. No, there's some mods, like the, oh man, what is it called? Skyfall, what's that one mod? The WBSim, that's it. Yep, that is it. I am going to, let's see, it is the, so I'll be going to Alpha 8. Alpha 8 is my ramp. So if one of you want to go Alpha 7 or Alpha 9, Alpha 10, you guys do your thing. I'm going to do a 360 for spacing now. You'll need to figure it out. I'm tired, low. I got you. I got you. Okay, so there's Skyfall breaking off. Whisper, I recommend a 110 heading. If you want me to catch your landing. If you don't, then I'll just let you fly and land first. Oh wait, is Whisper breaking off the approach? Or the arrival? Oh, he is too. Okay, cool. Nice. Good, good, good. Skyfall, hop in the VC with Whisper in them, so that way you guys can talk it together. Oh wow, look at that. Look at them breaking off. Man, that is sweet. Oh, W Pilot's in the chat. And I'll keep the speed up. Don't worry. I'll keep the speed up. Just so you guys won't have to be delayed that long. Oh man, the sun is just starting to come up. If we're on the approach and it doesn't rise up that well, then we will change the time a little bit, because I want to see this arrival. I want to see Madeira when we're coming in. Yeah, we might have to change the time a little bit forward, because it's 5:18 there right now, and we're scheduled to get in at 0443, so 5:43. Sunrise is at 6:59, I think it was. So if anything, I'll just... yeah, we can just, you know... because the real world flight arrives like 8 a.m. Madeira time. Oh, Evan's about to land. He's on his base turn. Wow. There's Skyfall right there. What a legend. No, but Skyfall, that was still weird, because I had no idea that you blew past me. Alright, we are on our descent, everybody. Turn up the sim sounds just a bit. you know what? I'm gonna just change the time a little bit. Yeah, we'll leave it like that for now. Then it'll start to rise. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Oh, man, that is sweet. You see, these colors are what I really like about 2024. Like, look at that. Look at that horizon, man. That is so sweet. LAX to Seattle, Minneapolis to Seattle, Salt Lake to Seattle. What one for next stream for me? Salt Lake to Seattle. You should do that one. That's a good one. Well, let me get Sky Dolly in the background for our replay. I would have started stream a little bit later, but I figured it'd be way too late by the time we'd land. If I started at like 6:30 or 6:45, we'd probably be landing at like 2 in the morning. There's a Portland and Seattle event on Sunday and LA event all day tomorrow. Oh, nice. We might be doing that Nook stream tomorrow, so we'll see. It is only 11:23 for you. It's 12:24 for me. Alright, wait, I need to turn this a little bit more. And we'll do like, maybe a little bit more. There we go. That way we can enjoy it a bit more. Get a little bit more. Oh man, look at that! Look at that, bro! That is so sweet, man. Landed? Nice, Evan. What was your landing rate, man? Actually, I can probably just check Volanta right now. Evan at a 259 at 1.10 G. Decent landing, Evan. Decent, decent. Now I gotta be at 259. I gotta be at 259. I think this is my first time. Oh, no. This is my second time taking a 737 into Madeira, but this is my first time taking a MAX into Madeira. I've taken a Transavia 737-800 into Madeira before. I always enjoy Madeira. Alright, a little bit of speed brake. Don't want to overspeed there. We'll go speed intervene as well. Look up 250. Good morning. You're in Europe. Here is 7:25 a.m. in my town. Really, Pavlin? Wow, man. It is early for you, and it is really late for me. But somewhat still good morning. So I guess I'd say good morning, because it's, you know, midnight. 6:25 a.m. here in Norway. Nice whisper. Wow, look at this. No need I know after the ocean is night. Bro, look how good this. Okay, look at that. Now you can see the spinner really well. See how smooth that is? Look at that, bro. That is freaking sweet. Oh yes, nah, looks real nice, man. Oh wow, Owls is still alive. Oh yes, 7 minutes to go into O'Hare. That's a fun 737 approach. Have you tried the park visual? Oh yeah, but I've done it in the Airbus. I don't think I've done it in the Boeing, but I've done it in the Airbus before. Yeah, I love that approach. That's for 3-1, right? The RNAV X-ray or something? I know what you're talking about. Alright. We are... Oh shoot, we're high. Well, we're catching up to it, but our speed is also... We gotta watch our speed there. Why so slow? Try to do a N205. Nah, I'm doing the RNAV Zulu. User Toby has an advantage. Yeah, I am. Yeah, for 3-1 where you turn over yeah, I know what you're talking about. I had attempted the expressway, but I was real worse. No, but I really enjoy the Carnassi approach into JFK. That's one of my favorite. Even though it's just that last turn to final, it's so fun, especially at night. Now I haven't done it in 2024 yet, so that next time they're running the 3-1s into JFK or the 1-3s, we gotta do that. We have to do that for sure. Alright, coming up on 10,000. Landing lights coming on. And guys, I'm gonna stop the music here as we gotta start to lock in for this landing, you know. Madeira, we wanna be stable. I'm gonna start slowing down to like 230 on the speed. Actually, you know, I could just give it to here. It'll do it on its own. They'd give us the best speeds. We're on VNAV path, that is good. We'll keep the speed brake out a bit. We're on that final approach into Madeira, guys. We'll go ding the cabin. Let them know. Prepare for landing. Hope you guys are ready. This approach is gonna come quick. Alright, let me just check up on our landing speed. 139 plus 5. And I'm gonna change this. We're gonna add let's see, let's make it like +8. Just I want to keep a little more of a buffer, because coming in slow on that turn, man, it's tricky. Passing 18,000, perfect. We should be good. I can watch all I want, but when it comes to performing it, I won't be able even 50 times to make it. Pavlin, I think you could get it eventually, man. I mean, you might not get it right the first time. Like, listen, you guys are about to watch me do this approach. I've done it a couple times, but I'm never that perfect on it. I mean, I'm decent, but I'm not the best. So I'm just saying, you know, don't expect expertise from it. And I'm gonna make it a little bit more brighter. Okay, and we can take away our speed brake. There we go. Look at that. Oh man, that looks so good. Skyfall is 20 nautical miles ahead of me now. Okay, perfect. We should have pretty good spacing now. Yeah, we look pretty good. Skyfall, I say start slowing down to like 180 or maybe like 200. Keep 200 on the speed. Whisper, maybe you start to slow down to like 190 just so we can keep that spacing, because I'll be gear down in final approach speed right before Mike Alpha 526. You seen my kayak? I was so low that I almost crashed into the buildings. I think I seen it. I have 250 knots now. Okay, yeah, start to slow that powered up. Whisper, because that's a little too fast. I mean, you're still 18,000, so you might be fine, but you know, start to back it up a little bit as you go. Alright, cool, and we got speed under 250, so I'm gonna go flap 1. Let's go flaps 1 from here. Sim sounds coming up for you guys. Flaps 1 coming out. Oh, I got Madeira in sight, everybody. Look at that. Wow. Look at that. That looks sweet. And let's see. Yeah, we'll just keep flap 1 for now. And we'll go standard 1023 set. Let me go change this. Need to ride that speed brake. Go flap 2. Alright. What is it? Gonna be 147. Flap 5. Keep slowing her down here. The only thing I'm proud of the Shanghai Crosswind was 15 knots, and even though it was hard, yeah, that's alright, Pavlin. It's only to 190, perfect. Whisper, thank you, thank you. Alright, I'm gonna start the replay now. Replay is running. We're looking good. Go flap 10 degree. And I'm gonna go gear down. Flap 15. I'm gonna go flap 40. When we turn off lights come on, engine starts are just too continuous. And we are set up, guys. And Madeira traffic, United 522 is on the base turn. RNAV Zulu 05. Alright, guys. It is time to go land this bird into Madeira. Get your landing rates in the chat. Enjoy this arrival. Let's go have some fun. My airplane. My throttles. Let's go do this. First time doing Madeira in 2024. This is awesome. We got gear down. Thrust required. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Don't worry about that. Flaps 40 set. Speed brake is armed. Cabin should be ready. We're gonna follow that VNAV path all the way down as we start that turn. in Madeira traffic. United 522 on the base turn on the RNAV 05, Madeira. Keep using that trim. Oh wow, look at that. Man, this is sweet. Enjoy this approach, everybody. Landing rates in the chat.
$2,500.
2,500 feet check. We're a little high. We're correcting. Still stable. Alright, I got visual with the runway. We're a little bit too shallow. Yeah, good thing we disabled the terrain, because that thing would be yelling at us right now. It'd be saying obstacle, obstacle. Alright, I got the runway. We're looking fabulous. Funchal traffic, American correction, United 522, short final runway 05. Alright, we got the leading lights. You could call this the Carnaci approach of Madeira, or a Portugal. 1,000 feet check, we're stable. Alright, 3 red, 1 white, that's alright.
$500.
500 feet check. Keep that turn going.
Approaching minimums. 500. Minimums.
Continue. Madeira traffic, United 522, short final 05.
400.
Oh, we gotta watch for that wind.
300. $200. 100. 40. Terrain. 20. 10.
Nicely down, nose down gently. Speed brake out, 2 in reverse. Manual braking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome to Madeira. 40 knots, we'll go reverser stowed, we'll get her off here. Oh my gosh, that was amazing. 5 hours, 41 minutes. Wow, 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 welcome, welcome. Wow, that was awesome. In Madeira traffic, United 522's vacating runway 05 on Bravo, taxiing into the ramp. Woohoo! Man, that wind last second, it started to change. I was like, man. Alright, let's go get her into the ramp. Control cam coming off, guys. Man, that was sweet. Landing lights coming off. We'll go start up that APU. Oh, let's go clean her up. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Oh, are we smoking? Why are we smoking? What's the airplane doing? Flaps coming up. Oh man, that was sweet. and we're going, what are we going, Alpha 8. You know what, let's operate it by Ryanair, why not? Oh man, that was awesome. Auto brake can come off. Holy, that felt great. I can turn those back on now that we
Traffic United 522, turn final on me.
Wow guys, that was sweet. Alright, Alpha 9. Alpha 8, here's the gate. We'll go shut off the lights, we'll turn her in. Holy crap guys, we frickin' made it. That was awesome. Appreciate all you guys staying along. And if you guys haven't already, exclamation point UAL in the chat to get yourself entered for the giveaway. Oh, come on, why are we stopping? Come on, pull us in. And we will stop it. Calm down, parking brake set. APU. Let's go get a couple things up here. Get that off. We'll shut her down. Wow guys, welcome, welcome. I gotta be quick to get Skyfall's arrival. Let's see, where is he? Alright, he is still a little far out. He said he's turning final. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, we're here. Let's go request deboarding. Let me get that beacon light off. Wow, that was sweet, guys. Hope you enjoyed that. Ryanair stairs coming up to the airplane. Oh man. And United 523, how far out are you?
I'm making that final turn now, so probably like 3 miles up.
Roger, roger. No pressure. I'll catch up on chat while Skyfall's coming in, and then we also have Whisper.
Sure it's not new to this guy.
It's not saying -169, also -179. Infrared saying -235. Balls saying -145. Whisper saying -250. 35 people watching. Are you serious? Holy crap, man. Welcome. If you guys are new here, we're doing a giveaway. Exclamation point UAL to join, you know. Going for 300 subs by the end of June. So if you haven't already, hit that sub button. And we're going for 40 likes, which I think we're at 43. Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. Appreciate it. Alright. Let's see. Soft landings, butter this, -78, -220, greased, nice. He saved it last minute. Oh yeah, we did. We saved it. Let's see. Here comes Skyfall. -40 is legal. I'm going to go watch Owls Land. Sounds good, Bean Baby. Yo, Road to Madeira, welcome, welcome. Super clean, appreciate it. Thanks for the stream, no problem, T-Fox. Thanks for joining, man. Thanks for tuning in, man. Hey, Whisper, smash some buttons. Appreciate it, Whisper. Alright, here comes with Skyfall. Let's give him. Okay, that was a glitch. That did not happen. Oh man. I have no idea why I did that.
The runway glitched out on me. Oh my god, look at this.
Oh my god. No. No.
I walked away from it so it landed.
Oh no! His airport didn't load in.
That damn runway is high and low for me.
Do you have 2 sceneries?
No, I checked it today. It was fine. I don't know what happened now.
Oh no. Oh man. I feel bad. Alright, let me turn down the sim here. Alright, let's see. How far is Whisper? Okay, Whisper is almost on his downwind. So I'll get the tunes back for you guys. Oh man, look at this. I gotta get a screenshot once Skyfall pulls into the ramp. Or we'll get another screenshot with Whisper too. But man, look at this. 3 Uniteds in Madeira at once, man. This is sweet. Bro fell through the map. 6 hours for that to happen? Dude, I know, right? Oh man. I feel so bad. Let me get the Volanta tracker off on both. Oh, you. Cool. And as these passengers, look at this, as they're coming into the terminal, oopsies. As they're coming into the terminal here, off the airplane, I'm sure they're satisfied with that one. That was amazing. Ooh, park job, not so good. Not so good. A little bit askewy, but that's alright. Don't worry about that, guys. Look at that. Look at all of them going into the ramp, into the terminal. Dude, this scenery, guys, link in the description. Go pick it up. It is worth it 100%. I prefer this Madeira over the default and the other Madeira. I mean, look at how nice this looks. Fully modeled interior. You got the ins and outs of Madeira. Look at this. You got a safe bag. No idea what that is. Like a locker. Look how good this airport looks, man. It is stunning, man. And you know, we definitely have to revisit to Madeira. And we gotta land on runway 23 one day. Because this is a cool area to touch down. Touching down on a bridge. Look at that. You got all the boats in the trailer park there with the boat ramp. That is honestly such a well-modeled scenery. Beautiful, beautiful, guys. Look at that. Oh yeah, Aeroporto da Madeira. Wow. All 3 Uniteds. Nope, no landing gears for the one. That's all right. 2024. That's they need to fix that. The no landing gears. I don't know why it's doing that, but they need to fix that one for sure. And we should have Whisper coming in soon. Gotta get a screenshot. Screenshot, cool. Alright, let's see, how far out is Whisper? Let's see, he is on the base. He is somewhere over there. So, once he gets on the ground, we will roll the giveaway, guys. While we wait, we will check out our landing rates. Let's see. Let's see how well we did. As we pull her up here. Let's see, gotta get a good view. Yo, didn't it just get darker? I have no idea. Oh, no, probably just this side of the airplane. Oh yeah, there you go. Cool. Alright, looks like all the passengers are off the airplane. Let's go see our landing rates. Let me go pull you, Sim Toolkit Pro here, and PackX, of course. Alright, let's see. Let's start off with PackX. PackX, oh my, -36. 93% satisfaction. Wow, wow, wow. -36. Let's see what Sim Toolkit Pro said. Sim Toolkit Pro said -163. I don't think so. I don't think so. They robbed me. Let's see, touchdown zone. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. We will take that. Let's see what Volanta said. We'll go review your flight. Volanta said -40, 0.97 G. I will take it. That is my best landing into Madeira. Wow, wow, wow. That is sweet. Alright, I got Whisper in sight. Wow. What a landing, man. What a freaking landing. -40, -36. We're not trusting Sim Toolkit Pro on that one. What logbook was that? That was a Sim Toolkit Pro, Volanta, and PackX. Welcome to the stream, Exotic John. Welcome, welcome. Alright guys, here comes Whisper. Let's see his landing. Let's just hope his runway isn't doing that. What just happened to Skyfall? Alright, here he comes. Missing gear model matching error. Yeah, it's something with 2024 Pavlin. It's weird. We just gotta imagine they have landing gears and that they're landing, you know? He's looking good. Return? Oh, Beanie Baby, you're funny. You are funny. Get her down, Whisper. Get her down. Come on. Get her down. Come on. Come on. Oh, oh. Oh, come on. Not another go around, Whisper. Come on. Oh my god. Back-to-back days, Whisper on the go around. Oh no. Oh man. Oh, Whisper, bro. Wait, I can at least get a somewhat of a screenshot. Let's see. Get him on the go around. There we go. Oh, well. We'll get the 3 tails. That's good enough. Oh, man. Poor Whisper. Well, one of the reasons I use AIG, but I have not downloaded it in a while. You can always go around? Oh, yeah. He had a nice moment at Enwent Toga, man. Dimitri, thank you for tuning into the stream. We'll see ya. Alright guys, it is time to roll the giveaway. I'm rolling it in 30 seconds, guys. So if you haven't already, exclamation point UAL to enter. I'm rolling it in 15 seconds, guys. 15 seconds. We will be rolling the giveaway, and then we'll go watch some replays and call it a night, everybody. Alright. Let me go pull it up. Alright. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And your winner that is walking home with a Sim Market $5 gift card is Mr. T Fox. You have won yourself a $5 Sim Market gift card. Hit me with the DM on Discord with the screenshot of your YouTube, and I will send over the code to you. Congratulations, everybody. Say congratulations to Mr. T Fox for winning the giveaway. Woo, this girl finally won something. Oh, wow. Congratulations, T Fox. Congratulations. Congratulations. Just hit me with the DM on Discord, and I will send over the code to you. Congratulations. And guys, if you didn't win, it is alright. It is alright. We do giveaways, like, I swear, almost like every 2 weeks. Every week, almost. So, yeah. Congratulations to T Fox. Appreciate you tuning into the stream. Let's go set this airplane up for its replays. No. We'll go restart Koodle. Close all the doors. Doors. We'll go close. Close all them. Thank you, no problem, no problem. And let me just start these engines. Get all the lights on as well. And who is ready to see this negative 36 into Madeira? Oh, also, time online VATSIM was 6 hours and 49 minutes. Whippin' heck, man. What a flight. Let's go load this replay up. Let's go see how we did. Go, we'll start it around here. Oh wow, look at this. Whoo, man, this is sweet. This is sweet. What was the total flight time? Flight time was, I think, what was it, like 5 hours 40? I forgot. Oh, it wasn't that long. Actually, the first flight that did it. Oh, are my engines running? Oh, don't worry about that. Stick shaker.
What minimum?
Well, we got no sounds. It's alright. Let's see how we did. Yeah, we got a little bit of like that sync rate at that right over the threshold, and then we just held that flare, and oh, woohoo, greased it. Oh man, that was freaking sweet. Here, let me see if we can get the flaps to come out. Some of the flaps are coming out. Oh, hold up. Wait, we can actually get engine sounds. Let's go. Maybe not. You're gonna see that again. Look at that. Yeah, don't mind the engines not running. Oh man, held that flare nicely down. Wow. Alright, let's do a threshold flyby. We'll go, let's see, pause about right there. We'll go here. We'll go reset. We'll go drone lock, close that. Let's see this. Rip nose gear? No, nose gear was perfectly fine, Evan. What do you mean? Awesome. Wow. Oh, look at that. That's sweet. At touchdown. When you were at the threshold, I thought you were about to get a negative 5,000 landing. Dude, I heard like 50, 40, 30. No, because you heard the ground proximity warning. And it was like, that shit went, sorry for language, but like, that thing went like, it was like 200, 150, and I heard 50. Oh my, oh crap. And I pulled back on the yoke a little bit. But man, I was like, uh-oh. That was a close one. I wish the engines were running in this. They need to fix that. iFLY, we need the replay to work in 2024. Oh, what a greaser. Welcome back, Skystream. Skystream, we already ran it. We already ran the giveaway. Mrs. T Fox has won the giveaway. Alright, let's go see this one. We'll do a couple more wing views and then we'll do our final flybys and call it a night, everybody. Wow, man, 43 likes this stream. I think that's the most likes we've had in all of our streams. And we are 17 subs away from 200 or 300 subs, so hopefully we can reach that goal by the end of June. Ooh, what just happened? Oopsies. I hit the wrong button. Our engine's running? Nah, engine's still not running. Alright. Gotta see this wing view. Look at that. Oh man, that turn. Hey man, it was fun stream, but I gotta go get some sleep. I have work tomorrow. Thank you, Snaw, for staying for the entire stream, man. How was your landing? But have a good night, man. And if I'm live tomorrow, I hope to see you guys there tomorrow. Who knows, we might be flying the same airplane over to Newark. Look at that water park. Oh, that is so sweet. When will you be live again? Most likely tomorrow. I'll see with my schedule. I'm not too sure, but maybe. So there's a possible stream tomorrow, just saying. Maybe. Have a good night. See you, Snaw. See ya, bro. Wow, look at that, man. That is sweet. We need a world update for Portugal, though, for sure. Oh, but what a landing. What a landing. Alright, let's go do some flybys and then we will call it a night, everybody. We'll go like... Oops. Go. Let's see. We'll do a touchdown, right on touchdown. Pause it there. And we'll go reset the camera. Like something like that. Drone lock. Oh man, look at that, bro. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. With that nice sunrise. Man, that looks so good. Go. Do like one of these. And we'll after this we'll do one more and call it a night, everybody. Man, look at that. Alright, we'll go reset you. Right there. Cool. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to tonight's stream. Thank you to all the new subscribers. 44 likes. You guys are crazy. We might be back tomorrow, we'll see. But I appreciate all you guys tuning into the stream today. Thank you for those flying along. And I gotta go get some sleep. I'll catch you guys hopefully tomorrow. But without further ado, it's been your boy, iFLY Pilot Depp, also known as Lucas. And I'm out. Peace.